rejection. Drop the clutch, pedal to the floor. Turn that keeper into a lion's roar. Dream machine, racing queen. I'll take you wherever you wanna go. Let's blow this town, break the speed of sound. Tonight we own the road. Dream machine, racing queen. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, no, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, no, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? I wanna know your dark side. I wanna know your secrets. I wanna be your lifeline. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Tell me you're more than just a highlight. Pretty pictures on the outside. I hate to stare at you through these lights. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh.
I need a scarecrow after what you did, 'cause all of the birds know that I'm almost dead. I'm barely breathing, I'm barely awake. You left me in pieces, there's no more to break. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. I need an angel after what you did, 'cause you were the devil, you messed with my head. You lied to my mother, you lied to my friends. You said that you'd be there, but this never ends. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a You're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. You're just a ghost inside my head. Oh, you're just a ghost inside my head.
Welcome, everybody, to the NECC Valorant Emergent Division Finals. I am joined here by Neon Black. Say hello.
Hi, how's everybody doing today?
We have got quite the game coming up. I believe we've got a best of 5 on our hands, Neon, which is going to be potentially a very long series, or potentially quite short, depending upon how these teams match up. Do you want to run us through what the two teams are that we've got here today?
Yeah, sure. We've got a team coming from Canada, Ottawa, as well as a team coming from New Jersey. Two incredible squads that have made their way through a gauntlet of teams. You Ottawa Esports coming in. This is the five that are going to be playing today. We've got Cake, Overrider, YJJ, Knock Member, and Jason GC. So really a good lineup. And then if you were with us yesterday, or if you were with me yesterday, then you'll remember NJCU. They had a really good game yesterday as they played exceptionally. We only have 4 on right now because they're still working on which 5th is going to be playing today. But we've got Greedy Vicus, Sasha, Suerte, and Justin, and they had a long haul of a game yesterday, went all the way to the last map, nearly had a third map. Well, it did. The third map didn't go to OT, but we almost had the first and the second map go to OT. So it was a long haul of a game, a battle of a series, and it ends up being a long time. And I'm actually just getting in that the 5th is going to be Seriously Serial, who was playing yesterday. We were just confirming that that was indeed going to be the last player on the roster for today. Because if you remember yesterday, we had a couple different players between map 1 and map 2 as we had some subs come in and out. So both of these teams have been through quite a gauntlet of series throughout the past week. So now coming into the finals, they've got a lot to prove against each other. And we're going to check out our maps in just a second. Oh, there we go, right there.
Wow, look at that already. Obviously, being that best of, I believe it's a best of 5, so the veto actually is a little bit wrong there. As you can see, the 2 maps that were banned out were Breeze and Icebox, and then Ascent, Split, Bind, Haven, Fracture. So Bind and Haven, they do say ban there on the graphic, but I believe that is map 3, 4, and then Fracture will be that decider. It's a long way to go to get to Fracture, but I'm not, if it's needed, then we will have to go that full 5 maps. But yeah, so there's a couple of interesting picks in there. I think from just off memory, I'm trying to remember that quick graphic there. I believe, yeah, it was Breeze and Icebox were the 2 banned ones. So they're kind of some of the more hated maps, I would say. Occasionally, a lot of people complain about Breeze, and I've heard quite a few people complain about Icebox, especially with those long sightlines. Definitely the 2 maps where people need to be taking those longer angles, those long range fights, and sometimes the operator not as strong on those maps as some of the other ones. So, I can see a kind of trend there with those map bans. But the first map, let's probably talk about that coming up. Ascent, it's an absolute staple of the Valorant scene. What are you looking for here in our first map?
Well, I'm looking at a lot of things, specifically from NJCU. A lot of letters in that name.
One, yeah.
Greedy Vicus yesterday had an excellent game playing with the operator, and on Ascent, taking control of mid with that operator early on is incredibly powerful. But we're going to get straight into Ascent, I believe, in just a second, which will be great, and we'll be able to see the agents getting selected. But for sure, from NJCU, which is the team, of course, that I casted yesterday, so I am much more familiar with their playstyle. Greedy Vicus controlling those long sight lines. Suerte and Seriously Serial were both playing excellent yesterday, so I would really like to see them show up again today, and already we're starting to see what agents we're going to have on map 1.
Yeah, well, if you're so confident in your Gothic Knights, I am going to stick with you Ottawa Esports Gold. So I'm going to be rooting for these lads over on the right there. And so, not even just lads, but ladies and gentlemen in this game. Now, obviously, we're getting some lock-ins straight away. The opposites, both teams locking in those moments and both very, very strong staple agents, you would say. Really here on Ascent, and the KO as well. It's become so meta in that recent month. Flashes are incredibly strong, and the ability to gnaw, especially on a map like Ascent, where you can get really, really close on both sides. So on A, you can walk all the way up long, you can throw in that dagger, 0 point, I think it's called, or you could just use
Select
that KO
your agent.
free sight. You can deny that killjoy utility. So it's very, very strong agent, especially here on Ascent. And then the classic, the Jets coming out, even with that slight dash nerf, still seeing a lot of people go towards that. I like to see Greedy on that, of course, as you were just talking about, so dominant with the operator yesterday. And in fact, they've both also gone for the Sober. So very standard comp set.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely a little bit of a standard pick from both sides right now. This is something that we see from a lot of teams on Ascent. We've seen some teams switch it up and try and incorporate some different strategies. I was actually kind of hoping we did see the Fade pick, but it didn't end up coming out. All okay, but both teams running the same comp does mean that potentially we're looking at two teams that run a very similar style of play. And if I'm remembering correctly from NJCU yesterday, they played much better on attack. They struggled a little bit on defense, but on attack, they were so consistent, just absolutely running through players on the attacking side, but they struggled on defense. We had one map where they went up 10-2 on attack, and then the game nearly went to OT. So you can definitely see where I'm coming from in saying that, you know, they may be looking to have a much more solid defensive side. I think if they had any time to prep in between yesterday's late game and today's game, which is a bit earlier in the day than when you'd usually expect to start a game, I assume that they went over their defensive setups. But we're going to get straight into the game of our pistol round. With our pistol round, excuse me.
A lot of the Ottawa esports players looking towards this middle position. Now there is Killjoy utility set up here, so they might be walking straight into their Doom. Let's see how this Killjoy responds. As Jason just walking up, very aware of the utility. Here's the sound cue as well, as the dart is used. And in comes the dash. They find the first pick, and that's first blood for Jason.
Early start here in the round on the B bomb site, taking a lot of space and just being able to walk straight into sight. Gothic Knights will give up a lot of space here as they just let them walk in, and they're going to play to try and retake here in a 4v5, which will be a little awkward as they don't have the man count, but it does mean that they're starting right from square one, right back in it, and they have plenty of time to make this work, and they still maintain as much manpower as possible. You know, if Sova had fought that from CT, maybe they would have been struggling a little bit more in potentially a 3v5 or 3v4 situation, but here, starting to get the pop. That's a huge tag, though. That could be huge spam material. Greedy Vikings, though, pushes through. Justin going to find the first one onto Jason. Swerte finds one. Serial with another. Greedy, the perfect retake so far. It's just YJJ, and he's going to get cleaned up in the backplay. I did not expect that retake to go so smoothly.
Yeah, after that opening pick by Jason, then they absolutely, completely failed to get any other picks as that retake came on in. Greedy starting it off with 2 kills, and the rest of the team following up. So a really strong start from NJCU. You know, they lose that bomb site. They do allow Ottawa to get that spike plant down, but it doesn't matter. They're still able to pull off a lovely comeback, keep 4 players alive. That's a comfortable amount of shields kept, and their credits will thank them for it. And as you can see already here in the second round, we're going to have Greedy already going in for that scoped weapon, bringing out the Marshal, and it looks like he's going to have contact pretty early on as all 5 players for Ottawa standing towards this A-long area.
Yeah, they're going to go for that Gamble Eco stack on the A-long position, and that's going to give a lot of information as well with that 0 point. Smoke's going to come out. Marshall holding a great one-way angle here. Greedy Vikings finds the first one onto Jason, and this is just a killing floor as long as Greedy plays this right. They've got the one-way smoke. The players are just going to line up. Hake, though, does find a great refrag on the Serial. That is big. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to get the weapon, but yeah, huge need to push them off the angle.
Just wasn't quite deep enough to kill Cake, and she will survive. They can potentially get their hands on that Marshal, and they've already got a couple of Spectres. These are very, very powerful. And it's not what you want to see happen here in a second round. As NJ's, oh, Swerde goes huge, finds 2, puts it into an equal position. 2 on 2 right now. Both players have got their hands on some weapons, but Justin has found Cake through the door, and there's just one left alive. Sasha will finish them off, and NJCU pull off yet another. I mean, it wasn't quite a retake because the spike didn't go down, but another nice comeback there in the second round.
Yeah, definitely not the cleanest eco that we'd like to see from the Gothic Knights early on, but it's also not the worst in the world. They get the round. They're going to move forward with that, huge benefit. But at the end of the day, I think I would have liked to see a much cleaner, bonus round, especially when we looked at the weapons that they had available to them with the Marshal on A-long. Like, they had the setup for that exact attack, so to lose that many weapons so early on is really difficult to see.
Yeah, it was a bit of an overextension, I would say, from the KO going towards that long position, getting picked off by that classic, which meant that the Marshal wasn't able to work it as easily, and losing 3 guns in the second round is really not very nice, as you lose so much in the way of credits, and you can't really afford a strong focus. Jason going to be spraying here, but they just can't quite find Greedy. They do, as Cake finally finds the head. But Serial and Suerte still set up in position outside this A-long area. Although, University of Ottawa, they are starting to rotate on off. At least the Killjoy going towards that middle position. The rest of the players are making a lot of noise while doing this. But will the opposition rotate?
Yeah, it looks like they're starting to direct themselves a little bit back towards mid. They find the first pick, and especially on attack, they really just need to convert this into a position where they can just trade their way to victory. They really don't have to play this too special. They don't need to split up. They don't need to have really explosive utility usage here. They just need to trade effectively and not get picked off one by one, which sounds a lot easier than it is. Seriously, Serial will make it difficult. Suerte as well with the Deagle. Overrider did find the trade onto Serial, but now potentially a weapon pickup and also a 3v3 with that huge pick from Suerte. The spike will go down as a 3v3 retake will start from the heaven position.
Justin will get tagged there, but able to escape with their life and rip out the recon dot. That's not going to detect anyone, of course, as two of these players are playing in the under position. Overrider is over towards long, will get smoked off, and we'll have to take a fight through this smoke as Justin has opened up. Bomb site found two, and Swede has found Overrider towards that long position. Swede will also get the defuse, and yet again we see a really wonderful retake coming out from NJCU, and that's putting themselves up 3-0 in a round that really shouldn't have gone their way, as you were saying. As long as University of Ottawa, as long as they'd taken those trades, they already had that initial pick, they were in a very favourable position to pick up that round, but the afterplant didn't look very nice at all.
No, yeah, and I mean, they had a huge weapon advantage as well. I mean, Ottawa Gold, they came into that with full rifles, while NJCU, they had shotguns, SMGs, and a couple of Eagles. So, the fact that UO wasn't able to convert that into a round win is really difficult. But, I mean, you got to commend the huge crossfire from Serial and Suerte that got them back to the 3v3, and then just a really efficient retake, which is what we've seen. These are scrappy rounds coming out from the Gothic Knights, but in those scrappy situations, just like we saw yesterday, they tend to convert more often than not. And Greedy Vicus, oh wow, that's a
completely
huge opening
blind
pick.
No, didn't see him at all, just completely through the smoke, and also
look at
Jason
that,
down to 5. That is beautiful from the operator player there. And one thing to keep in mind is that this is Ottawa's map pick. I mean, I know they've got about 3 of them, but Greedy with another, that's their second kill of the round. A third! How are they getting all of these kills? As it's just one left alive. Cake has found one, but will she find the remaining for the operator on the angle? 50 HP, and NJCU will pick up a 4th.
Well, I said it during the pre-game. Watch out for Greedy Vicus on that op.
Yeah.
This team, they don't rely on the operator plays like some teams, that we've seen previously. They rely really heavily on the op to hold down specific sight lines. Like, all right, the op has to hold tiles, or the op has to hold mid, or it has to hold A main. They don't rely on that nearly as much as other teams do. They tend to play much more consistently on the bomb sites and holding down mid the traditional way, but Greedy Vicus is just that X factor. When they can go off and make big plays, it is massive, but already a huge fast B main execute that I don't think will be contested at all here.
No one in position, and with that KO already deployed, there's not really much of a chance here of that plant, and that spike does go down. In this 4-0 situation, we have seen NJCU pull off some great retakes before, but all 5 players alive here for Ottawa, and 1 player is quite low. Can NJCU still pull this off? Greedy coming through from the B main area with the KO2 back up. All of these players are stuck in the middle of sight, that they've got no room to move. If the utility comes in correctly from NJCU, there you go. There's the opening though for University of Ottawa. Jason, he's pushed out and he's almost found 3, finds 2, and Noctember will find a 3rd. It's 2-on-3 right now. Justin's got to do a huge amount of work for his team to do. There you go, there's one. Seriously Serial the second, and there's one more player hiding in the back of sight. Will find one, has to kill Justin, and he does! YJJ does find the 2nd kill, and will secure University of Ottawa their 1st round here on Ascent, and a well-needed one. They had 5 players on that site, and if they hadn't won that, I'd have been very, very worried for the rest of this map for this team.
That was a huge play from Jason to come up in the tiles position, to find Sasha, push him off the angle, and then to not only be able to push out and get another kill, but to delay the inevitable, and also to basically say, look, nobody's pushing stairs, focus up on lane, and they were able to, despite losing a few of those gunfights, they were able to focus up and find quite a few kills in that lane position, and that really hurt the defensive retake. But now, still plenty of money on the side of the Gothic Knights. NJCU gonna be nice and spread out, not over pressuring anywhere here. No panic yet. Big Nano Swarm could do a lot, but it is shot just in time. And I believe that this B execute will try and go out just as quickly. Let's see if the Gothic Knights adjust a little bit. Suerte with the spam will find YJJ, and already it looks like they want to be playing this a little bit more aggressive than previously. They don't want to give up the site nearly as early. They like to fight this out a little bit more. Suerte, huge blind, makes it 3 on the round. Massive kills from Suerte, but from behind, Jason able to find a 2K, traded back by Justin, and now a 3v1 clutch situation for Noctember. Has to find big kills here. Not able to find Justin early. Does get the headshot, but 16 HP. This is going to be a close round.
Oh, the flash coming on out. Noctember will just about avoid that, but Greedy, again, with that operator, really, really dominant in these rounds, and will secure a 5th for NJCU. Already on 8 kills. The same with Suede, actually. This Omen player been doing very, very well playing around these smokes, using their blind as well as the strength of just the, sort of sitting on the side of these smokes and swinging through on just the right timing. So good to see from Suede there. And yeah, you know, the defensive side already looking very, very strong. 5 rounds to 1 is starting to get a little bit worrying. Obviously, you do favour the defence here. I think you have to favour the defence here on Ascent. But University of Ottawa, this being their map pick, I'm expecting them to come out with not too bad, not too shabby of a half here. But right now, being 4 rounds down and losing so many of these afterplants, it's a little bit worrying here for what is their map pick.
Yeah, for sure. You could always have to be worried when you take a huge round deficit on your map pick, but hopefully that's not getting to them too hard right now. Right now it's about mental reset and just figuring out the strats, right? This isn't the time for big overhauls in your planning. It's just, hey, what are we doing that's not working? And full reset, let's get back in it. But NJCU, I mean, I talked about it, they really struggled on defense yesterday. To see them come out here and take a 5-1 lead very early on and just really put the pressure on their defensive side, that is a great thing that I'm seeing from them. And honestly, I look at that and say they really could convert this into a lot of map wins, because they play exceptional on attack. So to see them really adjust how they were playing yesterday to play just way better on defense, I love seeing that. I love seeing that adaptation, that the changes that they bring to the table to really edit how they were playing. I feel like I just said the word change in 5 different ways. I'm a living thesaurus. But yeah, no, a lot of good stuff I've seen from them so far.
Yeah, I would agree with you there. Oh, Suede spots the arm, I think, of Overrider sticking through. The flash comes through and completely out of position, caught with no ammo in the mag. Suede will be caught off, and it's another B-site hit here from Ottawa as they swing on in. Now, the Killjoy is here in the backside area, and I believe they just don't have any utility up and available to defend. Sasha will only be good for 1, and Ottawa will start to get their hands on some of these rifles.
This is big because right now they're in a 4v3 situation. This is the first time that they've really had a man advantage in the post plant, or at least a comfortable man advantage where they have enough players to watch these different sightlines, but I think at most they only have 2 rifles, which is really not what you'd like to see. But JCU gotta play this a little bit carefully because there is still a player in main, and while he's 4 HP and only holding a classic, you can never underestimate a late round flank. Huge shot comes out for Greedy Vicus, and Justice one is there, completely eliminates the man advantage. Serial will find another. YJJ is gonna pop the ultimate, trying to secure this round at least, but not quite there in time. We'll find one. I don't think there's enough time.
That's actually it. That's huge from YJ there, as they secure the round single-handedly with that Hunter's Fury on hand. They only get 1 kill with it, but it's enough to deny that spike defuse. And what a brilliant little setup they had there. And I like that from Ottawa. If you saw in that retake, in many of the rounds before, they've had all of their players stuck in these bomb sites. That doesn't give them much room to maneuver. It doesn't make it easy to find trade angles, and it also means that most of the time your opponent is going to be looking in your general direction. You can't sort of catch people out from behind or shoot them in the side of the head. But that round they had a player in towards B main, and they didn't give it up too early. YGG just played the long game and went for that Hunter's Fury play, and what a perfect play it turned out to be.
Huge eco gamble stack here from the Gothic Knights on B sites. Not going to work out in their favor. Whoa, nice spam there from Overrider. Cleans up seriously Serial. I believe that was the only player on the defensive side that had a rifle, which, I mean, that's not what you want to be losing. It should be recollected here by Justin, but still, you know, you lose the player that you were hoping was going to have the most impact. 5v4 retake here from the Gothic Knights.
Does find one. Noctemba did find a response, but there's two players that they're able to pick up those weapons and maybe do something with it. They do actually have the lockdown available, and all four of these players are stuck towards the back of the site. If they chose to invest it, that could be huge. I think they're going to err on the side of caution. There goes Sasha down 4 on 2. Sweaty on 22 HP. What can they do? Justin is good for 2 though there. The lovely spray control. But Sweaty cannot follow it up. And that'll be University of Ottawa picking up their 3rd round and making this half look a little bit more believable for these guys. As, yeah, 5-3, much better of a scoreline. Potential force of an even half or a 7-5 scoreline. So much, much better here. I was a bit worried when they struggled to get their first round there on round 3. But they're doing all right at the moment.
Yeah, and I mean, it's an anti-eco, so you hope that they can pick up that round, but the fact that they were able to do it in a efficient manner, they really didn't drop too much there. They got the plant down, they held the post plant well. You know, other than a few kind of unexpected plays from Justin and from Greedy, which you kind of have to expect when you're playing a team that's doing this well this early, I think that was played really well from Ottawa. But now, a very slow B stack. Let's see how far they can get up without making any noise. They're going to pop the drone, which is going to give away their location, but I don't think it'll signal a rotation yet, but I think that will start to do it.
They have spotted out this Omen towards the back of site. Sweaty. Oh, the nade doesn't quite catch them, but they should know where this player is. It is good for 1, but that's the KO. It's not going to mean anything as those 3 defenders are all that's left to take on the 5 players of University of Ottawa in the site. Cake has been revived. Very, very strong, that KO ultimate. And YJ towards the main position. Oh, Greedy actually wins that duel and going to be going in and towards this bomb site. It's 3 on 4 right now. We've seen them win these kind of player disadvantage before. The flash is good. Drone to go on overhead. They've got to start finding some kills. The time is running down. And it's going to be Serial to lead the charge. Jason's found 1, and that's Justin already gone. 2 on 4. Are they going to choose to save this? They found Justin. 2 on 3, but there's just no time on the clock at all. Serial's good for a 2nd. Serial's good for a 3rd and a 4th. But they will have to run away as the time is up. The spike will explode. University of Ottawa, although they lose all of their lives, they do secure themselves a 4th round.
Yeah, and I'm really not sure how big of a win that is for Gothic Knights in terms of economy damage, right? Because I mean, Ottawa's going to be able to buy into this, I believe. They might have a couple players on a light. Yeah, which, I mean, that's good. I mean, you know, you're really looking at potentially putting the other team in such a disadvantage that you might be able to win this round with 2 rifles, 2 bulldogs, and an SMG because of the fact that the other team's on a light buy. But Jason has knives, they're able to buy in their team, so I mean, I'm looking at it and say, yeah, that 4K, it's great for the economy, but at the same time, you know, Ottawa Gold, they're going to be in this round fully.
Yeah, they really have, you know, they might be light on a little bit of util, and technically their jet is relying on those knives, but I think that's more than enough for this team. The economy damage is not quite there, but what that does mean with that 4K is that if they can win this round, it's going to be a much faster path to breaking the economy on the other side. Now Justin instantly dropping the Hunter's Fury. Might tag, well, that's a lot of tags. There's 3 players towards that A main. Yet again, we are going to see NJCU play off of this A bomb site. They want to play for the retake. UO Gold instantly getting a player drop there. That was long. Cake does respond with 2, and that is beautiful. Justin with 1, Sweaty with a 2nd, and it's 4 on 2. 1 player is still down. Justin follows up. It's 1 player left. It's Cake. They're trapped out by the lockdown.
Yeah, so they denied that flank really well, but that... Oh, no, if this lineup hits, I don't think it'll have time.
It's too late.
Oh, no. That's so unfortunate for UO Gold, but at the same time, that was a really nice-looking retake from NJCU, other than how the flank panned out. Greedy, Vicus, and Serial, they were able to get 1 with a beautiful flash and updraft. I mean, that was nearly textbook. That's how you want to see it run in dry run, so to see that, you know, on live server, beautiful, love to see it. But let's step back a little bit and look at it overall. The flank didn't go too well, but NJCU reacts accordingly. They put the pressure from heaven immediately as the flank is coming in. It's just the timings are so good from NJCU. It's what I love to see, right? If someone's pushing from the flank, there is instantly going to be pressure on the backside. And seeing that kind of really good timing line up between players shows that not only are they communicating well, but they have a lot of time together played, not only in the server, but dry running, scrims, and tournament experience. And it really does show in how they play. Because, I mean, Ottawa Gold, it's not like they're, particularly losing a lot of gunfights or struggling to use utility properly. They're doing a lot of the things right. It's just a matter of NJCU. It seems like they've been doing all the right things for a lot longer, and therefore it's a lot more polished.
Yeah, I think NJCU has a very clear picture of how they want to go into these retakes, what utility they want to use, how they want to combine their utility to deny these kind of hiding spots in these after plants. So NJCU definitely looks the more put together team. But again, we've only seen their defense so far. UO Gold might surprise us when we do swap over. So there's only a couple rounds left of this half. There's every chance that UO Gold can sort of even up this map.
And look at the space controlled by Gothic Knights. They have 90% of the map. They know that they have to go A.
So much control from NJCU, and perfect timing when he swings on through and finds two, looking for a third. Justin will follow up. Justin will follow up again with a second. There's just Overrider left. Yet again, NJCU just finding those perfect gaps in UO Gold. They go for that spike plant, and then they just seem to be so vulnerable that short few seconds after the spike is down, they're not watching the angles properly, and it was Swirly was able to slip through the gaps, find a couple players, but basically draw all the attention on towards themselves, that Omen in towards Heaven, and then Justin's able to walk through the door, find 2, and NJCU secures 7.
Yeah, and I mean, once again, I think that it was so beautiful the way that they played that. They're sitting there and they're going, hey, this team likes to play fast-paced, so where are they right now? So they start taking space. They take B main. They secure the midpoint. They've got everything locked down. They're like, oh, they have to be going A, and that's where we see Suerte's able to swing out with 100% confidence, knowing they have to be coming from A main. Justin's right there for the refrag. Sasha's there swinging out. Everything just goes so much better because of the fact that they have all this information. Yeah. They know where they have to come from. They know it's not coming from tree. They know where the attack is coming from. But here, we actually see a little bit of a gamble stack B that ends up going against them in their favor.
But what this does mean is that they're all together for this retake. They're not going to lose any players. And we've seen how good NJCU is when they're on even footing in these retakes. Override, a bit of an overextension there. Serial will drop them. Swirly finds Jason, who just picked off their teammate, and it's a 4-on-3. This retake looking like so many of the other retakes that we've seen here on Ascent. So favourable for NJCU. Blind as well. Justin will find the kill onto YJ. Noctember does have the utility down, but both this Killjoy and the KO are set up towards long. Do they have enough utility to deny this plant forever? I don't think they do. That utility's going to be way too late. The plant, the defuse will come through, as that KO nade fracture is not quite enough, as we will see the half end 8-4 in favour of NJCU. University of Ottawa Gold falling behind just a little bit here. Again, it was on the attack. It's quite challenging to win the half on the attack. So this being their map pick, I'm looking for a very strong defense to come out from this side.
Yeah, for sure. But and I mean, I think that round really does accentuate what I meant by one team is doing the right thing, the other team is also doing the right thing, but one team has been doing the right thing for a lot longer, and the other team, it seems like, is struggling to put it all together. Like UO Gold, they had the plan there, right? Yeah. They go into site on their eco, they clear out tree, they take tree control and get the trade on the player tree, get the plant down, and then we're gonna play lineups because we're on an eco round. And for the most part, they did that correctly. But NJCU's ready because they have more people in tree ready for that. They trade up to therefore have more of a man advantage, and then they're able to retake effectively because of their man advantage, and they are so quick with their retakes that the lineups just can't help. really, really well played, beautifully executed. It's a great showing of both utility and also of understanding of what's going on during every asset of the game. They have a very good knowledge of how things are going. But here we see NJCU just quietly waiting A main, just hanging out, waiting for something to happen.
They know exactly where these players are. They've got 3 players stacked towards A, 1 player flexing off that middle area. It does look like Ottawa knows. They should know that, especially with that knife being destroyed as well. There's enough players here that JCU's waited so long. In comes the take. They get blinded, they get flashed, and it's UO Gold this time. They're coming out on top. 3 kills to 1. Overrider will find 1 before being dropped by Swede, and Swede completely left alone. Noctember will knock them down. And UO Gold secure the pistol round here on their defense. Pretty vital round for them there. If they hadn't managed to pick that one up, they were looking at a huge round deficit. But they pick it up, and hopefully they should have a cleaner round 2 than what we saw in the first half, because it was pretty scary how many of those sort of Marshals and Spectres fell into UO Gold's hands when NJCU was on the Spectres. But here in the second half, we'll see if they can play it a little bit cleaner. 4 Spectres and a Sheriff, and plenty of opportunity to secure 6.
Already, mid control being gained. They like taking this mid control, which is very different from how they played this map yesterday, but I think they've read that UO Gold prefers to lean away from this. Serial finds the first, but immediately traded by Overrider. Greedy Vicus trying to get shots onto the Sova CT, does a lot of damage, but not enough to finish the kill. Shock Dart goes out, swings with the Spectre, not a whole lot of shots landing, but a good headshot. There's a lot of damage being dealt, just not a lot of kills being secured, and just like that, all that damage will combine in one. Overrider and Noctember get 3 by themselves, and I believe Jason was the one there with the 4th, and you could see just consistently doing damage during an eco round is great, because once they swing in, they've got pistols and very low HP. What do they need to do? I mean, really the only way that you can succeed on an eco round is to overwhelm people with firepower and basically say there's more of us and there's more HP points on our side going against less of you. You may have the better guns, but we have more guns. And when you're consistently doing damage.
What also helps is those classic right clicks. The RNG on those, if they all land, you can get some very, very nice pickups. Now, one thing I will just quickly mention there, we saw that I believe Jason has already brought out the operator here for UO Gold. So that's a huge investment, especially for round number 3. You know, you're usually playing a bonus here, but they've decided to opt in to that operator, and it might be the one to get first contact here towards A long.
Yeah, I don't think they're expecting this at all. Seriously, Cyril expects, you know, an SMG, maybe a Marshall or a Deagle holding that, and then just gets cut down in one shot. Now what's the plan?
Well, with 2 players over towards the B site and this KO playing so safe in towards middle, it looks like UO Gold is not going to gamble anything just yet. All the players for NJCU are leaning towards A position. A couple of players coming up that cat, and slowly we do start to see the UO Gold pull their Killjoy over towards A. Now, Jason cannot get dropped here. The economic damage that would happen if this operator falls into the wrong hands would be terrible. He whiffs a shot, and Cake unable to find those players coming up cat, and NJCU do have the site.
That's a big kill from October, though. That now means that there's another rifle in the hands of UO Gold. So they've secured a little bit of firepower advantage here. And with this man advantage, they could convert this into a great retake. They deal with the turret. They've got to deal with this person behind Generator, but Justin's right there in support, and that's the op dead. The SMG's not going to find much. Justin finds the second. October's able to find 1, but Justin will make it a 4K in spectacular fashion. Justin is playing out of his mind today.
20-7 right now. This is a player that's had a few huge rounds, but also just been very, very consistent. You know, they've actually got more kills than there are rounds in the game, so they've been doing very, very well to make their presence known here on Ascent, and certainly a very, very strong performance from the NJCU side is partly due to how consistent Justin has been here. Swede not too far behind, to be honest. This Omen's been doing very, very well as well, and the KO, I think, although they haven't necessarily been providing the same level of kills as Justin, the utility from both KOs, to be honest, has been really, really nice. They've been catching a lot of people out with those ultimates and 0 points. Overrider will take contact on that Killjoy turret, and they'll decide to fall off afterwards. Serial Oh, he does have time to get that orb. Jason swings out a bit too late. And seriously, Serial opens up the round. A 9 and 6 right now in a 5-on-4.
Yeah, man advantage secured. And for the most part, the Gothic Knights, they've played pretty well in these situations where they have man advantage, right? They tend to convert these into effective trades. They're also going to pop that KO ult just to really shut down any possible utility that could make that man advantage weaker. Swing out with the SMG. Cake will be there as well. Sasha will drop. That's your KJ down. That's unfortunate, but Justin's able to find a trade on the YJJ, so they maintain the man advantage for now, which is good. You hate to see kills go one way without a trade back, but the Gothic Knights maintain that 4v3 man advantage, so this retake will have to come from some effective team coordination here from the last 3 players on UO Gold.
He finds another shot. I think that was also through a smoke. Justin dropped as well, Swerde, and it's just Noctember here in a 1-on-2. Greedy is sitting towards the left-hand side of the main, and Noctember would have to kill them quickly to make sure they're in with a chance at defusing the spike in time. That will not happen. Greedy picks up yet another kill, putting themselves to 15. And NJCU break the double digits, 10-6 right now. And after the first couple of rounds, they had a little bit of a stumble, but round 3 and 4 they managed to secure in good fashion. And holding on to this operator as well for Greedy is looking good. One of the things that maybe UO Gold would probably maybe want to look in for future maps not to do is probably buying that operator 3rd round. I would say it's a mistake. It's too much of an investment into a round which you're already at a weaponry disadvantage, so perhaps not the play for the future. Forced onto these sheriffs, they are going to be pushing out middle and seeing if they can get as much damage onto NJCU as possible. YJ walking up very, very close. Sasha's here to deny it, finds 2, but Overrider will finally shut them down.
Yeah, so that's a big pick to find. You lose 2 players for it, and you've lost that man advantage, but now you've secured yourself a rifle, right? And during an eco like this, the best thing you want to do is secure yourself a chance to win the round, right? Obviously, you want to try and do economy damage. You want to try and, deny the plant as much as you can. You want to try and do all the right things, but at the end of the day, getting a rifle into the hands of someone who knows how to use it is really important because you're giving a player a chance to make a play, and that's what Cake has right now, a chance to make a play. Greedy Vicus, though, finds Noctember. Early op pick coming out, and I mean, they've just been so successful on the op that they have to respect it. Suerte is able to find Overrider, and just like that, Suerte in the back lines is able to get the flank and find both of the remaining defenders trying to retake. And NJCU, they push it to 11-6, 2 rounds away from a map 1 victory, and Ottawa Gold, they are really struggling to maintain good space on defense.
Well, I liked what I saw from NJCU that round. They charged up in towards A after seeing that contact from middle, but they actually, rather than challenging that cap position, Suerte knew their teammates could get in towards that bomb site, close the door, and then they could play the lurk role, coming up cat quite late and securing the kills on the players with those picked up weapons. So a nice decision there from Suerte to hang back and go for the late flank. NJCU yet again leaning towards his A site. Now, Jason does have this operator again. Didn't work out so well last time. I think they only got 1 pick with that weapon. But if they can find a few more on these A site entries, perhaps that site might be able to be held.
You should run.
All right. Attacking KJ ult goes out. I think they're just going to wait for this to secure some space, because then they know that Jason's isolated in this position if he's still on site. So, they have good information here. Knife's going to come in. That'll deny a dash ability. Flash will come in as well. They know that he's back there. Look at that perfect utility clear. They know that he has to be there. Now Suerte is going to be up in heaven. Throws out the blind. They can just spam this.
So tight.
I mean, if Suerte had been able to make it through that, that would have been magical.
The KO ultimate and the lockdown combined coming into this retake should be huge. Serial can be running back off the site. Cake has found 1. It's 3-on-4 for the retake. And these players, there's 1 lockdown. There are actually all 3 of these players for the attack is stuck towards long. 1 player is coming up cat. There's a player, Noctember, in position. And they're just going to let the defuse happen.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I really don't think they expected the stick to come out so early, but I mean, when Ottawa Gold's got that much of a space advantage on a site, you have to go for it, right? You can't not take the advantage that's handed to you. Now, we are going to see a timeout called by Ottawa after winning that round, which is a little interesting. But I think this is one of those things where, all right, we have a little bit of momentum now back in our favor. Now we have to sit back and say, what are we going to do to actually bring this game back into the category of a winnable? Because right now you have a chance, but they need this to be a winnable game.
Yeah, especially, I mean, it's not the end of the world, of course. Being a best of 5, you have the opportunity to potentially lose. This is obviously Ottawa's map pick. If they lose this, they can also lose the next map, which is NJCU. They've picked up Split. And then they'll have Bind, which is their own pick. So Ottawa has potentially another chance to kind of get back in the sort of series, even if they lose their first map pick. There's opportunities down the road where they might be able to pull off a comeback or surprise by taking one of NJCU's map. But it certainly wouldn't be a strong start for them to lose their own map pick. And again, they can only really afford to make one more mistake in the next sort of 5 or 6 rounds, because again, as you said earlier, 2 rounds and NJCU picks up map 1. Not what you want to see at the start of your series.
Definitely not. You never want to drop the first map in any, series style of match. Best of 3, best of 5, best of 7. Doesn't matter. You don't want to drop the first map. You lose a lot of momentum in that case scenario. And then, you have to battle back, right? Every map you get after that, or I shouldn't say every map. The next map you get after that, you're just evening the playing field. So you always want to take that first map. You always want to make the other team work to take the advantage away from you. Just like you really want to win pistol round in terms of, map by map basis. You want to make the other team have to fight to take the advantage away from you. And NJCU, they've done an excellent job so far of making that. They've maintained round advantage pretty much throughout this entire game.
Yeah, it's also one of the things where there's a little less stress, there's a little less pressure on you if you're up sort of 2-0 or even just 1-0 in a best of 5 series. There's so many more maps to come that you can feel a little less stressed about the series and how you need to perform. These KO knives coming in, preventing a lot of these pushes. Justin's managed to creep all the way up Cat here and might get into contact with Override, who's got the utility out. If Justin swings at the right time, Overrider's gun actually covered Justin on the bottom right hand side of their screen. That is very, very unfortunate. And NJCU making it onto this spike bomb site will get a plant down, and it's the time for Ottawa to show us if they've got what it takes in these retakes. 4-on-4, it's more favourable odds than they used to give NJCU. Can they pick up the round? Not much utility left on hand, but it's greedy in position. Takes one player off of Heaven. Cake really cannot afford to swing through the same position.
Yeah, this is a huge retake potential here for Ottawa. They have to try and get in here and at least make this round close. But Greedy Vicus with the op just shuts down all the sight lines. Suerte's been massive, and Greedy will make it 3. Just sitting in the same spot, just pop, pop, pop. Just shooting pins at this point, just click on heads. Well, not even heads. You're using an operator. Just click on anything and they die.
Very true. The players from Heaven coming out with very, very little utility, and then the Jet just able to sit behind that very spammable wall and take those fights for free. Not quite being traded by those players coming through from Cat. But NJCU currently sitting on match point with a very comfortable buy as well, and many more buys to come. They've got about 8k on a couple of those players. It should be absolutely no problem for this team to pick up the win. Next couple of rounds. Overrider swings out and gets 1, but Jason tries to greed for a little too much, and Suerte will punish it.
Yeah, I really wish Ottawa wasn't giving away those man advantage situations as frequently. Get your 1 pick, get out, play the man advantage. But admittedly, Cake is able to find another pick. So now 4v3, stick together, play for the trades. What I'd like to see here is see either KJ or Soba rotate to one another and play kind of double up. Try and play for those trade situations. Especially when you know how much the Gothic Knights love to play together as a team. You just can't give them these situations where they're playing 3v1 on the bomb site. I mean, look at where Noctober is isolated. Now, Cake will be able to find Greedy Vicus. That's a huge pick to find. Sasha's on site alone, and Noctober able to find Sasha with a shotgun, and Overrider will clean it up with a clean headshot onto Justin. This is within the realm of doable, I'd say. I mean, Ottawa, they're down 4 rounds, but 4 rounds is not an impossible task. The question is, can you get 4 rounds in a row, no mistakes, make this work to bring it to overtime. And that's the thing, you're just bringing it to overtime. That's not securing the game. That's not tying it up so that you can then take the lead. That's just to get to overtime.
Yeah, and unfortunately for them, they're going to be facing a bye from NJCU both this round and next round. Potentially in the last round. They've got to win 3 rifle rounds almost in a row to make their way to overtime. It's going to be a challenge, but it is technically, as you said, in the realm of possibility. NJCU, they're going to secure that ultimate orb towards that A-long position, and then they're going to fall off, play a little bit more safe. And there's been no sort of swings out by Ottawa, which is nice to see. You know, giving up, as you said, last round, those early man advantages, or giving up those early leads, is not really what you want to be doing. And Jason sitting on the angle here, ready, but misses the shot. That's the operator not working out, but they do find a follow-up pick onto Sasha on the reswing.
That's a huge pick to find. I love the re-aggression. You know, you miss your first shot, but you know what? I'm going to peek the same angle, but I'm going to peek it a little bit tighter. Greedy Vicus, though, finds the pick mid. That's why JJ down. That's a huge person to lose. That's your mid control completely gone. Now you have to work to either regain that or to contain that. And that's difficult, especially when there are players B main. You can't play around the switch position. You can't force those players out of market position. Serial's going to find one. Greedy Vicus with another. Now it's a 2v4 on the bomb site. They've got to try and defend this last second. This is all or nothing here from Ottawa Gold. Huge flash comes in. Doesn't get Noctember. Noctember's able to find Serial, but the trade's right there from Tuerte, and they're going to be able to pick up that down KO, which means it's all now on the singular KO of Cake, and Cake's only able to find one before being dropped. Jason finds the final kill, 13-8 on Ascent. Our first map will go to the Gothic Knights.
And it's well deserved, I've got to say. The Gothic Knights looked really, really strong on their defense with all those excellently done retakes. I think they ended the first half 8-4, so very, very strong performance from them. They're starting off on Ascent. And although Ottawa did show some really good signs as well, their just afterplants weren't good enough when they were on the attack, and then their defense just crumbled a few too many times. And Ascent will be going the way of the Gothic Knights. So 1-0 up in the series with their map pick next to come, Neon. It's looking really good for them in this series already.
Yeah, they look really good right now. They looked good on attack. They looked good on defense. They looked a whole lot more well-rounded compared to yesterday's performance. And that really does show a lot of good signs from them. But as we move on to map 2, this is their map pick. They'd like to continue to take this momentum in, bring it to 2-0, make it a comfortable lead. That's what we'd like to see from them. That's what I guarantee they're hoping for. But we'll be right back to it after a short break.
Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you?
about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? When you know, when you touch, when you feel, yeah. When you know, when you touch, when you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. When you know, when you touch, when you feel, yeah. When you know, when you touch, when you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I wanna know your dark side. I wanna know your secrets. I wanna be your lifeline. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Tell me you're more than just a highlight. Pretty pictures on the outside. I hate to stare at you through these lights. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh. This ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. This ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial.
Welcome back, everyone, to Map 2 of the Emergent Division Finals. I am joined yet again by Neon. Hello, Neon. Welcome back to Map 2.
Hi, everybody. How's it going? We're getting ready for the second map, and I mean, this second map's going to be interesting because this is NJCU's map pick after they played what I would say is a pretty dominant map 1. I mean, sure, it was 13-8, it was close, but every round felt like they were nearly in control, and it really felt like Ottawa had to steal quite a few of those rounds away from a very confident Gothic Knights defense or attack. So going on to their map pick is very interesting, or will be very interesting. This map's going to be split, which I'm curious to see how the operator will play on this map, but I'm also curious to see how Ottawa will react and how they'll adjust around what NJCU is doing, because this is a very different map compared to Ascent.
Yeah, it may be that we don't see the Jet, because on a map like Split, it's one of those agents that's sometimes flexed on out. And we did see kind of a mirror matchup there on Ascent, where both teams went for exactly the same picks. But here on Split, doesn't look like it will be the case. You've got YJ on the Raze, that's a new pickup as well. Overrider moving off the Omen and on towards this Astra, and we're going to see Jason on the Fade. Jason previously was playing the Jet, but now going to be on the Fade, the newest agent, newest addition to the Valorant roster, and certainly a very strong one at that.
Yeah, Fade can be super useful, especially on a map like Split where Sova really does struggle. We've seen a lot of teams do a lot of different things with the lack of Sova being prevalent. Some teams just try and force Sova on this map. They try and make it work. Other teams tend to lean into the kind of Sky, Breach, even like, you know, KO. They really lean into, okay, we're going to flash a lot. We're going to use a lot of space controlling agents, things like that. We're going to use a lot of raid nades. Some teams we've even seen have brought like a Viper and an Omen and just tried to kind of, you know, for lack of a better word, over control the map. They use a ton of site blocking to try and get rid of all the problems instead of like with a Sova on a typical map where you locate the problem and then you shoot the problem in the head traditionally. So Fade brings a kind of interesting dynamic where you have some space clearing utility, but you also have some information finding kind of similar to KO, and it's very precise information like Sova.
Yeah, well, we've also we've got a couple of differing elements. I believe we should probably talk about this. So Sasha going to be on the Killjoy. I believe they were also on the Killjoy on Ascent. I could be wrong there. And Greedy has also swapped off the Jet. Again, Split, not a very strong map for Jet. Still viable, but there are better picks. And Greedy has moved on over to that chamber. Now with the nerf to his trademark, only having one of them, not necessarily the strongest pick, but certainly offers you more value than a Jet does for the teleporting away. You can do it, I think, 6 times in a round. Someone calculated that, which is gives you a lot of escapes, and with the trademark as well, you can really provide some good defense and utility for your team. Sweaty going to take that first contact, does find a dink. It'll be YJ that comes out on top. Greedy with the shorty though, has found Overrider, and with plenty of shots loaded, he could be good for more. Not ready for the player to be in the corner, knocks them so low, but Kate will find Greedy. Seriously has found the trade, but it's YJ going to find Sasha in towards heaven. Looking for a second as well, the spam going out on both players so low, and YJJ able to find one. Jason follows him up and secures Serial, and that will be Ottawa picking up the first round of the game.
Yeah, I mean, that was a gritty round there from Ottawa. You know, not the cleanest execute, but I mean, it just came down to, can we win these gunfights? And they weren't clean gunfights. They were messy ones, but they managed to, squeak it out and make that round work. I really did enjoy the style of defense with a much more kind of bait and switch, but it just didn't really work because Ottawa was not overcommitting to any one position. They were taking the fights as they were given to them. I like that style, and hopefully we'll see more of that from Ottawa on this map. I mean, this is a map where those gritty close-range gunfights, they happen a lot.
Already getting a lot of contact towards middle here, and Fade, as you can see, leaves those trails behind the players that she does spot. Jason gonna be forced off by the paint shells there. We'll still probably be able to see those trails and knows the players have backed off towards this B-Heaven area. Serial with just 50 HP is going to try and run away, but the Astra pulls them both in and they're completely executed. 2 players left for NJCU, and Ottawa looks pretty set with a second round on the board. Both players going to be coming through from this CT area for the NJCU side, and they're going to struggle to get onto this bomb site.
Yeah, this is one of those situations where they really hope that they could get some explosive things going in mid, really try and, surprise them, but at the end of the day, I mean, you're kind of expecting aggression from somewhere on a bonus round like that. You're expecting one of 2 things. You're expecting aggression, or you're expecting kind of ratty plays where you've got someone sitting in a kind of awkward spot, kind of, I don't want to say baiting, because it's not baiting when you're on an eco. You're trying to secure a kill so that you can steal a gun, or so that you can make it a little bit easier for the rest of your team. And it's not like you're baiting another player. You're sitting in a corner waiting for someone to fall into the trap that is a classic right click or shotgun, shorty, But either way, that style is kind of expected. So a great reaction from Ottawa there mid.
Yeah, I mean, if they were able to, just get a couple of lucky headshots there, and secure Greedy, or maybe even just really strong there on Ascent. If they've been able to secure them with a Vandal, that can open up an entire round, and they have managed to secure a Phantom here. Euro Gold as NJCU. They got a bit confident with all the weapons. They just tried to aggress, and they only were good for 1. Now Justin is here on this B, so we've seen how strong this player is on the defensive side, and I think they racked up like 25 kills in the last map on Ascent, so very strong performer, and needs to be kept an eye on, as the rotate's actually going to come in here from UO Gold, and they're going to head on around towards A with 3 of their players. There's only 1 player for NJCU on the defense here, and they might be able to catch him off guard.
Yeah, I really don't know how much I like that solo aggression, because you're basically just gifting them a rifle. Now, if you can go crazy and get 3 kills, that's great, but this really
30
isn't the
seconds left.
round to be doing that, because no matter what, you're relying on catching someone off guard. And why are you trying to catch someone off guard when you can just shoot them because you have the better weapon, right? You know, I much prefer to play these bonus rounds a little bit more traditional. Plays like that are great in certain rounds, but these types of rounds, maybe not the best. But the plant will go down. 4v4 retake now. Things get a little bit more difficult for NJCU now. Again, there is a rifle, or at least one rifle, in the hand of Ottawa Gold here. YJJ going to be the one holding down this elbow position. And with the nade and the alarm bot, or not alarm bot, excuse me, the boom bot going out, a lot of utility to deal with. Swings with the SMG, but it's not enough for Greedy Vikings. 2 beautiful headshots, and Sasha's right there in support as well. That's 3 quick kills, and just like that, not only is the rifle gone, but the site's secured. They can start to try and defuse this bomb. The SMG spray is not going to be enough. Justin will clean up the final kill, and despite a little bit of a misstep in B main, or at least in my opinion, a bit of a misstep, NGCU, they clean up that round excellently with another beautiful retake.
Yeah, now they're able to win out that bonus round, which is very, very strong for them, of course. They didn't lose too many players. They get to hang on to these expensive rifles. But it's also not too bad for UO Gold. You know, they won the first 2 rounds of the game. They went into that 3rd round without too much expended. And they're now able to buy up pretty much everything they would like here in round number 4. It could be that a couple of those players are a little bit light on util. Can't see if Jason and YJ have managed to build to sort of buy up everything. But they're looking pretty evenly matched, these 2 teams here in round number 4. Greedy able to teleport away from that tracker. Member here was in the perfect position, and yet again, Serial caught off guard, going a little bit too aggressive. Justin is in position to trade, but only good for 1, and this B side is almost completely open. If they can just smoke off this heaven position, it'll be a free plant here for you a goal.
Yeah, they're going to choose to go for the safe play with the wall, which is something that, you know, some teams really are not a big fan of. They see it as a little bit of a waste of utility, but, you know, it's one of the things where if you need it, you need it. If you don't, you don't. Plant will go down. 3v4 retake, which is a lot more uncomfortable. Greedy only having that op, not a whole lot of space being maintained. Cake can also play around this broken wall very effectively here, just kind of bouncing back and forth between covers. Sasha going to be the one trying to hold down that position. Swerte finds the first one in October. Greedy trying to swing with the op, but it's not quite there. Sasha finds a second, but Jason and Overrider right there with trades, and it's all on Swerte now. Has to go huge, finds one, nearly the spray transfer, but Jason's right there, and UO Gold, they secure their 3rd round, and already they look a lot more confident on this map.
It was a perfect gravity well as well from Overrider to pull that chamber back. That tour de force is so good at clearing those angles because of how wide, you know, you have the scope, and you can just walk in slowly and take the sort of body shots with that operator hybrid gun. But UO Gold surviving with just 1 player, it's still a good look for them, you know, considering this is not their map pick, and they've just come off losing their own map pick. You know, they've not let that affect them too much. They've come in swinging, and they're going to be able, hopefully, to pick up round number 5 as well, considering they've got the strong economic advantage here. The aggression very quick in here, but YJ not quite able to get deep enough. Will not be able to check this angle, as Greedy has picked them off already with the headhunter, and Cake has found 2.
That's huge here. The res comes out as well. YJJ will be right back on his feet. And now, 5v3 in this post-plant situation. This is a really comfy spot to play this round. You know, you're going up against an eco. The weapons are a lot lighter. I mean, this is as comfortable as Ottawa could be, as long as they really don't, you know, throw away their lives here and waste a lot of good rifles in the process, lose a lot of utility advantage. This looks like it's going to be a great round from the UO Gold. Just gotta hang on here. Flash goes out. Doesn't find much. There's Zero trying to find that elbow positioned player. The only player with a rifle has to play this right, but Overrider lines up 2, and Cake will find the 3rd of the round in elbow. 4-1 for Ottawa Gold, and they are already... I mean, I said it last round. They look more confident, but not only are they looking more confident, they're looking more comfortable, right? I mean, they're taking space freely. They really don't have any worries.
They're taking space, and the key thing I think for their attacking side is On Ascent, they were able to get onto those bomb sites very, very often. It wasn't like they were getting shut out of their rounds early. The problem was their afterplants were not very strong, and we've already seen a couple of real nice afterplants from them, where they're playing, for example, over towards that A area. They're playing towards ramp with a couple of players, towards A main with a couple of players, and that means they have these nice crossfires and these lovely angles where they can take out their opposition from an advantageous position. As a B take comes in very, very quickly here from Ottawa Gold. The nades and everything going to be going out very, very quickly. Bit slow on actually entering the bomb site. Suerte in position, gets 2, and almost good for the third, but Cake will finally find a trade.
Yeah, that's a huge 2-piece of kills, though. Suerte found a lot early there, but 2 trades right back makes it a 3v3, makes this very winnable, and Jason, who's been excellent so far on this map, is able to find through the serial, but that ultimate is going to do a lot. This is going to push them out of a lot of common angles. Are they going to be able to wallbang this? They are! The lockdown is destroyed. Oh, no, that's so unfortunate, and Sasha's not able to find Cake. That's a huge misstep, and now in a 2v3 retake where they know that a player is B main, and they're going to be in that comfortable position, and look at how great this wall is as well. It denies so much. Sasha has to clear so much, but Greedy's able to find October. Now it's on Sasha. Finds one onto Cake. Swings onto Jason. Finds the kill. Huge round from Sasha. Nearly a big misstep with that ultimate, but at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter. It gains them enough information that they can find their way onto site, get the required peaks found, and get the bomb defused.
Yeah, a little bit of, I think, a mistake there in some of those crossfires, not quite set up in the right position. So Sasha was able to take them all down one by one, winning all of those gunfights just with their aim, and very, very strong performance from those 2 players in Sasha and Greedy on that retake. And we saw some nice retakes from them before, so it really shouldn't be a surprise for us. But Euro Gold still leading this map here on the attack. It not being their map pick, it's a good indicator for the rest of the half. All 5 players stacked up outside A. There's only 1 player for NJCU in this position. Cancel that. Greedy has committed the teleport over towards A. Last game they were so lucky with these shots through smoke, but they won't find any this time around. Not even any damage as of yet, and Noctember going to be first into this site. Walls off the CT area. Greedy will be stuck. Noctember finds the entry on Sasha as well, and UO Gold have the bomb site.
Suerte seems to be somewhat knowledgeable of this player lurking mid, and that ultimate will confirm that there is indeed a lurk. YJJ will clean that up. Only the shotgun to work with, so honestly YJJ can just kind of relax in this rope position and be a constant threat in the back of the mine, but overcommits. Suerte gets taken out, but a huge flurry of trades as Cake and October find 2, but immediately the trades back and forth, and now it's just Jason in a 1v1 versus Justin. The 2 names that start with J against each other. Flash comes out, but Jason wins a gunfight. Beautifully played. Just a nice turn and back.
Yeah. Really nice reactions from Jason there to turn in time and only get flashed a very, very small amount and able to take that fight with Justin. And yeah, Euro Gold relying on this fade a little bit here, and actually Cake as well on the Sky. They've managed to secure themselves 5 rounds already. Very, very strong performance from them, even though the buy here not going to be crazy. Of course, they've just come off a loss, and then they've won the round just then, but they didn't survive with more than 1 player, so they've just got a ramshackle buy to handle this round. But hey, Greedy with the Headhunter going to be trying to do as much damage as possible, but Cake with the Guardian will shut them down.
Yeah, and losing Greedy early, one player that not only has been super consistent throughout this series so far, but, you know, also on this map has been a little bit of a bright spot. And again, oh, that Asher utility is so strong. Overrider's able to find Justin, and they may be on weaker weapons, but they're also going up against a very hard eco buy, which means that, you know, they still have the advantage here, and their utility usage has been so pristine on this map as Overrider's able to find another, but doesn't expect Sasha there. SMG now picked up. What can they do with this Spectre? Seriously, Serial big from heaven finds Cake, but Jason, so consistent with that rifle, is able to find Sasha. Now it's all on Serial, alone with the Deagle. Trying to find some space. That's a very creative eye up there, but it doesn't end up fighting too much. Noctember going to be supposedly the line of first contact. YJJ on the peak, but seriously, Serial, there's just so many peaks. This is quite literally a triple. You know, every player can peek you at some point. Noctember is the one to finish it up. And, you know, that's a big eco. You don't expect NJCU to win that, but I was really expecting something a little more creative out of their ecos.
Yeah, it was a good attempt, but Eurogold keep up their momentum, and they've pushed themselves up to 6, already showing a very different side to this team than what we saw over on Ascent. And I think these teams, maybe they got the map picks the wrong way around. Eurogold doing a lot better here on Split than we saw really on Ascent, and so both teams have sort of picked the wrong map here. You were saying that yesterday. You saw NJCU do very, very well on Ascent. I believe they picked it themselves anyway. So perhaps these teams didn't do quite enough research into each other to find out how good they were on those maps. And just as a little bit of a reminder, if, for example, Eurogold do pick up this map, then we'll obviously be going to, I believe it is Bind as the 3rd map, Haven as the 4th, and then Fracture as the potential 5th.
NJCU, I remember yesterday, played really well on Bind. They played a whole lot better on attack. They went up 10-2 on attack, which on Bind is very impressive. It's a very defensive side of that. But then they nearly went to OT, so they struggled a lot on their defense. But just based off of what I've seen today, it looks like they've cleaned up some of their defensive struggles, but here we are on Split, where again, they're struggling to put up some defensive rounds. So maybe they just really workshopped their Ascent this morning. They really went over their notes. But either way, I will be very interested to see what happens if we do end up going to Bind. Again, Astra utility being a big part of this attack. We've seen so little Astra recently in the meta, but when she's played, it really does seem like they know what they're doing. Huge flash through the smoke, and that's going to confirm the first kill from YJJ. Suerte with 1 refrag, the Cake's right there as well. This is just such a fluid attack straight through A Heaven. Nobody expects a full A Heaven attack out of nowhere. Beautifully played so far. The wall to split up the players. Now seriously Serial in an awkward situation. Greedy Vike is just trying to desperately be there with the op to support, but the plant will go down on site in the hectic chaos that was that early round.
And now we see yet another retake from NJCU. They're a player down. We've seen this kind of situation before.
I've got your trail.
Will be scouting out. Won't find much. They do deny that entire Sky ultimate there. Those cabbages been knocked right out of the sky, and Cyril is trying to go into it as possible, but does get the pick on Dejation. That's used Greedy now remaining. With Justin in a 2-on-2. These are the two players you want in this kind of situation. Noctember's found 1 half HP, but Greedy needs to find this kill quickly and get the defuse out. Is there time? I don't know. I think he should have it here. Got it halfway. 0.51 seconds. Greedy just able to pick up round number 3 there for NJCU, and Eurogold, wow, they're going to be a little bit upset at that one. Noctember could have just waited a little bit longer before walking out wide there, and they would have had the round in the bag.
Quite literally half a second.
Yeah.
Yeah, but man, that was a really impressive Heaven take that I don't think I've ever seen a full Heaven rush, at least not in that manner. Usually, okay, you have a mid lurk with it, or some people go main. No, they put all 5 players Heaven. Very impressive. But meanwhile, looking at the buy quickly, there is an op on defense, and then I believe 4 Spectres. Yeah, that's a buy you don't see too often.
Yeah, there's a lot of faith in Greedy there, who obviously was able to save it from the last round. The rest of the team unable to buy much more than this, but it's Greedy on this B side, able to get the first kill, able to get the 3rd as well, and a 4th, a 3rd for himself, make that a 4th for himself, and Greedy in the right place at the right time pulls off a lovely quadra, and Eurogold's lead starting to slip away.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of those situations where you're like, yeah, well, that's why Greedy Vicus has an operator and everybody else has Spectres, because Greedy Vicus on the op is explosive. And we actually saw a very similar style of attack from Eurogold there. It just, instead of the A Heaven take, which is a little bit more unorthodox, they go for the more traditional B Heaven rush. Which did not work out nearly as well, because Greedy Vicus, trying to play in that B main situation for that B main aggression, is just ready for it and just pop, 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 4 people dead. Easy dub. And Eurogold now on a really harsh eco.
It's not looking too hot for UO Gold right now. YJJ can be very aggressive though, and somehow able to knock down Swirty with just the shorty. Couple of more follow-ups. Justin's found 2 already. That Vandal coming in very, very clutch, and YJJ now with his teammate Jason in a 2-on-3. I'm not sure if NJCU, the Gothic Vikings, I don't think they know that Jason is actually round this corner and has come up here from ropes. Oh, but the turret will spot him, and Greedy Vicus has turned around.
That's so unfortunate. The spike not in their hands. Not great weapons. A Bulldog, which, speaking of which, I feel like this entire game has been a game of ecos, right? I mean, we've seen so many Spectres and Bulldogs. It's kind of ridiculous how much these two teams have had to save throughout because of, you know, how much they want to try and force. You know, one team is trying to force their way back in. One team is trying to force the issue and maintain their advantage. So, you know, I understand why both teams have felt the need to constantly go with the best weapons that they have available to them. But Sasha will clean it up. Now 5-6. UO Gold, they did eco, so they should have a full buy here. But meanwhile, on the flip side, I don't actually know if the Gothic Knights will have a full buy even after that round. Now, they might be able to buy up Suerte, but there's going to be at least one Bulldog in play.
Well, they might. I mean, Justin does actually have enough to give Sasha a gun here, and it is actually the last round of the half, so it would make sense for them to drop that Bulldog, and, you know, maybe Justin could very kindly pay for the Phantom or the Vandal for Sasha, but they're not going to do it. And they do actually have 4 ultimates available though, so I am not worried about the utility level here for either. 4 available for NGCU, 3 for UO Gold. Greedy wants to swing out there, but it is flashed off the angle. The Astra Wall, the Cosmic Divide, will be huge. Actually, as YJJ finds Greedy through the Cosmic Divide. The nade going to come on out, deny the plant. Once the utility's been burnt, they're going to go back in. Oh, it's a lovely Brimstone Orbital Strike, and it's going to do so much damage. Overrider dropped, and YJJ taken very, very low.
Yeah, just like that, you got a player on 10 HP. Suerte's going to clean up YJJ almost instantly. And now, with the combination of that Defender KJ ult and the beautiful uses of both a Brimstone, a Chamber, and a Raze ult, they're going to have full control of the spike. And now it's a game of, how can we try and reclaim this site? I mean, this really looks like it's going to have to be a 6-6 half, despite the fact that, you know, Ottawa looked dang near dominant at the beginning of this half.
They looked really, really hot at the beginning of this half, but that steam has sort of run out a bit now.
30 seconds left.
NJCU starting to re-establish their position as the top dogs. Swerde has found a pick, and it's just Jason in a 1v4. Now, it is the fade, and potentially, you know, that there's an opportunity to pick up a couple here, but Sasha will deny it, and the half is even 6-6 as NJC. You're about to swap over to the attacking side.
Well, now we get to see if the reason why NJCU picked this map is because they are just really good at attacking on it, which, and by the way, I mean, quite a few of the teams, even at the prominent tier 1 metas, the few teams that do really like to come to Split, a lot of them do it because they're really good at attacking on Split. Split is, at the end of the day, still a pretty defender-sided map. So even if you really struggle with your defensive side, as you see with NJCU, it's really not too difficult to throw up 4 or 5 rounds on defense without even trying. So if you really know how to attack Split, if you've got some really good strats that are just going to guarantee you some rounds, you know, going to Split is not the worst thing in the world. That's something that we see a team like Sentinels do, actually, in the Tier 1 team. They like Split for a specific reason, or at least they used to like Split. Things have changed a little bit previously. But, of course, they used to really like Split because they were really good at attacking it. But Cake will open us up with a kill onto Justin. That's a great opening pick to find. Got your heals and your flash is completely gone. But the plant will get onto the site and go down effectively. So it's going to be on Ottawa Gold to try and retake all this space.
Overrider shut down almost straight away, and the retake for Ottawa Gold already starting to struggle. Jason is good for 1 though, and that's probably enough here. It's the 3v2. Ottawa shouldn't be taking these dangerous fights out in the open, and the 3v2 has been turned into a 1v2 as YJJ, the last player alive for Ottawa, will be dropped as Greedy secures yet another quadra kill. And NJCU secure the pistol run here in the second half.
Yeah, and I mean, talk about an attacking strat. They just run through A main, clear out everything, effectively get the plant down, and then they decide we're going to 3-stack run through CT up to heaven to basically confirm that there's not going to be any heaven players. And then I actually thought during that, I was like, wait, did they plant for heaven? But then I was like, wait, no, they didn't plant for heaven. What's going on here? It turns out they just took heaven because they really wanted to take heaven, so good for them. But now, bonus round here, good opportunity for them to really push the issue here. Kate's going to be once again find the opening pick, but Greedy Vicus with a almost instant trade on the YJJ, and just like that, an early 4v4.
Yeah, one player for Ottawa Gold looking very low there. In fact, a couple of players very low, and Sasha has managed to get on towards this site. The spike will be going down. Greedy is holding towards this B position, and Noctember will swing right on into the chamber.
One enemy remaining.
More for Greedy.
Oh.
A fourth for Greedy.
Let him get
and
it.
potentially on for the ace. Only 70 HP to the name, so could be shut down here by Fade. Oh, gets it with the lovely accuracy of the hipfire. And Greedy Vicus, 23 for 7 here. We've just gone into we've just finished round 14, and this player on 23 kills. That's a greater than 3 KD. That's pretty impressive here. You know, this is the emergent finals. This is the hardest match they should be facing in the entire season, and Greedy Vicus, he is showing up.
And I will say, I mean, yesterday, Greedy was incredible on the upgrade. He really did perform a lot, but by no means was Greedy this dominant throughout the entirety of the game. It was like 1 every 3 rounds, Greedy would get a beautiful 3K with the op, and you were like, wow, Greedy just won that round. But here, I mean, Greedy is downright dominant, not just with the op, but on the pistol, with the rifle, doesn't matter. Greedy took his Flintstone vitamins this morning. He is feeling it as we move into what should be a good round here for Ottawa Gold. This should be their bonus, but Sasha gonna get the first pick just walking through B main, finds a rifle for free, and could potentially signal for an easy plant. Justin's able to finish off YJJ as well. This just got really awkward for Ottawa out of nowhere.
5 on 3, and Ottawa Gold is got to pull off a miracle retake here.
Where are you?
The guns that they have, it is certainly possible, but Greedy Vicus already starting to shut that idea down. Turned into a 5-on-2. Noctember and Jason, the last 2 players alive for Ottawa Gold. Jason swings off, spots 1 in Swade, but Greedy Vicus is already set up behind with the tour de force. Will shut them down, and Sasha secures the final kill. I'm not sure how Sasha was able to get all the way onto that B site and kill Overrunner from behind, but that was the opening that NJCU needed into the round, and they have now, I think, had 7 in a row there. That is a spectacular scoreline for them. They went from down 6-2 to up 9-6. A very strong performance from the Goth Knights here.
And I mean, and I'm really starting to think like that was a bonus round that went flawless in favor of the team that started with SMGs and Deagles. Now, I do think that they might have had 1 rifle, and obviously they had Greedy's ultimate, so they had the operator, but Greedy did not find the opening pick. Greedy was actually more influential during the post plant. So the fact that they were able to get on site, get the opening pick, secure heaven control, get the plant down, all with SMGs and pistols against a full rifle buy was incredible. Very impressive. I love seeing this. Now, Sasha already kind of poking, prodding that B main entrance yet again. The B heaven position is what's getting pressured the most. But again, with these pistols, Ottawa Gold just, they can't press these issues.
YJ caught off in that off angle there, not able to make anything happen with it. It's too far to fight with the classic there. And yet again, Ottawa Gold in a 5-on-3 with, well, even less chance this time as they just have pistols to their name.
Spike planted.
Yeah, if they couldn't do it with rifles against pistols and SMGs, I really don't see how they win this the other way around. Justin on the lurk finds Kate still rotating. Greedy with the op cleans up Jason. This is a story you've all heard before. NJCU, they are so disciplined in these executes. They are efficient with their takes, and they're just really solid once they get a rhythm going. And here we're seeing it. You said 7 in a row. I think they want to make it 8 in a row. Potentially, yes, it will be a flawless round yet again. And look at the scoreboard, right? other than Greedy Vicus going 26 and 7, that scoreboard is even. They are all showing up to this game.
It's literally just Greedy Vicus coming up huge to make the round gap so huge. But I mean, you were talking a little bit about how, why would you pick Split? Well, maybe you've got a really, really strong attacking half, and I think that is the case. I think they're on 4 in a row so far, putting up some big numbers already here on the attacking side with no sign of slowing down. So NJCU certainly got this map on lock right now. They've made it to double digits, making it 10 and 6 right now. Very similar storyline, kind of to what we saw on Ascent. And realistically, they've just got 3 rounds left potentially in this game when they can take it to a very comfortable 2-0. And that's where you start to get worried for Ottawa Gold. They then have no more chances, and they have to win every map from there on out to pull off a crazy reverse sweep. Now, we're not quite there yet, of course. They still have a chance to bring it back here on Split, but so far NJCU looking incredibly powerful on these attacking rounds.
Yeah, they just look so dominant. And again, you said it perfectly before. They were down 6-2, and all it took was a little bit of a switch up, and boom, 8 straight rounds on the board in what feels like an instant, complete dominance. It's almost like I can't even remember what Ottawa was doing when they won those 6 rounds, because I'm looking at it, I'm looking at the scoreboard, I'm looking at the rounds, I'm like, I don't remember any of that. I've only seen NJCU go absolutely insane, because that's what it feels like they're doing. They have complete control over this map. They are so efficient. It's wonderful to watch. It's like a machine. The clogs turning in perfect order, and right at the helm, directing it all. Greedy Vicus with that off. It is so hard to get anything past that dominant performer on the operator.
YJJ in their own hand at the operator and will secure first blood. That's Sasha being dropped from the side of NJCU, and they got to be careful here. The Gothic Knights, as if they give up too much to your gold like Justin just did there, their momentum might come to a screeching halt. 10 and 6 right now. They're on like 9 in a row, or 8 in a row at least. And well, they've just lost the 2 first picks of the round, and suddenly in a situation where it's going to be difficult to break on into these sites. You've got the Fade and the Sky over here towards A. And Greedy Vicus is trying to look for an opening. He needs to find something to convince me that UO Gold is in with a chance of losing
30
this round.
seconds left.
The smoke goes up from the Astra, but they're running straight on through. Cake will be able to call this, flash on through, and try and see if they can secure some kind of a pick. The spike will go down, but the retake is being set up by UO Gold. They're not overextending. They're just waiting to group up and go into the fight together, but that's a bit of an overextension from Cake. Greedy Vicus will secure a kill, putting it to 4-on-3.
I like maintaining man advantage for the retake, but the problem is you've got to retake against Greedy with the op. Now, they are going to smoke him off. This is going to make his job more difficult, but don't forget about Seriously Serial. He's so efficient, and Suerte's right there. That's what happens when you have 3 of your best players still alive in a 3v5 retake. They're going to perform. They're going to show up. They're going to play efficiently. I mean, I was getting ready to talk about how during that timeout, it really looked like Ottawa had reevaluated, retuned, and kind of gotten back in the groove, and we were going to have a close end of this game. But NJCU, I mean, they played that really well, right? They get in, they get the plan down, they understand how this round is going to play out. They understand that if Ottawa has this much of a bad advantage, they're going to want to just play full 5v3 retake, and so they do that, and they put Greedy in the perfect spot to, be efficient with it.
Yet again, UO Gold being aggressive here, trying to find those first picks. And I like this from them. It didn't work out last round because of some late round decision making they made on that retake. But here, if they can pull it through properly and not walk out straight into this operator like they just did, then they might be in with a chance at the round, as they've shut down and lost any chance here of keeping themselves alive here in round number 18, as realistically they are not going to be able to pick this one up, and they should look to save these weapons and see if they can maybe pull off a miraculous comeback here in this sort of second half area, where they'll be down 12 and 6. Not the scoreline you want to be seeing when you're already down 1-0 in the series.
Yeah, I mean, this is so difficult, especially when you played, so, I don't want to say incredibly, but you played really darn good on your attacking side on a defender-sided map. you expect to be able to pull out some rounds on defense to really, you know, pad that lead that you would work so hard for. But I mean, yeah, we said it a little bit here and there, and you know, the point gets brought back up. NJCU, it looks like they really are just comfortable attacking on this map. They understand how it plays. They must have a lot of experience on it. I mean, Greedy Vicus has 30 kills
Oh my
to 7
goodness.
deaths. You don't have 30 kills to 7 deaths if you don't know the map really well. It's as simple as that. You can't just step onto a server and play against competent players and get 30 kills and only die 7 times if you don't understand how the map plays. Greedy Vicus puts himself in the proper position to get the maximum potential out of his operator every single time.
And it's not just being in the right position, it's also having the mechanics to back that
True.
up. And out of everyone on the server, Greedy Vicus has shown definitely the best knowledge and handle of his agent right now. Doing very, very well. And able to, you know, do perform with the operator and with the Vandal when there's been a few rounds where he's gone huge with other weapons. Which is what you kind of want from a team, because it can be very expensive to bring out the operator every single round, especially if your teammate maybe isn't sort of pulling their weight. But Greedy Vicus, not only they always pulling their weight when they have the operator out, they're also able to pull their weight when they don't have the big scoped weapon. The Marshall, they had an ace, I think, on the Marshall, wasn't it, earlier? So it's still got a scope, but it's slightly less powerful than the operator. Taking this round a little slow, NJCO. I guess they can smell victory, and they don't want to overstep the mark. They just want to take it slow, make sure they win it out here in sort of 19 rounds. And seriously, Cyril, he wants to go pretty aggressive. Oh my goodness, YJJ's found one, but Sweaty with the trade, and Noctember there to back it up and secure what it was sort of individual favour there, as they're currently 4-on-3 right now with a player advantage. Got to get this spike. Oh no, this is a bit of a tight spot for NGCU. 23 seconds on the clock.
Look where Greedy is too. Greedy's basically across the map. I don't think he expected this to be how it went, and now they're going to be trying to run back onto B site, and they're going to be running into the gunfire. Overrider finds one. Justin with the trade, but Cake's right there, and Greedy Vicus able to find one. 8 seconds on the board. Can he land the shots? Only 6 seconds left to do it.
Surely there's no time. They're not going to swing. They're not going to give him the kills. The smart way to do it. Lovely for a model with gold. They get themselves a 7th round. They might be able to deny this operator, and not quite able to.
With $9,000, do you even, you know, at that point you say, yeah, I think I'm gonna hold on to my head and my gun right now, because I know that you're going to be able to buy another one, or just, you know, hit a button on his keyboard and get one for free. You know, don't you just love how Chamber is? I'm gonna be honest, I'm really impressed how dominant Greedy Vicus is with the operator on this map. This is not the easiest map to op. I mean, don't get me wrong, there are very talented players who are going to be spectacular on the op no matter what map they're on. But this is definitely one of the harder maps to be dominant on. Oh, very early attacking KJ all. This is going to clear a lot of space, like a lot of space. Really only backside B is the playable position, but nobody's there. And I think they might have an idea that that's the play. They're going to clear this out very quickly, and as soon as they know that that's clear, Sight and B Heaven is going to be free. They've got a lot of utility to help well, I'm not even sure what the word I'm looking for is. They've got everything clear. It's free. They've walked straight in.
Yep. But we've seen some pretty crazy retakes before. This time it's on UO Gold to show us what they're made of. Jason with the opener, and Greedy Vicus is down. That's a very bad sign here for NJC, who've relied on this player so much. 3-on-2. YJJ has the ultimate out, and it's just Sasha at the back of this site. As long as they check this. Oh, they're not checking it. This is terrible as Sasha gets one, looking for the second, but not quite accurate in the air. Will fall to Noctember. And UO Gold, they're keeping themselves alive here. This is a little bit of a... I mean, I don't know if it's going to result in overtime, but at least it's a strong last hurrah from them here in map 2. Not going down without a fight. They're now in a very similar situation to where they were there on Ascent. 12 and 8. They need 4 in a row to make it to OT, and then they would need to win a couple more in a row to actually win the map. But realistically, NJCU looking like they should pick up map 2 pretty confidently here. They haven't even reached the bottom of their bankroll right now.
Yeah, I mean, they still have plenty of money. Maybe not enough to completely buy in next round, but there you go. You still have the Chamber op. And I mean, at the end of the day, NJCU, they're really not stressing yet, right? They still have a 4-round advantage. They still have money in their pockets. Right now, they can just, you know, play nice and comfortable and calm and just, you know, wait for things to come to them. NJCU Justin will be the first one to find the pick as YJJ drops. Cake getting pressured by some flashes and now down a teammate in that vents position. You get a little uncomfortable there. Greedy Vicus is able to find, was that? No, okay, that was on the other side of the map. I was like, wait, was that through smoke? It was not. That was the A Heaven player, and now A-Site basically free, but Noctember, excuse me, will be able to find a refrag on the Sasha to at least keep things doable.
Very different month, Noctober compared to Noctember. Sorry about that.
Noctember, of course. I'm so sorry.
That's complete opposite end of the year, mate.
My apologies.
Justin will be getting the spike on down. And this does look like it's the best shot that NJCU's got closing out the game in the last couple of rounds. Oh, it's a lovely orbital strike there. There's 3 players trapped on the other side of that. Actually, that's denied a lot of time. The Astral Divide coming in as well from God. They're investing so much in this round. They have to. You know, if they lose it, it's the end of the game. Greedy Vicus. He's on the other side of the Astral Divide, and he is shut down. Swade has found a response, but Overrider's got them as well. It's a 2-on-2. UO Gold have to win this retake, or they're out of this map, potentially facing down a 3-0 series. YJJ going to be going on in with this operator, but so blind. Can they find a single player? They cannot. And NJCU win map 2 again. They go 13-8. That's map 1 13-8, map 2 13-8, and there might just be one map left in this series. This is turning out to be, it looks pretty competitive, to be honest, in some of these rounds. Just no one able to match him from the side of Ottawa Gold, and it's I mean, I didn't even see the score, but then I think it was like 34 kills for Greedy Vicus. That is almost unheard of on a lot of these maps before.
Yeah, 33 kills from Greedy Vicus to close it out. 33-9 with 4 first bloods. I mean, Greedy Vicus was just all over the map, and to be honest, 4 first bloods with 30-something kills is kind of low, but that could kind of show you so many of the rounds. It wasn't that he was opening up the round for his team; it was that he was closing them out. As soon as they got space, Greedy was filling that space and then completely holding onto it. There was no taking it back. Really well played on that operator during the entirety of that map. And now we go on to what should be a little bit more of a comfortable map for Ottawa Gold, but Bind is a very good map for Gothic Knights. They played really well on it yesterday, and I mean, so they're well versed in this map. They just played it. They know how it plays. It could be very interesting.
Yeah, I'm worried. I'm worried for Ottawa Gold here. Although this is their map pick, you were talking about it earlier, how strong Gothic Knights did look over on Bind. So I'm worrying that this series might result in a 3-0 for the Gothic Knights. I mean, although the rounds have looked quite close in terms of the actual difference, 13-8, it's not a million miles away. The dominance has really been showing from the Gothic Knights, and the rounds don't quite tell the full story. But it remains to be seen if this series will be closed out in just 3 maps. It might take a bit longer. We might see Ottawa Gold come back and steal a map from under the Gothic Knights' nose. But we'll be back in a short while with map number 3. See you in a bit.
When you dream, do you see beautiful rays of light shimmering, guiding you through the night? I know it feels like the night's getting longer and light is harder to find. I promise I'll always be there, I'll remind you when you close your eyes. If they set for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out. Even now, laying down hundreds of miles away, I can see you and me like it was yesterday. I know it's not the same, but I'm still behind you every step of the way. Look in yourself and I'll be there, I can guide you. All the love is the same. If they sent for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out.
I need a second to take a breath, to keep me guessing with what you said. You're in my head. We're under pressure, we're sinking deep like stormy weather. Can't seem to breathe when you're with me. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but don't wanna lose me too. So complicated, don't mess it up. Feeling frustrated, it ain't enough to fix a love. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but don't wanna lose me too. rejection. Drop the clutch, pedal to the floor. Turn that kitty pot into a lion's roar. Dream machine, racing queen. I'll take you wherever you wanna go. Let's blow this town, break the speed of sound. Tonight we all know. Dream machine, racing queen. You make my heart beat. You make my heart beat. Dream machine, racing queen. You make my heart beat. You make my heart beat. Red on the highway, blue lights flashing behind me. Dream machine, racing queen. You make my heart beat. You make my heart beat. Dream machine, racing queen. You make my heart beat. You make my heart beat. Dream machine, racing queen. You make my heart beat. You make my heart beat. Red on the highway, blue lights flashing behind me. Dream machine, racing queen. You make my heart beat. You make my heart beat. Started as a whisper, message from a new world I'd never known. Something about it felt like it'd been waiting my whole life. Is this home? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing, and suddenly it feels
Welcome back, everyone, to what could be the final map of the NECC Emergent Finals. This is, of course, a best of 5. We've seen 2 games go towards the Gothic Knights already, and with potentially this being the last map, this could be a quick 3-0 sweep for the Gothic Vikings. The rounds have been pretty close, been 13-8, 13-8 in both Game 1 and Game 2. But it's looked pretty dominant, as I think we had 33 kills from one of the players in the previous game. So it's one-sided in some places and even in some others. So Neon, introduce me. What is happening here on the third map? Where are we going for map number 3?
So we're going to Bind, and Bind is Ottawa's map pick, but just yesterday we watched here on NECC, we watched NJCU play very well on Bind. They at least had a really good attacking half. I've said it quite a few times now for those who've been watching the entirety of the stream, but for those who are joining us, they went 10-2 on attack yesterday on Bind, but then the game nearly went to overtime and it ended 13-10 in their favor, but still, the fact that it got that close is a little worrying. But the point is, they played good on Bind, and because of the fact that it's now fresh in their minds, they're all warmed up, this could be a really dominant performance from NJCU. But of course, Ottawa picked this map, so It could be really close. It could be Ottawa wipes. It could be NJCU wipes. We really don't know. We have some experience from one team. Personally, I don't have as much experience with Ottawa, so I really can't tell you how they play on this map, honestly. But, again, they picked this map. They want to be here. It could be really close. It could go either way. It's completely up in the air. This is going to be really interesting, but what I'm more interested in is Greedy Vicus going to be able to continue the streak of excellent play, right? Because seriously, Serial's been great, Suerte's been great, Justin's been exceptional, Sasha is no longer with us, we're actually subbing in Swahili, so a little bit of a roster change coming in, which is why we had a little bit longer of a break in between maps, so that will be a little interesting, but either way, all 4 of those players have been exceptional, but is Greedy Vicus going to be as unbelievable as he's been the past few maps?
Well, he has got the chamber, so, did a strong performance on the Jet in map 1, but looked unrivaled on the chamber in map number 2. And now map number 3, Greedy is back on the chamber, so a very strong agent for this player, and potentially we could see another dominant performance from them. Jason is still going to be staying on that fade, but a few swap-ups from the side of Ottawa Gold, with Cake, I think, moving off the Sky on towards the Sage. Although YJ is sticking to that raise. Very, very strong pick. I like the raise here on Bind, especially with the teleporters and stuff. The paint shells gives you a lot of area denial. But the real story is going to be about Greedy Vicus and Justin as well. These are the 2 players that have really shined for NJCU. Sweatis had some really good moments as well. So if those 3 players are still on point, we may have just a 3-game series to decide the emergent champion.
Oh, very early utility usage. Look at all that damage, and YJJ is actually going to clean up Swahili super early on. That's a huge pick. And, the damage is not permanent for the rest of the players, but just the fact that they have a huge pick coming basically for free that early on, great usage of the Fade and Raise utility going into round 1.
Orb is going to be taken by Justin. That's not going to really affect anything for a couple of rounds, of course, while they have to get the rest of those points. The flash is ready. Greedy whiffs the shot. Sweaty and Serial, though, able to follow up, find those 2 kills onto those A-site defenders. It's a 3-on-3 right now, and 2 of the players for NJCU taken very, very low. The heal orb has been used on towards YJ. Sweaty, sorry, onto Serial, and Sweaty, as well as the Sky and the Rays, going to be walking out through this Shower's position. They've gone quiet for a little bit, and now they're making their noise again to re-execute on towards this bomb site. The smokes are down, and they should be able to get some kind of a plant, but Sweaty's gone way too wide, and the spike is down in the open. YJJ dinked through the wall, but still with 60 HP, right-click works out. Serial in the 1v1. Are they going to expect Noctember to be this close? They will. And Serial with a 4K in round 1 of map 3. Certainly a strong start for NJCU, and Serial showing up well.
Yeah, I mean, that was a case of, I really liked how, who was it? Suerte decided, hey, I'm here in A short, but my teammates died. I got the refrag. Let's regroup. Let's heal up. And let's explode out through Garage. They did that really well. They did it with good utility. The trades were there. And then it really just came down to seriously Serial winning a close 1v2 where, the positions of those last 2 players were known. They secure that round with, again, just a really nice 4K, great shots being hit. And now this is the chance for NJCU to put already a sizable lead very early on. They can make it 2-0 with this bonus round. It's coming out to clear those angles, starting to put pressure on the B site. It's going to signal a very heavy rotation, but again, the weapon advantage is going to be massive here.
Shotgun's going to go on in, not able to find YJG. Going to walk through, try and find a right click, but no one's really close enough. Serial proceeding onwards with even more kills, able to find 2, not quite finding the 3rd as Jason's right click will be too strong. But NJCU still managed to clean up and keep 4 players alive. Serial getting a bit greedy there, looking for a bit too much. But NJCU will keep up their winning ways.
Yeah, seriously, Serial feeling really confident at 6-1. Almost forced up that rifle in round 3. Maybe saying, let's forget about a bonus. Let's go straight to the gun rounds. But you know, your team is all on Spectres. Let's relax a little bit. Sells that rifle. I'm interested to see, are they going to force up a Spectre to try and be even with the team, buy a Deagle, or go full save with the classic full armor? Either way, looks like it's going to be
Looks they
pretty
are.
much a full save. Oh, but they do have their ultimate available. That could be the play, is pop the ult, run in, or throw a Spectre over here to seriously serial, and then let Greedy Vicus just run in with the Deagle. That's also very applicable.
Yeah, the Headhunter is very, very threatening. So, yeah, there you go. Already done a lot of damage towards Cake there. Anything else, but NJCU already at a player advantage. Jason and the Brimstone towards the back of this bomb site. They try and lay down
Spike planted.
some spray through those smokes, but unable to find. I think Greedy Vikings actually crossed to the other side. And I don't think they're expecting it as he finds one, finds two. Jason swinging in towards Lamps, won't find anything. Cyril cleans up yet again with a follow-up and gets 2 more kills. Cyril with the 4K in the first round and then a double in a second and the third. Doing beautiful work right now. Maybe NJCU's just got 3 super talented players, because it's been a different player stepping up in almost every single game. In that first game, we saw Justin go absolutely huge on the Sova. Was a little bit quieter in game 2, but Greedy Ficus absolutely dominated the entire server for the entirety
The second
of
game.
Split. And then here in Bind, already Cyril off to a wonderful 8-1 start.
Yeah, for those of you who weren't here for either game or game 2, I thought I'd go over. Justin went 25-10 in the first game. Suerte was 20-13, and Greedy Vicus was 21-10. And then in the second game, Greedy Vicus went 33-9, with Suerte being the second frag at 15-16.
Is going to go down, and NJC yet again at a huge player advantage. They're up 2 against Ottawa Gold right now, and Override is just hiding towards this Lamps position with the shorty in hand. No one has checked him yet. Does get taken down by their opposite number in Suerte. And YJ has a judge and a dream.
We've seen some good judge plays from YJJ, especially on the Split early in those attacking rounds, pulling out the judge and just blast packing into sight. But it looks like NJC, they're a little ready for that. They prepped the utility, and Greedy Vicus already with the op on round 4.
Already.
Yeah, making it a quick 4-0 on attack. And this is what NJCU looks like on their attacking side. They are just so dominant.
Yeah, YJ intentionally dying there, of course, so that they can get the full credits from the next round. They'd rather be able to buy up fully than have to hang on to that judge and have a much lower number of credits. So they've got the Vandal out, and they've got the full shields as well. But NJCU, 4-0 already. None of these rounds have been particularly close after that initial pistol. So Ottawa Gold need to step it up. Again, this is kind of do or die map for them. They've already lost 2. This is map 3 in the best of 5. They will need to win every map from here on in. They cannot afford to fall behind here on Bind. They need to make sure they're putting as much work in as possible and winning all the rounds that they can.
Already early A presence, but look at that Showers control. They're really hanging on to Showers back there. But the problem is, you know, NJCU, they're reactive. You know, they don't necessarily walk into situations that they don't like. Their utility usage has been exquisite. So what do? They lock these players in Showers and just go through short, but Overrider does get 1. Not quite traded back. Overrider with 2, not able to make it 3 as Justin finds a 2K on the round, and now a 3v3. Not quite a retake. Plant's not down. Site has not been fully taken, but this goes so far, and Greedy Vicus will open up the 3v3, making it a 3v2 by finding the upshot onto Jason. Octember trying to find space here in the U-Haul, but that's a beautiful nade. Does a lot of damage and forces Noctember off that angle. Jersey Serial is able to capitalize off of that. Whiffs a few shots, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Noctember dropped, and now it's all on YJJ. And just look at how efficient they are.
30
They
seconds
clear
left.
angles so effectively. They use
planted.
their utility to clear things out. I love the way that NJCU's been playing it today.
YJ in the 1v3, it's a little bit too much to ask. And the Gothic Knights will pick up their 5th round in a row. Ottawa Gold yet to get a single round on the board and really struggling to make much of this in game number 3. And you said that NJCU looked very, very strong yesterday here on Bayern. You said, I think it was, they went 10-2 in their attacking half, didn't they?
10-2 on attack. Yeah, and it looks like they'd like to repeat that number.
Yeah, it certainly does, and even potentially even more dominant. And I've got to say, maybe yesterday, the game became very, very close in the latter half. But Ottawa Gold has been beaten down on the last 2 games already. The 13-8 scoreline not as close as they'd like. They're already facing potentially knocking, well, second place potentially in the entire tournament if they aren't able to win this map 3. And Overrider shot there. Overrider follows it up again with a second lovely shot. If you can chain maybe another 1 or another 2 of these together, could be the start of a round for Ottawa Gold.
Yeah, I mean, a great opening from NJCU. Suerte getting the double kill B short and then able to find the opener over on the other side. I believe is seriously Serial. But then Overrider says, you know what, your utility usage, yeah, it's pretty good, but I like to hit headshots. But the problem is Greedy Vicus doesn't need to hit headshots. Bodies are all that Greedy Vicus needs to see, and just, yeah, right down. He's going to finish it. 2K on the round for Greedy Vicus, as well as a 2K for Suerte. And this is just what it looks like. NJCU, they really don't mind taking these gunfights where they prefer to have them. They get right into the best positions possible, line them up, shut them down, and we saw great utility usage again to take that A bomb site in what was, you know, a 5v3. They didn't stumble, right? In a 5v3 situation, they didn't overstay their welcome. They didn't try and walk into site with no utility. They put down the proper smokes. They used the right darts. They cleared things out properly. They did everything by the books. There was no silly business.
Missing a unfortunate shot there on the operator, and there's been no silly business from NJCU, but Ottawa Gold, they just have to land these shots. They cannot afford to keep making these mistakes. They're 6-0 down, and if they don't start making an impression here on Bayern soon, they will be completely out of the series. And Greedy Vicus, certainly not one to go into a round without leaving some kind of impact on the opposing team as they pick up the initial pick, and the 5v4 now over towards this B site. It's going to be a tough retake from Ottawa Gold.
Yeah, this is going to be so difficult indeed, 4v5, and I really just, I hate to see Ottawa Gold play so reactive, right? They've been so reactive, although that's a great ult from Overrider. Going to clean up 1, that does even up the man count here, but now what can they do off of that? Are they going to choose to pop another ult? Yes, they are. Defender KJ ult comes out. They also potentially have an ult from Bade. Cake's able to find Service to Serial while he's trying to retreat. That's how you got to use that ult. Try and find the players as they run away. Greedy Vicus, that's going to be the off the board. That's difficult. Wall goes down, immediately dealt with. Justin hits 1, not able to hit the second. Overrider with the trade.
They're not denying it.
He gets 1. Oh, so close. But it's half. All they need to do is stick it a little bit more, but Swahili Swings doesn't get the shot. They clean it up, and the half was just enough. Just barely able to get those last 2 kills and get the spike defused. They had plenty of time, but the kills were so close to being in favor of NJCU. But finally, Ottawa's put a round on the board.
MVP from Cake there, getting the wall down, and then also I believe it was Cake that got it halfway up as well. So beautiful stuff from them to well, almost win their team the round, pretty much. They need the teammates as well to keep their opposition distracted and provide as much covering fire as possible. But NJCU, their streak is broken. 6-1 the current scoreline. And to be honest, it looks very, very likely that 10-2 score that they predicted could happen as Greedy Vicus finds an opener. But YJ does hit a shot this time onto Suerte, and NJCU haven't got the man advantage that they're so used to having.
Yeah, NJCU, they do lose that man advantage with that op shot, but I also haven't given it away. 4v4 now, and on attack, that's not the worst thing in the world. There's still plenty of space to work with. They basically know if they're walking onto B site that they're going to have the man advantage on this bomb site. The question is, are they going to be able to root out these players? They pop the Sky ult, try and clear out some space. Nade goes out to keep them out of that doorway so they can hop out of the window. Overrider in a very ideal position, but Greedy Vicus knows that, shuts him down with the op, and YJJ not in the optimal position to, retake with that operator. It's not an easy gun to get aggressive with. Greedy Vicus shows VJJ exactly how to use that weapon, but that's a big fade ult. It is going to shut down Greedy Vicus, at least sound-wise, and give away the location. Jason's going to be able to get very close to the bomb, start to get in, and because of the fact they can't hear, he's able to get that one kill, but Swahili is right there for the trade. The calls were good enough, and NJCU go up 7-1.
That was the time for Ottawa Gold to start to make a comeback, but the momentum for NJCU, it only glitches for a single round. It does not falter for any longer than that, as they have secured, as you say, 7-1. They got 3 ultimates still available and a few more rounds as well. I think 4 more rounds left of this half, and there's no signs of stopping, especially when Greedy Vicus is being given kills at the start of the round like that. There's not Ottawa Gold is so rarely able to even up that player advantage or even get a pick of their own that they just really cannot risk walking out into these positions, whether it be outside B hookah or whether it be in B long or A short. They should not be walking out into these positions when Greedy Vicus has the operator in hand. It is far too dangerous, as it's so rare that they're able to win that duel.
Yeah, and I think it goes to show that Greedy Vicus really does show us how that operator is supposed to be played. You put yourself in the optimal position and you hold, right? Whereas YJJ gets a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more mobile. Greedy just sits back, relaxes, finds that spot where the op is going to be the most useful and waits for the kills to come to him. They do 10-4 already in this game. We're barely past the quarter way mark and already at such a high scoreline. But seriously, Serial, hey, has been consistent on those entries, making a ton of space, really pushing the bill. I've enjoyed watching these raised entries significantly. Greedy Vicus has been smoked off on B long, but that's not going to stop him from getting a little antsy over here, waiting for the kills to, yet again, just come to him.
A bit more of a slower paced round here, as no picks straight off at the start, and I like this from Ottawa Gold. They're not giving anything up. They've got 3 players towards this B side. Unfortunately, doesn't look like it's quite the right place to gamble, although NJCU starting to move on over towards this B area. There's a couple of players set up in this hookah position, Cake and YJ, ready to repel any invaders. Unfortunately, this round, it looks like they just have the pistols, so this setup would be wonderful if they had the weaponry to back it up. It's just not going to be possible. Lovely. A quick wall from Cake there will deny any follow-up from the Sky utility, and Greedy Vicus towards long, completely smoked off.
Yeah, but so far, decent here from Ottawa Gold. I mean, this has turned out to be a pretty solid eco. It's down to just 30 seconds. They have all 5 players
left.
Still alive. No. Start heading towards the site. No, they're going the wrong way. There they go. They start to turn around. But Cake, because of that ultimate, is in a terrible position. Seriously, Serial is able to find the first kill. Now, they're going to have to retake. YJJ does find one. Oh, right over 2 big deagle shots. Seriously, Zero finally with the trade, but a 2v2. 12 seconds left. They have to get the plant down, but they're so close. And oh, Greedy only has the deagle and the op. Oh, the plant does go down, though. Ooh. Not quite close enough. Noctember's able to find the right click. That nearly could have been huge from Seriously Serial, but the plant will get diffused, and it will be a 7-2 so far. This is already starting to look a little different from NJCU.
Ottawa Gold were very worried there that NJC was running back all the way around towards that A site. But once they saw the utility investment come in, and with about 20 seconds left, they decided to stick to it. And although they only had pistols going into that round, they do finally come out with a win. And that's their second one of the half. Now, hopefully here with the proper arsenal in place, they've got the operator back on YJ, they've got the rifles out for everybody else, full shields across the board.
You want to play? Let's play.
Some rounds here. They've been struggling the rest of the half. But if there's any time to get around, it's now, as they're so far behind already. YJ a little bit unprepared there on the repeat, and there's a player already in position to knock them down.
I mean, that's a great punish, though. They know the op's there. They know they can only take so many shots per second. Get up in there, get aggressive. Big ult comes out defensively to push them off of the plant. That's going to be another big piece of utility from the Fade. Overrider gets 2 kills, but seriously, Serial makes it 3 on the round, but Overrider has been showing up this game. I feel like we've said Overrider's name way more often this map than anything previously. I mean, Overrider really coming out of left field with a huge app. Another big piece of Fade utility, but it doesn't quite land. Suerte playing in an optimal position, able to find one, but it's blinded by the dog, and Jason will be able to clean up that final kill. And Ottawa Gold putting some rounds on the board finally with some confidence.
It's very, very good to see with, you know, a couple of rounds left of the half. They've managed to secure themselves 3 of them, which is technically already better than NJCU's opponents did yesterday. So there is still a plenty of hope, I think, left in the tank for Ottawa Gold. And NJCU, although they've got to come on in need at the moment, they've really got to make sure that their defense is rock solid, because if there's a few flaws or any kind of stumbling from them, a comeback could be very much in order. Now, I've got a timeout here coming out from the Gothic Knights, and I think it's a well-deserved one. They've had a couple of rounds, the last few, that have fallen out of their hands, and they've got to try and address that before they swap on over to the defense.
Yeah, not to mention, you know, a lot of teams, they say, oh, well, you know, it's not a big deal until the game gets close, but why let them get close? Why let them close this to a 7-5? Take the timeout now, readdress while you have the time, and potentially make it something more like an 8-4 or a 9-3, which is way more dominant, switching onto the defensive side. And like I said, NJCU, they did struggle on defense yesterday. I'm hoping that that experience has, you know, definitely molded their minds and made them think, all right, we've got to readjust how we play on defense. But it's not something that, you know, just goes away. You can't just erase the fact that, hey, on defense on Bind, we struggled a little bit. And this is, at the end of the day, Ottawa's pick. So we assume that they're going to be bringing something to the attacking side. But back into just this half, why not make it more dominant? Why not take the timeout, try and push things into your favor, make it 9-3, make it 8-4, force Ottawa Gold to really struggle on their attacking sides. Why give them any room?
A lot of players from NJ towards this A site. The flank is so quick, actually, for Ottawa Gold as well. They've got YJ right behind. Jason opens up the round with a kill onto Cyril, and NJ is getting flanked so quickly here. Are they going to be ready for this? Swahili will hear the boombot from behind and will try and take the fight. Jason is in a good position, but Greedy Vicus will be in the perfect spot to take them down. YJJ with the judge, able to kill Swahili, and now it's Greedy Vicus on point to shut down in a 1v3. Just 2 players left alive after he drops YJJ, and
I have the spike.
Have the spike. No teleport beacons up, so won't be able to get away.
Oh,
I lie. There was. I couldn't see it on the map, but yeah, no, he is able just to teleport out, and they technically don't know where he is. He is making quite a bit of noise.
30 seconds left.
Walking forwards here. They will hear him, and I believe the Brimstone will have had a few footsteps there and will call for the rotate.
I don't know if they're ready to signal it yet. They do start heading that direction. McGreedy Vicus is expecting the teleport, and not for them to just be ready in CT. Let's see if Greedy's ready for this. I just don't know. The plant won't be able to go down while Noctober's so close. Noctober, excuse me, the shot not there, and Noctober swings, finds Greedy Vicus, and just like that. All right, Ottawa starting to put things back
Last
on the board. I
round in
like
the
the
half.
fast flank. I like the A pressure. I like what they did there.
Yeah, it was a lovely little push from YJJ. It made a little bit too much noise, so Swahili was expecting that push, but wasn't really able to capitalize off it. I think Jason just needed to hang around a little bit longer there and not get picked off by Greedy from the Showers position. But they almost had the round in the bag, and then they had Greedy Vikes in the 1v3, and YJ gave away a quick kill. But luckily, Ottawa Gold still able to come out on top in the 1v2. Greedy Vikes was under too much time pressure and could not secure the run. Early orb will strike, but the slow orb will come on in straight away from Cake. Ottawa Gold. They need this round to kind of make this series close.
I like the fast reactive utility here from Ottawa, right? As soon as the orbital strike and the smokes come in, boom, fade utility, boom, smokes go out in response. They are very ready for this utility usage. They've gotten a lot more efficient with it so far. Not quite the shot from YJJ. Justin will be able to find the kill with the Bulldog, and the site's going to be taken. Plant starts to go down. Greedy Vicus finds one with the Deagle. Cake goes for the res onto YJJ, but it won't really matter as Cake, oh, never mind. Cake is actually able to find Suerte. That's a huge pick, and now things get a lot closer. Cake's able to find a second on the round onto Greedy Vicus. Jason finds Serial, and Justin trades right back onto Jason, but Swahili is there. YJJ finds another one with the op. That res was worth it, but Justin makes a run, a desperate run to get out of that KJ. Flash goes out, trying to swing, but the wall's down. The wall's down. There's no space. Able to find YJJ, but it doesn't matter.
Cake, yet another clutch wall to secure their team. Yet another round in this half, as out of nowhere, Ottawa Gold has managed to secure 5 of the last 6 rounds on the back end of that half. Beautiful stuff from Ottawa, and NJCU just stumbling a little bit. Their attack looked so hot, but then it all just fell apart. They weren't able to get onto these bomb sites without losing far too many players to make the afterplant viable. And now we've heard from you that their defense isn't too stellar, so NJCU might be in a little bit of trouble. It's taken a few maps to put them in this kind of a position, but they might be in danger of potentially dropping a map.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely the position where Ottawa needs to hit the gas, right? They've really got to put their boot as close to NJCU as they can and start kicking, right? Because NJCU, this is probably the most uncomfortable they've been throughout this entire series. Now, no telling if they're actually feeling it in the server. Great shot from Seriously Serial, but now look at the numbers. They flow in. Justin's able to get a trade, but Justin is out of there in an instant. Flash goes out, and yeah, I love this from them, right? As soon as they get that man advantage, back up. Maintain it, especially on the pistol round, just to accentuate your man advantage, because now you're going to be able to do a lot more things with your crossfires. But oh my goodness, look at the map. Look where Justin is.
Oh my goodness.
Or is this, I'm sorry, this might actually be Swahili. I'm sorry. Justin was the Sova on Ascent, but Swahili. Oh, yes, able to get it. That is huge.
B site is completely open though, because that flank has been killed, and it's now Cake and the Brimstone in a 2 versus 3. Now they've just rotated the one player over towards B, and that will be Greedy, sitting over under that hookah position. And these 2 players from Ottawa will start heading
30
towards
seconds
that
left.
A bomb site. And I don't know how much utility they actually have. Justin actually has left here, but if they've got a flash, that could be huge. The flash goes out, doesn't give them any information. A second flash goes out as well. Will blind both of the players, and they have to get the spike down. The wall is down.
Spike planted.
Yeah, these walls have been massive from Cake. I mean, Cake has just been the support legend here with the slows and the walls, but Greedy Vicus is the frag man and finds it with the shorty, and now it's all on Overrider, who's been hitting a lot of clean shots this game, but now has to hit 3 very important shots to keep his team in it. I mean, you win this round, you get this clutch right here. This is massive. Overrider lands one, finds Justin, but Greedy's right there with that headshot, and that's going to be 8 on the board for NJCU and Ottawa. This was the round they really needed.
Yeah, it would have potentially got them completely even with NJ if they also managed to find the SMG round the round after. But that will not be the case, and it'll be NJ pushing up to 8. It was still a close one, of course. I mean, Overrider, the perfect player to be in the 1v3, done so well in this half already. And there was even a few glimmers of glory, I want to say, on map number 2 as well from Overrider, who had a couple of real nice Sheriff plays as well. So has been hitting some good shots all night, but it's come to a great combination here on map 3 that the rest of the team is able to step up here on Bind as well, and they've been putting together some good themselves. So make sure they're not as behind here on Bind as they have been on Ascent and Split.
Huge shot from Greedy Vicus, and it feels like every bonus round that they've had Greedy is on that Marshall, and he's able to just find a beautiful opening pick to give them man advantage, and it's been so consistent. Huge nade does a lot of damage to YJJ. It looks like they're setting up for an execute specifically around this Fade utility, so get ready for a huge potential pop, but the question is, what can they do with the utility and the weapons that they have? And Swahili shuts down that orb as soon as it falls, so now, if you're Ottawa, where do you go? You've got players on low HP, you don't have the best guns. This is going to be a really awkward take, no matter how you try and phrase it, no matter how you try and frame it, it's just not going to work out as well as you'd like. Overrider down as well. Really, at this point, I think their best bet is to just try and go for the kills, try and take some guns away, let it go to 9-5, and then try and get the momentum right back where it was at the end of last half once you get rifles in your hand.
30 seconds left.
Very slow. Only 25 seconds left on the clock, and Ottawa Gold needs to make a move. It is their prerogative. They are on the attack and just burning down the time so much, and out they come from this long. One is dinked,
Spike
but the rest of
down
his team
B.
will be following up, securing all of these kills.
10 seconds left.
Am I crazy, or is he in the teleporter right now?
I think they just...
Oh,
Okay, the player did DC, but they still ran straight past him. Like, they 100% just walked straight past the Killjoy in the teleporter. That is...
They're going to watch this
not
mod and be
something
very
you
confused.
see every day. That is kind of hilarious. Like, even though he DC'd, they didn't check it.
All right, so we're going to take a quick tech pause. Real quick, production staff. Are we going to be setting it to break, or are me and Hano going to be talking? All right, me and Hano are going to be talking for the time being.
Talk.
But yeah, we have a lot to talk about, though, because things have been interesting, right? We see Ottawa kind of claw their way back in at the end of the previous half, but then they lose the pistol. Bonus doesn't go their way either. Now what?
It's a tough position to be in. They are on the attacking side of Bind, so it's a recoverable half. Some of the other, both the other maps have kind of felt like it's just the eventual plod until the Gothic Knights just will eventually win the series. You know, there's been a couple of times where it's like, well, Ottawa's going to win 4 in a row. They've been looking a little bit dicey on a lot of those rifle rounds. They just aren't able to put up the numbers. Whereas for the Gothic Knights, you've got players like Greedy Vicus, you've got also Justin as well. You've got some incredible players that are able to step up in the moment and deliver these rounds. And we just haven't really been seeing that from Ottawa Gold, and I think they're just kind of outclassed on an individual level by a couple of these players. And it would take quite a miracle for them to pull off a win here on Bind. It's certainly possible if they've got some good attacking setups, I can believe it, but it is going to be a real challenge for them, and considering they would also have to repeat that 2 more times on 2 separate maps, that's going to be a real challenge.
All right, so we're going to get straight back into the action, but yeah, to add on to what you said, I totally agree. It does feel like individuality has really come to fruition here for NJCU. They have individual players who are really talented. I mean, you look at every single name on this roster, and you can mention a time where they came up huge and they made a big play. And well, yeah. Ottawa has had some great plays as a team. They've had a couple of individuals who have showed up and made some plays here and there. It just hasn't been nearly as consistently done or nearly as effectively done. But already, all right, Ottawa, they're going to use that time, basically that free tech pause that they get to reevaluate their tactics. Ball goes out. Huge play, but seriously, Serial from behind already on the eco makes a big impact.
Was on 20 kills before the start of this game. I believe they've now pushed it up to 22, so certainly a star here of Bind Cake. A lovely little transfer there onto the head of the Rays, and Suerte try and break this for NJCU at a disadvantage right now as they are in the 2v3. YJJ though gives up a free pick, and there's no trade from their teammates. Cake and are both stuck towards this short position, and it's Swahili that comes out on top. Does he have time to defuse? I don't think he does. And Ottawa Gold has managed it yet again. They've run the timer down, and they're able to pick up a victory. Swahili will escape and secure that Vandal for the team, but Noctember and Cape towards that short, just about able to push the timer to its limit and secure a victory.
Yeah, but I mean, this is the time where you look back and you're like, I don't know, that cost them a lot of money, and now look at it, they've got one player with full shield and the rest on half shield, and the player with full shield only has a Spectre, so things have already gotten really quite awkward on the side of Ottawa. Like, yes, they put a round on the board, yes, they pushed the score to 6-9, nice, but things are still not looking great on the Ottawa side. Damn, right? They're trying here, but Greedy Vicus is gonna open us up with what would you expect other than an op kill?
You will not
Greed's for a little bit too much there and will be dropped, and his player advantage that he managed to secure will be instantly removed by the revive from Kate coming out onto October.
spike planted.
No shower pressure at all. They're going to completely dive straight in through short, which is going to mean that this flank, look at it. There are a total of 3 players on the flank, and Swahili coming from showers is just going to be peeking over that wall. And this really does devalue the amount of utility that this wall brings. Now it's less about how much it's protecting you and how much it's boxing you in. And seriously, Zero's able to find 2. Suerte with the trade, make it 2, make it 3, and just like that, Suerte. What a hectic gunfight and a beautiful transfer from Suerte.
I just, yeah, it's what you were saying earlier, isn't it? Every single player on the NJC roster, bar Swahili, because of course they have only been on for map number 3. Every single player has had a huge moment. In the game 1, it was Justin and Suerte going huge to secure Ascent. Game 2, it was all on Greedy Vicus, dropping, I think, more than almost their entire team combined. And now here in game 3, Seriously Serial able to provide some huge openers, some big double kills, 24 to their name right now, and Suerte and Greedy Vicus also not having too bad of a game either. Greedy Vicus on 18, Suerte 14 for 9. NJCU just not lacking the talent at all, and unfortunately for Ottawa Gold, it's looking like this could be a 3-map series. NJCU has yet again pushed themselves up to the double digits, and there's quite the gap between them and Ottawa. Would be a huge task to close it, and also for Ottawa to pick up a lead. It is possible. Not if they give Greedy Vicus more of these openers. Yet again, they are not learning. The operator cannot be swung. Greedy Vicus will hit the initial shot.
Yeah, they've challenged this off a lot, and Greedy Vicus immediately over on the B site now as well. So, you know, you translate that pressure from A short all the way to B, and look exactly where the attack's coming from. It's coming from B. There goes the dart. Oh, it didn't quite confirm, I don't believe, the 2 players there, but all right, here we go, the double teleport. This might actually have to force a rotation, because what are you going to do in response to this? You have no chance. They've now cleared Hookah. Seriously, Serial can just run straight through. Jason's at a good spot, but look at that. Both those kills that you could have potentially gotten are gone. Suerte holding it down on A is able to find YJJ. Cake's trying to get the plant down, but Suerte is just chilling on site. Great right click from Overrider. Will allow them to get the plant down, but it's still a 3v4, and the weapons are still not in their favor. Potentially, maybe a rifle picked up, but I'm not even sure if they've managed to find that.
No, they are playing very, very far back here, which isn't going to fade them too hard, as no one's in a position to trade Cake. As long as Greedy Vicus swings down properly. Oh, Cake gets the right click, but only one of the pellets hits. Greedy Vicus will pick up yet another kill. So low, but Jason's not able to land that first little classic shot. The Molly lineup is great from Overrider, but Serial's pushed forward so far that he can knock that player down, and NJCU go to 11.
Yeah, I think in that situation, you gotta know that the Boombot's gonna have a player right behind it, right? There's no way you play in that situation and say, oh yeah, no, I'm not gonna get pushed. I have a Molly lineup and I have my ultimate. There's no way they just let me sit back here. It's unfortunate. Overrider has tried his very best to keep his team in this game, but unfortunately at 20 and 15, it's still not enough when you've got players like Seriously Serial at 25 and 10, Greedy Vicus at 21 and 10, Suerte at 15 and 10. I mean, it's so consistent. One thing I've loved watching about this team is there's always one player popping off, there's always another player doing really good, and Suerte has been consistently near the top of the leaderboard, just consistently being one of the better players. Never quite the top, but always near, and I love that level of consistency, because they're not relying on one player popping off. They're relying on at least one of 3 players to do good, and another player to do decent. And Justin, what a shot down to Noctember.
Looks like the execute though will be on towards this B site. They're all jumping on out. YJ trying to get out as deep as possible will know that the operator is in towards the CT area, but scared to push on through the smoke. Swahili setting up some lineups here. The plant will be down, but Swerdy's ultimate has already knocked out Jason. It's going to be a 5 versus 3. NJC, if they win this round, they put themselves 2 match point, and they've got so much utility and bodies available that this should be a relatively painless retake. Cake stuck to this long position. Will have to win a fight, but no one can. It's just one player left alive, overriding from the start of the Ottawa side, but will only be able to find one. 4 players left alive for NJCU, and the Gothic Knights will push themselves to match point 12-6 right now on series point as well. Currently staring down a 3-0. Ottawa Gold is going to bring out something special to win 6 in a row.
Match point.
Yeah, I mean, I have to admit, I would find it really entertaining if Ottawa Gold was able to put up 2 more rounds so that every single map would be a 13-8
Yes.
finish. That would be very, very comforting to my OCD brain. But at the end of the day, putting up 2 rounds and making it 13-8 does not change the outcome. A 3-0 victory for NJCU looks like it's right there on the horizon. And, you know, Ottawa Gold, they're going to do everything to try and stave off that outcome. But, I mean, NJCU, they've just been performing so well.
Every map of this series has looked a little bit more one-sided than the scoreline might say, but 12-6 right now. It's a decent attempt from Ottawa, I've got to say. You know, they do not need to go out of this final ashamed at all. They've put up a really good fight. They've been playing against some really, really strong players, and they've had some great moments themselves. YJ actually able to knock out Greedy Vigus and Ottawa Gold. There's a little bit of a last hurrah going on here as they 5-on-3. They're able to knock out Greedy Vicus and another player from NJCU. Now, Serial has managed to claw one back. It's still potentially possible they can win out on this after plant retake. 3v4 right now. The nade goes in. Not going to find anyone, but forces a couple of players out of position. The timer is ticking. They've got to find a lot of players very, very quickly here. They found one. It's 3-on-3. Even footing. Sweaty will drop in towards CT, but Justin's found another. Justin's found a third. It's just one player left here in towards the CT area, but the timer is so low, and both the nanoswarms will get popped. Beautiful play from Noctember here on the
Justin.
Killjoy. And NJCU, although they get all the kills, Justin with 3, it's not enough. And Ottawa Gold will stay alive for but 1 round longer, despite losing all their players and having a very, well, it's another ramshackle bye for Ottawa Gold.
Yeah, this is definitely not the most scary buy to go up against, but it's something. There is at least a rifle, a guardian, and hey, Spectres can do work. We've seen YJJ perform on him, but I mean, man, it is really tough when you have 4 players who haven't been able to break double digits, whereas on the flip side, NJCU has 4 players with double-digit kills. It really does kind of show out that, you know, it's a matter of kills, but it's also a matter of utility usage, right? NJCU, they've been set up to get all these kills, right? It's been excellent utility, excellent planning, and then on top of that, it's been really good mechanics.
Rare miss from Greedy there, and out comes Ottawa Gold. They're charging into this bomb site. They're all being spotted up. Hunter's Fury drops straight away from Swahili. Greedy Vickers finds one player trying to push on into CT. Now, Ottawa Gold falls off towards his long position. You've got 4 players alive, and 3 of them are trapped in towards Garden. This is probably not the place, but Serial's not ready. He's not ready for Overrun to be pushed all the way down. And another great round from Ottawa Gold. It's actually 3-on-3 that they've managed to even it up. Wally comes on in. Cake is sitting on this bomb site. Are they going to be aware that this player is still here? They're so convinced there's so much going on towards Long, so they might not check it. Cake drops 1. That's Greedy Vickers down. The operator out of their hands. Cake not able to find any more with the Guardian. It's a 2-on-2. The Molly is on top of the spike. They're not going to be able to defuse it. There's more Nano Swarms as well. UO Gold playing this after plant perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, this is the utility uses that we should have been seeing from Ottawa Gold the very first map. And we saw a little bit of it with the KO and the KJ, but it just was never efficient enough. It just was never put together in time before NJCU had run away with the game. And now NJCU, they're going to call a timeout. And by the way, it's 12-8. You know what that means. were very
I mean,
close
you
to
said it
having
as a bit of a
13-8.
meme, didn't you? But
I
it's
did.
so true. Like 13-8 first map, 13-8 second map, and now it might just be the case again.
Please, NJCU, I don't usually cheer for teams ever. I'm a caster. I have to stay unbiased. It does not matter how much I like a team. I am not supposed to cheer, but I really want NJCU to win this round. Not because I want them to win this series, but because of the fact that would be really satisfying.
funny.
In fact, to be fair, if Ottawa Gold had won this map and they had won it 12-8 or 13-8, I would have been just as enthralled.
Yeah.
Like it would have been amazing just as much. But of course, they didn't. So, you know, NJCU, they've got my vote.
Unfortunately for Ottawa Gold, they keep losing so many of these players in these rounds. Their economy isn't maybe as hot as they would like. They've still got quite a few rifles in hand, so I like to think they've still got a very good chance at this round. But it's clearly they're clearly
Oh.
NJCU here is allowing them rounds just so they can secure 13-8, right? Like that's
Wait. Hold on. What is this by? From NJCU.
Oh, well, they didn't have anything, of course. They've lost 2 rounds in a row. Yeah, that's true. They weren't able to save much.
but
off the
they
last
have an
round, so
op.
they've got an operator. Yeah.
And a
They've got an
rifle.
operator. They've got an operator and greedy.
Right here.
And to be honest, that's all they need.
You've got a point.
One player going aggressive towards this A short position. They're going to get a lot of information of where these players aren't. And they should have heard that turret, but they're going the complete other direction. There's going to be no one on this A site if Ottawa Gold decides to walk out through showers.
Slow takes so far. Look how both teams have almost completely avoided each other. This is
Wow.
almost magical. I don't think I've ever seen quite a perfect yin-yang moment in Valorant. And it's funny because both teams are still like tiptoeing around each other. And over here, I love Ottawa Gold is like dumping utility to make this plant, not knowing that the entire enemy team is nowhere to be seen. This is quite funny. But now we're going to
Big
see
flank.
a 5-man flank yet again.
Jason in position. Overrider here for the trade. These kills will need to go very heavily in Ottawa Gold's favour, and they seriously do not. Both players dropped, only getting 1 kill for both of their lives. The timer's getting very, very low. NJC is really wasting a lot of their precious spike countdown timer here. 2 players coming in from each position. The timer's getting so low. I guess just trying to get as many guns out of the hands of Ottawa Gold as they can. Just 1 player left is Greedy Vikings to save that operator. Very worthwhile doing. 1 player will die to the spike. It's an expensive round for Ottawa Gold. To be fair, they only keep 2 players alive. But NJC, they spent so long checking out the back of that B site and investigating that sort of hookah position that there just wasn't enough time to get back towards A and perform a decent retake.
I'm very curious about what the plan was once they got that flag. I mean, they just didn't really put any effort into retaking showers once they were at that point. Very, very interesting to see, especially because they had at that point gained, I believe, 2 rifles, meaning they would have, let me do some quick maths, have 3 rifles and an op at their favor. I mean, that was a very winnable round, and I'm also very upset because that would have made it a 12 or 13-8 finish, and now it's not going to be a 13-8 finish. So now I'm no longer rooting for your NJCU. Sorry, you've lost my bit of confidence, but Greedy, Greedy is very sad that I'm no longer cheering for him, and missed a shot in response. I'm sorry, Greedy. I promise it wasn't like,
He's not ready. YJ jumps right over the top with the judge and will secure the opener. That's the operator out of the hands of NJCU, and they're also a player down. There's no Sage revive for them to even up the scoreline.
I'm very sorry, Greedy. That felt like it was a little bit my fault. I apologize. But either way, Ottawa Gold now 5v4. Oh my goodness, make it a 5v2. YJJ is so proficient on this Judd. Make it a 4th. Make it an ace. Oh my goodness. Wow, what a round there from YJJ. It seems like YJJ was just absolutely tired of losing. It seems like they really cleaned some stuff up during the timeout that NJCU took to try and confirm this game. And now we're at 12-10, which is the exact same scoreline that NJCU was on yesterday after going up 10-2 and then losing a ton of rounds. So Man, we're having a lot of weird crossovers going on here. Are we in a Marvel movie?
Potentially the case. I mean, that was a huge round though from YJ there. An absolute bonkers ace from them. 3 kills on the judge, and then finishing it off at the end there with another couple
Bring them down.
stuff. And quite glorious to watch. But no, a couple of aces already in this series, and it might be a very short best of 5 series. Looking like it's only 3 rounds, but there's still been some incredible moments the whole way through. Swahili set up here with the judge, trying to emulate what YJJ did to his team just last round. But Ottawa Gold, is going to be backing on off. They don't want to walk into that hookah position. They are worried of what might occur.
They respect the judge play.
Exactly.
They know what can happen. Meanwhile, though, Seriously Serial on the other site is also trying to have his own moment with the judge. So it seems like NJCU has finally taken a bite of the poison apple and is just ready to go full cringe.
Ottawa Gold. Very careful not to mess anything up. Seriously Serial though, gonna have to back off. YJ going in with the showstopper, but can't find anyone, and it's Greedy Vicus to find
30
the first
seconds
pick.
left.
This could be what NJCU needs. Noctember does find a response. 4-on-4, but NJCU, they've still got so many players alive and a lot of utility up and available. Greedy Vicus with the tour de force on top of that. They should be able to clear up this site. The drone has found the Sage. Swerty with a lovely shot. It's 3-on-3 as Jason's shut down. Justin 15 down to 9. We're going to have to go for the heal, but Swerty swung out. They're going to go and orbital strike up this A short, but the molly is already down. Greedy Vicus has found
there's a
Jason.
counter one.
It's just Overrider, but he has got the, as you say, the orbital strike as they go for the defuse. He's going to strike it down, but in comes Swerty. Overrider has found one, needs to find Swerty, but can't find it, and I think that might be the round for NJCU. It's already at half, and NJCU will secure the round.
Defenders win.
13-10. It's not quite the identical scorelines that we saw of map 1 and 2, but they do 3-0 Ottawa Gold and end the series without losing a single map.
You know what? They gave me the exact same score as the Bind game yesterday, so I'm perfectly fine with that outcome. But what is a little unfortunate is the fact that Ottawa Gold was not able to put up a map against Gothic Knights, because they really tried their heart out. I mean, every map was close, and Ottawa, they were impressive in their own right, so very, very impressed by their performance. Now, it's just a matter of what does Gothic Knights do with this huge victory, this 3-0. I mean, it really was a very dominant performance from them.
Yeah, obviously they are the emergent division champions. They have challenged everyone in their division and are the kings of that emergent division. So they should be very happy with their performance. A dominant 3-0 final. It was close in parts, and there was some great performances from a lot of the members of Ottawa Gold, but just on an individual level, you could see every single map there was a different player stepping up for the Gothic Knights. It was a really, really strong performance from so many. They should be very, very proud of them. As a team, they look cohesive, and as individuals, they just looked on another level today. So that is the entire series. Gothic Knights are our champions, and in a few minutes, we'll be back with an interview with hopefully one of the players from Gothic Knights. So hang around for a short while.
When you dream, do you see beautiful rays of light shimmering, guiding you through the night? I know it feels like the night's getting longer and light is harder to find. I promise I'll always be there, I'll remind you when you close your eyes. If they said for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find lights turn out. Even now, laying down hundreds of miles away, I can see you and me like it was yesterday. I know it's not the same, but I'm still behind you every step of the way. Look in yourself and I'll be there, I can guide you. All the love is the same. If they send for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out.
I need a second to take a breath, to keep me guessing with what you said. You're in my head. We're under pressure, we're sinking deep like stormy weather. Can't seem to breathe when you're with me. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but don't wanna lose me too. So complicated, don't mess it up. Feeling frustrated, it ain't enough.
Welcome back, everybody. We have with us Greedy Vicus, the MVP. I would like to say, I mean, my idea of MVP for that series, star performer of map number 2, and an absolute god on the server. Greedy, how do you feel having just won the Emergent Division?
I'm feeling
of
really
the
good.
NECC Valorant.
I'm feeling great. My team's right here. They're sitting with me. We're all in the same room as always. You know, we were hyped when we won. We had our coaches watching and stuff like that, and yeah, both teams are really good. Me and the op was kind of just plowing through them sometimes, but yeah, it was a good game.
Yeah, are you always with your team? Were there some fist bumps going around as well?
Oh.
Was it a big celebration?
Yeah, we actually play at the college here, and we have all the PCs set up. We play right next to each other, so it's like
That's sick.
the feeling of being there together. It's nice actually winning something like the team.
Yeah, it must be a lot of fun. Neil, have you got a question for our star player here?
Well, I will say, on map 1, it was Justin who was showing up and performing, and then on map 2, you just absolutely went off with the operator. Then map 3, it really felt like seriously Serial showed up. Suerte was always right there near the top of the leaderboard. Is it always like that, or is it always kind of bouncing between who's the best player? How do things usually go with your team in these leagues?
It's usually all of us have our shining moments in each match we play. Like you said, like it was kind of like Justin and then me and then Seth and Sai. So like, yeah, my team is just really good, and yeah, we just perform. We just pick who's gonna go on top. You know what I mean?
I like that.
That
I like
sounds
that.
amazing, yeah. And one thing I do want to quickly ask, like, what were your expectations going in to this series? I mean, have you played Ottawa Gold before? Did you think it was going to be a tight series, or were you expecting such a dominant 3A performance?
So before this, we had nothing on them, so we didn't know anything. We were going in completely blind. We tried to check out some of their stuff, you know, from the matches before, but about that, we kind of just went in completely blind. We kind of expected we were just told to do to do what we know.
Well, you certainly did very, very well. 13-8 the first map, 13-8 the second. A little bit tighter on the third, but still a very, very strong performance from your team and from you individually as well, especially that map 2. That was such an impressive performance from you. Congratulations on winning this split, the Emergent Division. I hope you're very, very happy with the result. And, you couldn't have had a more dominant final, really. You could have played some more maps, but 3-0, you've got to love performing that strong. So thank you for coming on for this interview, and thank you for playing throughout the whole split. We hope you've had a wonderful time. And Neon, unless you've got any further questions, I think we should be saying goodbye to Greedy.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for having me, and good luck to all the teams that are playing that. Oh, sorry.
Oh, I was gonna say I have one more question. I have one more.
Okay, one more. Okay,
What's
cool.
next? What's next for New Jersey City University? Where are you guys going next? What's the next plan for y'all? How do you want to go forward, moving forward with your team? Where are you going here?
Last semester, we kind of played D2, and this year we dropped D3, so we're planning to shoot for D1 next semester and dominate there.
I think that's very possible with the caliber of your team. But yeah, anything you wanted to say, Greedy, before we wave goodbye to you?
Just GG's, and good luck to all the other teams playing, if there's any.
Yeah, there are a few more games on today. So thank you so much for joining us, Greedy. And from all of us here, thank you so much for joining us for these Emergent Finals. Neon and I are going to say goodbye now, and we will be going to a break before the next game of the day. Thank you so much for joining us, and enjoy the rest of the games tonight.
Started as a whisper, message from a new world I'd never known. Something about it felt like it'd been waiting my whole life. Is this home? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing, and suddenly
you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah.
I wanna know your dark side. I wanna know your secrets. I wanna be your lifeline. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Tell me you're more than just a highlight. Pretty pictures on the outside. I hate to stare at you through these lights. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh, this ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. This ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. Can't scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Can't scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh, this ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. This ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. I need a scarecrow after what you did. 'Cause all of the birds know that I'm almost dead. I'm barely breathing. I'm barely awake. You left me in pieces. There's no more to break. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. I need an angel after what you did. 'Cause you were the devil, you messed with my head. You lied to my mother, you lied to my friends. You said that you'd be there, but this never ends. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just
The Titans have clashed, and now we're down to 2. This is the NECC. We're in our national stage, and now it's the Valorant Finals. We've reached the penultimate point, and we've got Hawaii Black versus Northwood on the board. That is your number 1 team from the Champion Cyan division of Hawaii and Northwood, who went all the way through undefeated as well. But I think they managed to lose in the finals. I can't recollect that correctly myself, but I'm excited to be here. My name's Infernosis, and I'm joined by my great friend Mick.
Yeah, welcome everybody, and even then, I mean, I'm just excited as you are. Talking about these Titans, talking about what we have to provide here today. Talking about these two teams overall. Obviously, it's been a very long road. By the time this season started, I was still in college, and now I'm graduating off and on. So, it's been a very, very long road, not only for, everybody involved, all the viewers involved, and even then more so the players and coaches that are here today. And, this is what all it's about. It comes down to this final straw. We are in the Champions Division. Everybody else being division champions, but you can't really be the champion unless you're in the Champions Division. So, this is going to be the top dogs we're seeing today, and I'm excited to see it.
Nationals must be working. If the top dogs of the top division make it to this point, something's got to be set in motion. But speaking of setting in motion, where's that motion going to take place? Let's go ahead and take a look over at our map bands to see what's on the chopping block. I know for a fact there's two at the very beginning, one that makes me sad and one that makes you sad. I am very upset that Northwood took out Fraction. I know you are upset that Hawaii take out Breeze, but I guarantee you every single Hawaii fan is not upset whatsoever because they are terrible at the map of Breeze. Consistently, it's their worst map, so they get out of that ban phase very happy. But then we're heading over to Ascent, Icebox, then Haven, Bind, and Split. Very solid map lineup, very easy order to go through, and I don't see any complications for either team here.
I don't either. Quite honestly, this is the most kind of static map lineup we could see overall. It's really going to sit there and start to showcase the likes of each one of these squads and what they can do just to the maximum potential, knowing that it's not going to be any crazy plays. It's not talking about painting a picture. It's not talking about maneuvering around the map and constantly trying to alleviate attention and really put your opponent on guard. It just comes down to straight up gunfights, winning, trading, and succeeding. And honestly, that's all it comes down to. You see a lot of other divisions, you see these players trying to get crazy, trying to use these little curveballs to be thrown into it, which, these guys here in the Champions Division, they're straight shooters, and their map picks show that specifically.
Yeah, we're going to have to see how this one goes down. I mentioned the Titans clashing off, and that's what it's going to be. Let's go ahead and take a look at the Titans of the side of Hawaii. It's Tested, Cold, Kumabi, Prefix, and Mikey. They're actually a fairly older roster, upperclassmen-wise. They got 3 upperclassmen out of the 5 you mentioned before. You graduated, and unfortunately, I think we're going to have to say goodbye to a couple of the Hawaii players as well when they graduate, or if they have already graduated, considering the time of the year that we're in. Nationals allows them to stay for just a little bit longer to compete here for the NECC, but Hawaii has an amazing roster. They have a really solid shot here of taking this one, but they're facing off against another insanely difficult team of Northwood. Dallas, take us through these players.
That's going to be Tyler, Rip, Benji, Ali, Forbosa, and Dip. And as you can tell, all these players on the opposite side of the spectrum, nothing but freshmen across the board, except for Tyler being that one sophomore. But it quite honestly doesn't matter. Nothing but underclassmen. A very, very young, fruitful roster. And this is exciting to look at, knowing they made themselves come this far, being in this division, and still just being just at the very, very start of their collegiate career. They have a very, very long road ahead of them, and honestly, they are more than excited just to make it to the stage they're in right now.
They've reached the precipice of where it is to be in collegiate Valorant, and now, with a completely underclassmen roster, there's so much more they can climb upwards, and so much more they can innovate the game as a whole here for Val for collegiate. I'm really excited to see how this one goes down. Can Hawaii go out with a triumphant ha-ha? Or will they fall from the hands of Northwood? We'll have to see as we head on over to our first map of Ascent, and we take a look at our agent bans and agent pick phase, I guess I should say, to see what we're bringing to the table. Northwood, somewhat static, a very normalized standard setup for them. Burbs on that Jet. Would not be shocked to see Dip pick up that Sova, despite the nerf. Sova still extremely strong on this map. We got Benji over on that KJ. We got the Omen and Ollie, and Tyler is hanging out there with the KO.
And once again, just as I mentioned earlier, straight shooters here, not really twisting things up when it comes down to the agent composition, trying to play it straightforward and make sure that you get your point across. Running the initiators, either whether it be double initiators, so that's Sova and the KO, because it's typically what you see, and there you go, on both sides it's already being eyed. We could be seeing also a mirror matchup, just right off the get-go to get us started here today, as we know that the Jet is going to be the only duelist being brought in. KJ being that substitution. Sometimes we see a chamber being brought out to hold down the middle of the map, have that easy rotation capabilities, but as it stands right now, nobody wants that. They feel like they should travel as a group, they should stay together, and if anybody's going to lurk, they're going to pay the price if they really fall short.
Really aggressive teams, Dallas, like to actually bring out the Reyna as well. One of the great teams that does that or has done that before is actually Houston. They really like to rock it with at least 2 out of their, what seems like 13 rosters that they have to their board. But Hawaii is a team that can be aggressive, but also really likes to take things slow. Tested is one of the best Sovas in the collegiate scene, and unfortunately, as their senior, may not be in the collegiate scene for much longer. They'll move on to bigger and better places. Comey is phenomenal when they play the Omen previously, but also on KO can really hold their own, as Cold can supplement that Omen role on this map, because their main role of typically hanging out on that Viper is kind of being supplemented because you don't need those walls on this map of Ascent. And then, of course, cannot discount Mikey and Prefix. Prefix is an amazing gunner on that duelist. And Mikey, you'll see getting frags, even though they're on the KJ. It's quite interesting to see the way that they like to play it. But the problem is, you're playing on the attack first. And for a fairly defensive-oriented lineup that this agent selection is, that could create a lot of complications going forward when you need to push onto these sites.
And you mentioned aggression, talking about these two squads and just generally the entire competition as a whole, knowing that it's a mirror matchup, that the aggression warrants itself on the defense and the attacking side. Sometimes you're okay with giving up the site, you take your KJ to take the hits there, get all that damage off the board, and you make the exchange for the retake. Make sure to use that double initiator once again to the fullest extent. Problem is, the double initiators are going to do too much with Dip already locked in on site toward Foothouse, getting swung on almost immediately.
He's got the frenzy in hand. It's not good for any. Prefix just find one of their own, but Komi and Tested fall into the hands of Benji. Gonna have to swing again. Finding a third, make it a fourth. Good night here
Good
to the
God.
side now of Hawaii as they're being cut down by one man. Mikey left all by their lonesome, and Ferbsa finds that final triumphant blow, and Northwood put a cap on Hawaii very early here for round one.
Rip Benji saying more, rip UHM as it stands for this first round. I mean, a great start for him, showed to get a 4K. Not only that, though, but you got to consider the impact of that now sitting at 4 out of 7 ticks for that ultimate going forward. When you're trying to hold down a sight, say when it comes around to that round 3, this guy somehow manages to get 3 more in this round, can create an absolute stall, completely slow down the momentum of UHM getting onto a site with those rifles with some kind of advantage in hand and possibly get a detain anywhere in there just to throw a little bit of a nano swarm over the top and get a kill there. Whatever the means may be, whatever the circumstances may line up for, he's got to find something here, and this falls a little bit short.
Well, I mean, Hawaii seems to know what they want to do. It's to push very quickly onto site, punish Northwood for maybe being complacent early. They'll find that first kill. However, Dip still not dealt with, able to find one, fell quickly afterwards, and Hawaii continue to come out victorious as they find 2 more kills swiftly thereafter. Now down to the 2v3. Tyler managing to find a quick use of the fragment to find one. Tries to spray down Mikey while being attempted very close as well. New step now off this walkway. Prefix finds the kill. Now just one. Ferbsa left standing. Pressured now by Komi from Stairwell. And Prefix has the angle. Goes to the shot, but they dash into the headshot. And the ghost comes out instead. And now there's only 2 for Hawaii. They can play the waiting game. Time is on their side, but so is the aim. Mikey, clinical, finding the final blood, and Hawaii take round 2.
And also looking at the round as a whole, I mean, UHM come out on top. Not only when it comes around to obviously winning that round in itself, but I mean, looking at the economy, seeing how much they didn't really invest there, but still came out with, know that only a couple players took the hit there. We saw the Spectres come out, we saw a couple ghosts, the Sheriff there, and the Sheriff kill right off the get-go onto Benji. That was really just the exclamation point. Sadly enough, and oddly enough, it was at the start of his sentence rather than the end, but going ahead and creating the impact so early, creating that twist up, getting that free gun to work with for the rest of your squad. They made sure to manipulate that, make the most off of it, capitalize of it, and make sure they can find themselves around. And not only that, but get themselves a buy in this one as well. So UHM, they have themselves a great start. Sure, Northwood has 1 round, but they got to fight for another, and this will be the time to do it.
What a rough situation to be in with Northwood losing that last round, even though they got that first pistol. The buy was not victorious for them. And now troubled as Hawaii dash themselves onto site. Mikey follows behind Prefix, and they'll find the kill over towards Tree. Spike being planted below Catwalk there for Mikey. Now you'll have to see Northwood try to counteract that. They'll send the nano swarm over the top. It does not detonate or anything of the sort. Making so Northwood still have plenty of opportunity to drop down. Prefix's head is spotted. Dip looking for the opportunity to take it off their shoulders, but Cole does it from below instead. That Vandal they forced here in this round, now paying off and paying dividends. They'll look for one more, trying to find maybe an opportunity towards Tree as 2 players are in that direction. Comey gets a great flank onto Ollie, but Ferbsa still there, and even has a rifle in hand. They found 2. Now left in the 1v3. Odds definitely not on their side. Tested priming the bow, looking to send out the recon bolt, and the second it goes out, pulls away Ferbsa's eyes, and Cole dashes on in themselves and gets the final blood.
Yep, ripping 2 rifles out in the meantime is going to be pretty good here for the likes of Northwood, but it's not going to be enough. They have themselves the buy now. They don't have too much more to follow up with it. When you look on the opposite side of the field, you have nothing but cash to play with if you're UHM, and they're looking good. We sat there and mentioned how they stumble. They had a little bit of a wrong foot to be starting on, but going forward, it's been just smooth, calm strides for them as it seems thus far, but it's still early in the game, so we can't really get too far up ahead of ourselves. One thing, though, that UHM has that's something that you can't really sleep on, or something that you can't really buy in the game is going to be these ultimates. We have to keep our eyes on those, because I want to see once everybody has one at their disposal, how they're going to be used. A lot of teams use them pretty conservatively. They don't like to really get too aggressive and throw those out preemptively. Some of them don't like to use them at all, because we do see a lot of Brandons with those Empresses that don't like to pop them because of that rate of fire. Kind of throws them off. They don't really like the way the gun feels at that point. But even then, with the lockdown and the Blade Storm available for UHM, they have themselves a pretty good eco as well to work with if they get around to get in there.
What's done a great job in this round, Dallas, of actually cutting down the momentum of Hawaii as they've been sprinting in for the second and third round. The rounds that we see Hawaii win was them quickly engaging onto site. Northwood do a great job, set up the one-way there on top of A. They managed to deny the push. They then set themselves up to defend with the KO, send out the knight, get the information, and still readily equipped there towards tree to send it out if necessary. But Hawaii have gone for their own strategy. Lockdown now placed. The baby cage looking to detain, but the looks of things, Benji still has a great angle to peek out from should they feel it necessary. They'll send the nano swarm as well to give themselves a little bit more space. Turret goes off. That's what Benji was waiting for, but a dark cover obfuscates their view. Now they're not able to find anything, and a player even got detained in the process. Northwood not well equipped for this one, and Hawaii have managed to set themselves up quite nicely now for the post plant. Time constraint force. The threat of fate needs to be cut by Northwood, and Hawaii have set themselves up quite nicely. Comey's going to swing over towards Market, readily aware that most of the players for Northwood looking to push out a defender's spawn. They are terribly positioned for this, but they've got the ultimate to work with, putting all of them in the right place at the right time. But Prefix still comes out on top, finding two, make it three, and Comey cuts down another two as Hawaii come out of that round with a complete and utter domination against Northwood.
I gotta say, I'm just more surprised than last round that Mikey managed to stay alive to the very end. This guy had about 3 health for half that round, but nonetheless still managed the way to stay alive towards the end. But I mean, I knew as soon as Prefix found that first frag, waiting for the side of Northwood to come back onto site, and they didn't even collaborate to check in. They didn't even collapse onto the guy to make sure to find that initial kill. Jet's going to be slippery. If you don't take care of that early, you're going to fall short. And the man gets a 3K to quickly close out that round and make sure a retake isn't even going to be within the discussion. And once again, not even in the discussion, it'll be guns once more. Sitting on nothing with sheriffs and pistols, you can see that Northwood is giving their respect over to UHM, getting off site, saying, take it. You play best aggressively, so honestly, we kind of have to give that to you.
We know you're ecoing. You didn't put the dark cover out. We can just push right past and take advantage of that momentum we can gain for ourselves. A striding horse cannot be crippled unless you go for the leg, and Northwood are failing to slow down Hawaii. Forced to pull out the Blade Storm. Bertha does find one, but turns at the wrong time, and Comey cannot miss that opportunity. Firmsa surviving for just a moment longer, but they'll manage to dash on out. Take out Comey as they try to run towards Winery. Firmsa still not dealt with. Finding 3, make it 4. It's a 1v1. Now down to the last player of Cold. They look to the sky and cut them down. Hawaii managing to survive by the skin of their teeth, making it to 4-round wins.
That's the problem with Jets. Once you get to this kind of league of the game, you're expecting what they can do, and you know they love staying in the air. If you just aim up, you know that they had the ultimate, you know they had the Blade Storm. They're going to go there eventually, so you're going to find your shot to get your kill if you're cold there. And not only that, get an ultimate of your own to work with in this round. Now sitting in a 4-1 lineup, UHM, they're finding themselves momentum. That's all it comes down to. They are looking good. Not only are they winning rifle rounds, they're winning ecos, and they're winning them almost by a majority. Besides that Blade Storm, we can go ahead and possibly get those stats to line up for us more so longer the game goes on. But as it stands right now, not too much to work with. I mean, a little bit of respect from the side of Northwood, trying to get that little bit of a slowdown, trying to give them that stall, but this isn't slowing down UHM at all. Already on site, finding a first kill as well.
Love the decision making there for Ollie, trying to trust Benji to deal with Prefix instead because they dashed over the top. Ollie realizing, I need to handle Mikey. That comes immediately afterwards, but fails. And the same thing can be said. Their KJ on site. Dip sends out a bolt. Manages to find one. The shock dart successful, but it's only one player out of the 4 now still remaining for Hawaii. They're still very well equipped for the rest of this round. Tyler with a wall bang up on Catwalk, managing to deal with one. The Rafters play should manage to net them at least one more kill, but they need some assistance, and the assistance must come through tree. And guess who's lying in wait? It's the Grim Reaper of Cold. They'll find Firmsa, dealing with them quickly. But the second Cold steps back out, trying to retreat to a safer position. Tyler up on Rafters, deals with them quickly. Double drop down for both. They each find a kill. It leaves Tested left standing, and they do not have the Hunter theory. They have to deal with this by their own. The double shock dart to Tyler, and now Dip has to go for the defuse. They need to find the kill, and Tested, masterclass that they are, knows they have this one in the bag, and Hawaii win off utility, the best way to win Valorant.
I gotta say, meanwhile, while Tessid isn't really looking like the most standout player right now, when you get around, that's all that matters. That one kill amounts to one round, and knowing that Solo Dart still got nerfed pretty recently, he's still proving a point that they can still be extremely viable using the correct situation. So, able to lock down that round, able to lock down at least some more of a momentum to work in their favor. And once again, locking down the economy of the side of Northwood, because I'm going to talk about it time and time again, because if these guys don't get guns in their hands, not only that, but keep them as well, they're going to have a very, very rough time. And honestly, I could see them only managing about 3 rounds if they don't at least get one within these next 3.
Yeah, I mean, something has to give up, right, Dallas? Something has to give the side of Hawaii. I mean, Northwood has been finding success, but they're just not able to find the last point of success. And to be brutally honest with you, this Hunter's Fury seems like a wild toss-up.
Yep.
They send it out. Now they don't have it for a post plant. They don't have it to deny. They only tag one person with it, but honestly, it's not even a huge point of contention because they have the Blade Storm. They'll just go in, get a couple kills instantaneously, and Prefix will be none the wiser about that 30 HP off the top they're now missing. Hawaii are very, very solid in the way they like to push. Baiting now with the Owl Drone, and Comey swings for it. Masterclass this team is.
And there has to be some kind of a trade-off. There has to be a tail when you have a reason for it like that. I understand the Hunter's Fury. I like the play towards window. I like the ultimate as a whole. You get the entire lineup of A main. It's a straight shot. You find some hits. You get some intel. You know if they're pushing A. You saw that UHM immediately after the Hunter's Fury was over with, they said, okay, they think it's clear. We're going to wrap back around. We're going to go to it, try to make a play there, get some utility out. Once that Owl Drone came out, I could understand and figure out the warrant for using it there, but in the meantime, it was so preemptive. But even then, talking about preemptive, we're talking about pre-aggression. Already getting on site once more, UHM bouncing back as fast as they rotated, and now they're already in a 4v3, ready with side control.
Prefix was at 70 HP at the start of the round because of the Hunter's Fury. Dashes through a Nano Swarm down to 25 and still wins that first fight on Stair. That's an even trade for them, equalizing it out, but they lose another thereafter. So now tied again at 3-on-3. Hawaii do have Plant down, and they have Comey actually lingering back towards B main. If they get cut down, Free Flash goes out, then Hawaii will be none the wiser about how to return this one, but Tessid still has a great clue where they are. Wallbangs Tyler. Has the sights on Furbza, but Furbza comes out the victor instead. And Mikey can't find the shot either. Furbza finally does the impossible for Northwood. They find themselves back to the 1v1 for what seems like the 18th time in this map, even though there's only been 7 rounds, and they actually win it for the first time here, now putting Northwood at 2 and stopping that egregious momentum of Hawaii.
And I'm going to tell you, the only thing that's good for them is going to be that round count, getting that extra round, because when you look at the board, honestly, sometimes, as weird as it sounds, it is better for you to lose a round when you're in the lead by such a monumentous amount that you can give over that economy to completely swing in your favor. Look at UHM right now. They have so much to work with. They're not really feeling too bounced back from that. Still 2 ultimates to work with in the meantime. But Northwood, they won that round. Their loss streak was out the window now. It is not a factor anymore. They have to completely get back to square one if they want to have that momentum running, get that money up into their hands, because as you can tell, they're running Classics, Guardians. They're looking for another Thrifty because only one player survived that last round, and they have to rely purely on that Jet now to step up, find all the kills so they can pick up and get a little bit more scratchy and thrifty with it.
Notice the kind of pacing Hawaii are employing, much different than that aggressiveness we noticed earlier and talked about. They've already queued up their dash. They're ready to step out of there with that tailwind, but that's not where we're pushing from. They took control of mid, they took control of bottom, they took control of market, and now they're taking control of B side. One player back to the trapped in the back of side, and it's Rip Benji. Rip seemingly maybe meaning too much to their name, but that will be a man advantage now garnered for Hawaii. 4v5 still very doable for Northwood, but they really need to think about how they want to approach this one. They're not as well equipped as they could be. A Spectre in hand here for Tyler. They know they've suppressed one, and Nervous does a great job of just ego swinging that and taking Cold out immediately thereafter. You're still down now to an equalized man count. Firms are ready to swing at a moment's notice on Walkway. Comey has popped the no command, now goes down. Managed to find Tessid another kill, but it removes any possibility of anything further, and wow, there goes Northwood. A 2K immediately gained, and the 3K for Dip thereafter as they managed to finish off the null command as they took him out earlier, and Northwood, what a round.
Huge execution there. I mean, a huge bounce back for him. A massive round at that. I mean, a great, spectacular round if you're on the side of Northwood, knowing that you just switched this entire game off that alone. You're only in a 2-round deficit. You're not stressed about that. If you go punch for punch, trade for trade here, only rounds going up to it, you're in 7-5, and then you're switching over onto the side of the attacking, where you can bring that same level of aggression, so as you're taking notes from UHM Black, kind of figuring out what these muscle tendencies are and making sure to make the right adaptations. UHM's already employed those. We saw that plant specifically, something so small but something so influential that wasn't a free pick from Dip, having those shock darts. He doesn't have a line up there, but he sure as heck does have one on the default where they planted every single time and said, let's not give them this free damage. But talking about free damage, UHM's already found an entire free kill on the board, as they're now already up 5-4, and they're trying to find a little bit of a placement across the map, splitting towards mid, splitting towards A, trying to find any placement anywhere, but they're almost getting nothing besides a kill.
Look at the position they're trying to work from. Hawaii managing to get 1 kill, but not 2. Northwood finding 1, and the same thing can be said. We're equal footing. I mean, Hawaii lose out on their Omen, which puts them in a rough spot. No dark cover to obfuscate view, no paranoia to blind and short sight, as we like to say, the competition on site. So removing Dip's going to be quite difficult. They'll be forced to use the ultimate instead. The baby cage goes out. All he tries to use from the shadows, shot instantaneously, not allowing them to actually push there. And Dip does actually manage to make the great escape. But before they can even say that's a victory, Mikey cuts down 1 more. So another small victory gained for Hawaii. But the last time we saw that, guess what happened? Northwood came out of nowhere, finding 4 in the last 2 seconds of the round, it seemed like, and managed to take the victory because of it. 3 players left, now 3 for Hawaii as well. The shock dart's not just working for Hawaii, it can work the same for Northwood. It'll take advantage of that opportunity. Tess is spotted, B-hopping not enough to save their life, but Prefix does get the revenging kill right afterwards. The back to side, Boathouse is where it's at, and Hawaii find the next 2, sending Northwood into the next round, and it looks like we'll see Hawaii at least go even at this halftime.
And even then, I mean, regardless, speaking about halftime, talking about the course of the game, we got to see some players wake up, and I want to make a little bit of an individual spotlight right now for the side of Howling and Tess, and not because they're just bottom frags for their teams, because, I mean, that doesn't matter too much. I mean, you have your impacts in the game overall. Tessa can still make an impact in the game. Being that Sova, throwing out a dart, almost acting as, I would say, a flash, because you have to turn your head away for a second. There's always going to be some relevancy with the Sova. And Ali can still have that same kind of impact, both it being a smoke, but once you're going for a retake, if you're dying almost right off the rip every single time, not even getting a chance to play the game, just as we see Mikey right there, you're just not finding the impact. You're not going to find this momentum. You're not going to find the opportunity to really make a change here, and that needs to change. Play a little bit slower. Give some more respect. Make sure you stay alive so you can actually bring these game plans to life, because when it comes around to controllers, you only have one of them, and you can't lose it instantaneously.
Why? Notice the patience they're bringing to the table. They lose 1. What do you do? Well, let's not bum rush. Let's be patient. Let's talk things through. We do not have the opportunity for the Nano Swarm. The post plant's going to be much more difficult without them, but still plenty of opportunity to make that return. And unfortunately, now being spotted out, very wary about where a player could lie. They'll send Fragment over. Unfortunately, Benji's not as close as they would like, and he's going to go to the line of sight now of Furbza, and Furbza does not miss those blades. That seems like the 13th kill for the Bladestormer Furbza in this game. The Prefix tries to clap back in their own way. They'll find 1 more, and Furbza now has no knives to their ult.
Nobody has any knives. That was a knife-on-knife battle, but yet nobody came out on top. I'm a little bit disappointed, I have to say. Usually, something like that, you'd have to go ahead and have an entire animation put together for it, but nonetheless, we're still in a 4v3. Northwood's looking pretty good. They have a very, very strong hold, because Benji hasn't even been sniffed out the entirety of this. Can find 1, but can't find the trade, but nonetheless, you still make the even exchange, get a 1-for-1, and you're up 3-2. You have to make the read on the spike. You have to know where it's going, and it's going right towards B with the luxury of the spectator view, but Northwood has to react a little bit faster. With the Hunter's Fury coming out, you have to get this tree, you have to get a tag, and he just misses it barely. Can't find the kill. It's now a retake, baby. We're seeing some more blood on the field.
I think he's the one. That's a Neo moment at its finest. Didn't even have to move them. Hunter's Fury just missing at all opportunities. Cold stays absolutely stagnant right there, standing to find 1, completely unfazed by the Owl Drone coming through. And equalizes this thing to a 2-on-2, and Testic gets another shock dart kill. Firmza, no blade to save you this time, bud. And now it's just Dip left standing. No utility. Recon bolt will be ready here just now, but they do not have the opportunity nor the time to send it, and Cold finds the final blood. What a monstrous round for Hawaii. It looked like Northwood were going to have that one, but the Hunter's Fury mere nanometers off, and Hawaii get through that round.
I gotta say, I need to check right here for a second, make sure that Riot didn't put any secret patches where they nerfed the shock darts again, because I don't know what's going on in this game, but I've seen more shock dart kills in this game than I've probably seen in the last 3 months of casting. It's outstanding, and even then, knowing the damage got mitigated to some extent to where you have to have the most pinpoint shots, but That's more of a testament to everybody else doing their part. There is damage across the board from every single player. Nobody's going down without at least taking a couple shots in the meantime. There's no flawless kills here in this match whatsoever. But what there can be is some flawless pushes, because UHM has done it on so many different occasions. And once again, by the time a point is even made, by the time you blink your eyes, they're right back on site ready to prowl.
That finds first blood. That cuts down Hawaii, but they've already made it onto site. Honestly feels like a wasted potential for them, but surviving that engagement and now thriving beyond it with Furbza finding Cold sets themselves up quite nicely. Northwood now have the momentum themselves, turning things back on the head of Hawaii. The lockdown will force Hawaii out of the site, but Tessa does manage to find one before being forced to step away, and neither of the two players remaining will be detained as Tessa steps back to the winery. Managed to find one. What a shot there! Takes out Furbza, and now you've got yourself an easier position to fight back from, but Comey, 28 HP. The same thing can be said for Tessid. They are very much so in a rough spot, and they did not get that spike down. Forced back by Northwood in the momentum, the force, essentially the entire aggressiveness of Hawaii has been crippled. Not just in this round, but the rounds prior as Northwood have been finding what's working.
30 seconds.
They're trying to change things up on its head. Aljo sent out at tags, and now the Hunter's Fury can go, but misses the first, sends over towards Tree, looking for another one towards Gardens, but does not tag, and instead Comey loses their life to dip on the Raptors, and you'll make that another one. They dropped the Vandal and picked up the Operator to get that last kill as well there, Dallas.
Last round before
That was
the
a
switch.
very, very desperate move, I want to say, purely by the side of Tested there. I mean, knowing that, sure, you're in a 2v3, you have to find some kind of an angle, you have to find a way onto the side, and knowing that you're not going to have too much money going in here. They're trying to fight for that plant money. That's exactly what they wanted. They didn't care if they won or lost the round. They knew they were probably going to lose that, looking at both of them being one tap. But, I mean, knowing that over the course of the game, you still have to read the bigger picture. And it's now the last round of the half, so you're not really too concerned or beat up about it, so you can still use whatever need be. But honestly, I think you would save something like that. Such an ace up your sleeve for making sure you can guarantee that final round. Get there. And honestly, talking about nailing the coffin, Furbza almost had one in his hands as he could have taken that shot and nailed it, but just barely whiffing, allowing them to breathe a little bit longer.
If you're Hawaii, the number one thing you need to do is get that Operator out of Northwood's hands. You found the intel early, you've peeked towards B, Furbza missed the shot, and you've gone out unscathed. That's your opportunity now to relocate towards the A site quickly. But they're also trying to be patient at the same time, so they're going quite slow through that mid-courtyard and also trying to leave Cold over towards the actual market side, maybe trying to catch a rotate off guard. But there goes the null command coming out for Hawaii. They'll manage to swing quite aggressively through Tree. They've also suppressed Ollie down below, but Ollie just finds one, make it two, looking for three. Stolen by Tyler, fourth, no, not gonna happen. The duo of Ollie and Tyler comes out with so much success that Hawaii are left to wonder, where do we go from here? Cold is doomed to the 1v4.
Yeah, UHG went the very, very one-dimensional approach, especially considering all they had lined up for him. I mean, we're going to see Cold try to bring this together, can at least get one on the board, and trying to scratch for a couple more, but when you have the double swing come out, there's only so much you can do. A 7-5 half, but to go back and look at this round a little bit more so, honestly, as you mentioned the Operator, that makes a call to let you know where it is, but more importantly, where you can and can't go. This opens up the map for yourself. If honestly, UHM found somewhat of a crazy angle. You saw Cold set up right there towards the middle of the map, trying to play towards Market, playing a very, very different angle from the rest of the team, almost lurking, trying to be that Marv like Optic. But, I mean, if you hit those shots like that, you could have won that 1v5 every day of the week. But, I mean, knowing that there's a lot more on pressure here, a lot more to trade off, I could have seen them swinging in towards Tree, going back towards Spawn, going for something crazy, coming around from the flank, making sure to get more intel, because you've already gotten that check mark done. You know where the Operator is, you know where the Jet is, and an Operator can't rotate very quickly. You push onto A as fast as possible. That's what they went for. But was there any kind of alternative avenue? No, it was a full push from one spot. It was overwhelming, and they lined up for Ollie. So maybe a little bit of a change will be seen this time for them on the defense, but we're not seeing anything yet because Benji, once again, going off finding that first frag.
I mean, you looked at Hawaii be very cheeky, playing within the dark cover and trying to catch Northwood unawares, but two players finding kills, and now Hawaii left to wonder, where do we go from here? Herb's up, 1 HP, back of Winery. Tyler going to hold out towards Ultra Orb and maybe try to wait things out. You do have the possibility of Kome swinging, but you've got a double angle here. The crossfire set up for Northwood. It would be a very rough idea for Hawaii to swing that, and Kome would be doomed to fall quickly thereafter. But the patience from Northwood, I'm really liking here, Dallas. They get 2 early picks, but they don't just bum rush in like Hawaii did it. Instead, play the waiting game and talk things through, but ultimately the talking of things doesn't work out, and Ferb's up with 1 HP, loses it quickly out.
Already sitting in the 4v3, making Northwood kind of reconsider where they want to get on the site. And they had the numbers advantage, so they're not really too concerned. Problem is, they're going right into a KJ's grass. They're going into Mikey's grass. And that's a free kill already with the Nano Swarm with all the damage that was done to Dip earlier, making this exchange that much easier. But with the Nano Swarm being pushed up towards spawn, they don't try to push onto site. They don't try and make that execute really happen. They don't try to overwhelm their opponents. They're giving them one more chance. They're saying, we're going to go to the other side of the map. We want to guarantee this plant money more importantly. But if we end up losing this round, that could also be the one reason they could blame it on.
Opportunity for Tyler, the initial swing,
10
but nobody
seconds
actually
left.
towards guard, and then Prefix is rotated up to Raptors. Loses the fight, though. Now at 33 HP.
Spike planted.
There's only 2 players in Hawaii to deal with this defensive approach. Raptors is known. They've suppressed Prefix quickly. No use to use that tailwind, but they move to a spot they didn't know. Prefix finds 2. Now the 1v1. He sees the shoulder. Prefix now aware of where Tyler is, but the jump shot's there with the classic. Tyler forced to relocate, but Tyler still gets the kill. Jump shot, right click, not nerfed enough, it seems, by Riot. And the hammer goes down as Hawaii lose that pistol round.
And more importantly, Northwood get themselves one more onto the board, get themselves the first of the half, and this time around, considering they lost the first round in the last, or excuse me, they actually won it, but they kind of started to fall short after this. Yeah, it was a crazy thing. It almost felt like they lost most of half purely off of losing that second round, and it would have been better if they just lost them both outright. But they have to make sure to step things up here. They can't let that happen again. And considering that the buys they have on the board, all these Spectres to work with, and no Sheriffs this time for the side of UHM for them to get that first free kill, they're in a much better situation, but their health isn't, as you can already see, that a little bit of a tag coming out, and KO not having too much to work with as Tyler's nesting at 65 and no heals are available for him.
I mean, Prefix dedicates there with that Marshall. It's a very interesting decision to do so, but it works out. They get the early tag and drops a player down low. Northwood's armor by, maybe the only thing that saves their life here. Tyler probably forced now to be that entry, not going to worry about their jet to step on over and assist. Just use the rest of that life to the advantage you need to. Prefix just barely misses that shot opportunity as the dark cover blinds them or obfuscates that view just at the last moment. With Dip and Ollie ready to swing at a moment's notice. Hawaii now doomed to the back of sight. Prefix tries to help Mikey, but Mikey, their life not long lasting as Dip gets the kill instead. And Prefix will get shock darts and sent straight to the afterlife by one more.
So many shock darts. I don't know what's going on here.
Utility game at this point, Dallas. The danger
It is.
is there. Tess is still alive. 2 shock darts in the pocket as well. Could definitely send those out. Lance not gone down as well.
30 seconds
But
left.
Dip sends Tess it out instead. Now forced
Spike
to
planted.
fight this one with just the weapons up. And you lost the pistol round, Hawaii. The weapons aren't truly there. You do have the Marshall you picked up off Prefix. Back is spotted. Colt comes out with the shorty.
Wow.
Double guns down, Ollie. Comey has an angle now holding towards back box on Raptors. Benji's looking for the opportunity. Hitfire to get rid of the respawn. Bolt Hitfire cannot get rid of Ferbs, but Cold still alive, prowling around on site. The Grim Reaper fighting a third. He needs to find the 4th reload. 6 shots left. Has to get this one out. He's picked up a Spectre as well. Can't clutch it up. Dip's too much to overcome, and North would equalize at 7.
Regardless of the circumstance and the outcome of that round, Cold won that round, ripping so many guns out in the meantime, making UHM's job look near impossible. It was outstanding from every single angle. It was great. Playing around smoke, showing the capability of that utility, using it to the maximum potential, and finding frags across the board, ripping out money, and really having an impact, and starting to scar up your opponent a little bit. But it's a little bit more. It's not enough, but it's still a tie game, and it's still guns in the hands of UHM as they now have their buy round coming out. And to be expected, we're seeing the rifles, but an Odin is also going to be on the table as well here for Tess. And I want to see what kind of impact this has, because it's been a while, oddly enough, since I've seen the Odin setting up on this B site, because so many players like to play more aggressive, or find themselves in a different angle, or hold the middle of the map, or just say, you know what, I don't want to play with an LMG because I can't really play for retakes on site. It's more of a suppressive fire, holding down an angle, almost like an operator. It's just a little bit cheaper. But as it stands thus far, we got to look at Northwood and what they're doing. They're executing. They are creating a setup. They are about to breach onto a site from so many different spots, and it looks like B has to be the angle, because obviously when you're set up towards market, when you're set up towards over on that B main area, you have to find something. And Tyler trying to find something with this Bulldog, almost being a little bit too preemptive, making calls to spots where players aren't sitting at. You have to be aware of coming in the back.
Tyler's waiting for the knife to be readily and available. to clear out Pizza instead. Cassidy, you highlighted earlier, used the Recon Bolt to great success. He has 3 lineups he likes to use there. He utilized the first one over the top, the standard one, but fortunately for him, his life does not matter. The dip with the swing onto sight, pulling their weight handily here for Northwood in this half. That's another 4K, now back-to-back, as they did it last round as well. A 2v1, Mikey the last player left standing, but they have not gotten Spike down. It's actually in a good spot for Mikey to play off of. Quick swing by Ollie, but they actually double swing that one, and Mikey swings a little bit too far out, and Rip Benji gets the kill instead. Northwood with a round, and they've got ahead after Hawaii's amazing first half with a spree of 5 rounds in a row. Northwood clap back with 5 of their own, and it's looking like with this momentum it could be a 6, because Hawaii, the economy's not looking so hot.
Yeah, most definitely isn't. But I mean, thankfully they're on the defense, and that's oddly enough sometimes where you can get these advantages. You know you have an angle, you know you just hold it, and if you can hit that first shot, you find yourself an advantage. You find yourself a man advantage. You find your gun on the ground. I mean, there's a lot to work with. And Mikey with that judge in hand, if you can hold down that B side or hold down that A side, where he's opting to play this time around, oddly enough, this is a great angle. I love this. If you're a chamber, that is. But you're a KJ, you have no free escape. When you get shot like that, there's no other choice. You have to take the bullets to the face. And that's exactly what happens. So Furbza already sitting up top, creating a little bit of an oracle watch for the rest of the team as they already get onto site. Northwood looking unscathed in the process, besides that KJ, but you're not really worried about it. You're already on site, set up a post plant, find a cheeky little corner to sit in, and just stay alive.
Called out Mikey earlier for basically being another gunner. See them do that role as a KJ. Maybe too much here. Dallas, they lose their life first point for that quick entry. Ollie and Furbza find one more. Furbza down with 3. It's been a really good round for Dip and Furbza, back and forth, and Ollie will finish the job with a quick pop flash through that dark cover. Northwood unscathed through that round. A little bit of damage off the top, but all 5 surviving, flawless for them. And yeah, that was Hawaii struggling through and through. The only real chance they had to get a kill was Mikey with the judge early, and like you mentioned, they don't have to get away. They cannot escape, and they even failed to find that frag. And so Northwood will now climb to 9. They're reaching double digits, but Hawaii now have weapons to fight back, and Prefix has an operator they're bringing to this round.
Yeah, almost UHM getting a little bit fed up here with Northwood's games, which I can't blame them. This was their map pick, and now they're in a deficit. There's an entire half that they don't have a single round to answer for in it, and it's on the defending side, which some would say is almost the easier side, even though Sin, I believe, is one of the most even maps in the game, if not the most even map for each side. So already the ultimate's coming out for Northwood, looking to once again put a nail in the coffin, make sure they can have some insult to injury, make sure their job is that much easier because they don't want to lose too much. Problem is, there's 3 players set up on the site, ready for retake, ready to just swing out and find some free kills.
They're playing cheeky with it. Mikey swings from the bottom of hell. Sent thereafter. Cole finds the initial first pick, though. It's only an equalizing blood there by Northwood. 4 on 4. Hunter's Fury and Dip finds Cold. Now they'll have an advantage. They've got sight as well. And Hawaii were actually set up nicely to fight from all angles, but Prefix is actually retreating away from A main and will fight towards Tree instead. An interesting decision. Comey's looking for an opportunity for a kill. The turret gives away their position, though. Vitessa will send out the Owl Jones. Spots one. Misses, though. And that could be the beginning of the end. No, barely tags. And Ollie cannot use the From the Shadows to get out of there in time. But Furbza is still here. And they're still finding every kill necessary to swing this round in Northwood's favor, leaving just Prefix left standing. They'll hunt for one more, but Rip Benji catches them off guard instead. And that's Northwood double digits. 10-7 our scoreline in Hawaii. They've now bled 7 rounds in a row. In the last 2 rounds of that first half to now, they're struggling.
Man, I tell you what, this game is really starting to get a little bit exciting, I gotta say. I mean, knowing that this is UHM's map pick, Northwood stepping up, we talked about the level, we talked about the age of these, and the youthfulness of all these players. Honestly, I think all it is the consideration is time. All these old guys are out here looking to get up for their 9 to 5 in the morning. Meanwhile, these guys are saying, we're getting prime time gaming right now. We're starting to wake up. We're starting to find some more rounds. And this half is really starting to show what Northwood is made of, as they already found themselves, once again, another first blood on the board for Tyler. And they're trying to make a move off that. They're pushing right in the middle, taking control of the map, saying, back up. This is our site. Just get it to us. Play for retake, because we're holding the map down.
Let's keep in mind as well, this is Hawaii's map pick. Again, it's a BO5. They're forced to play their hand because they needed to ban Breeze because they're not good at the map of Breeze, and they know that. I pointed it to them multiple times. They've talked about it as well. It's not their map, and Fact of the matter is, Ascent should be, but they're really struggling for this second half, which is another point that I've made to them before. Defensively, they are weak when it comes to the map of Ascent, and we're seeing that firsthand. Dip from hell, sends cold. Prefix with a frenzy does manage to catch Firmstone. They'll collect the Vandal, using it to catch Dip from below in hell as well. But Ollie's still hiding within the dark cover, obfuscated from view, using the quick relocate to catch off Kome, looking for Tested, but Tested still finds the kill. 1v1. Rip Benji has the opportunity of a lifetime and clutches it up. The 1v1 goes 1v0, and you'll find Northwood now at 11.
No respect either. I mean, you can look at these players' confidence just starting to snowball even more so, just like the rounds in their hands. And I'm not going to go ahead and just be in Northwood, staying all day. And I mean, but you have to give credit where it's due. They are really lighting up. They are looking like they are on fire thus far. They are not taking their times with these 1v1s. They're not playing the slow game. They're not giving respect anymore. They're setting up for trades. They're setting up for collapses. They're setting up for crosses. And even then, when they're not setting up for it, they don't care about rotations. They don't care about whether they're going to run into some kind of inconvenience on the way. Every little road bump to them is honestly just a little bit of fun. One extra kill on the board, one more tick towards an ult point, making sure that the job for UHM is going to be that much more difficult. But while we're on the point of ultimates, there's 4 of them at UHM's disposal. And there is 11 rounds on the board for Northwood. We have to see some of these come out.
Yeah, it's use it or lose it territory here, Dallas, and they're at the point where they're about to lose it all, let alone the ultimates, as Northwood are 1 round away from match point, 2 rounds away from heading on over to the second map pick of Icebox, which was the pick opposing side. But quick opportunity, Owl Jones goes out, sends Northwood have gained enough intel to realize they could cross safely over towards side, but kind of stopped short as Hawaii just spray through that dark cover, but it does not matter. They've left a lingering player of Rip Benji, and they rip apart Prefix. Hawaii now a man down, struggling as the recon bolt sent over the top, clutches the tree ledge. And now Mikey's trapped in the back of Boathouse. Cold gonna hide within the cloudburst, but forced to step out as the nanostorm catches them. Ferbs and Tyler find one each. Mikey not surviving. Hunter's Fury sent. It does not find its target. And it's now up to the one lonesome player of Tested, who has to fight all 4. Has to get the ace, but cannot even get more than one. Ferbza finds the final blow. That's match points for Northwood.
Match point.
This is how do I put it? I'm trying to think of how to put this lightly as possible.
Northwood City, baby!
I mean, that's definitely one way to put it. But I mean, honestly, I'm trying to give respect to UHM. And it's just hard to do. After seeing, not only, I would say probably maybe 3 rounds, you could say, all right, there's something to fall asleep a little bit. Maybe 4, you say, okay, well, maybe something switched up, something happened there, and they can bounce back. When you see 7 in a row, that's unprecedented. That is the entirety of UHM's score line for the first half, done immediately without answer for Northwood. Now getting on the match point, as you can already tell, we're trying to find an aggressive answer. They're trying to get on side. They're trying to make sure to capitalize on this. Go ahead, end things out, get to the second map, and get their pick. But I mean, UHM is getting so desperate, but nothing with Spectres in hand.
Spike down.
Cole can manage a couple here, but I mean, how much is it going to do? It's 1 round on the board. You have to do this more consistently, do it again and again.
Honestly, I think Northwood came at this wrong. They're saying, hey, bury him. One more thing, that's it, rush. Not the right idea. Quick use there by Ollie to step forward, but Cole does the same thing and actually retreats to B main. But Cole swings! Even though there was no audio cue, no reason to do so, the map had switched, played defensively, and they got aggressive. I've said it so many times. I'll say it as many times as I need to. Hawaii has these major wink leaks to their team. They're one of the best teams, if not the best team in all of collegiate Valorant. I don't think there's anyone actually contesting that whatsoever. But the map of Breeze, they cannot play. They get through the ban phase, and I'm happy with what they did. They banned it out. They got their choice. They're good to go for the rest of it. And Fracture got rid of, which they're not super solid on Fracture either. The sense, they cannot play defense.
Thanks for going and saying that one for me. That's what I was going to say. They can't play Breeze, and they apparently can't play Scent defense, even when they choose the map.
Yeah.
You expect them to at least bring a couple to the board. At least 1 round, but that was a flawless half for Northwood. They stepped up and they said, look, this may be your map pick, but this is a Scent. Honestly, if I'm a team, last place I want to choose is a Scent, because you know another team's going to choose it every single time. Find a map you excel in, because the Scent is literally the even ground. It is a 50-50. You never know what's going to happen. It comes down to what coaches' calls are made, what IGLs are saying, the setups that come around, the team compositions. whether or not everybody is on the same page, it can help write each line so each page is completed that much faster. And Northwood was just that much quicker to the cut. Always putting an exclamation point at the end of the sentence, as we see UHM starting their sentence with a capitalized letter. I mean, they're always just one step behind. They're an entire phase behind. And by the time they got around to defense, they're saying, okay, well, now that Northwood's on the attacking side, Northwood didn't have too much leeway to switch things up when you're on defense. That's what it comes down to. You can't really do all that much. You're stuck back in your side. You have to play to where the game really allocates you, and you have to find a way to really space your teammates out. But when you're on attack, after Northwood had themselves a very, very resilient first half, they said, these guys are looking pretty one-dimensional. There's a couple rounds here they look kind of desperate. They're pushing right through Garden, and they didn't really have any alternative avenues because they didn't really set up for it. They were never taking advantage of the middle of the map, never pushing into market, never like executing off of that. It was always main. Set up for it. We have a KJ. What's the problem? Now that we're on attack, we don't do that crap. We're going to do something completely different. We're going to set up, and if we get onto a site, it's not going to be by a jet dash. It's going to be off a KO nade. It's going to be off a nanoswarm nade towards spawn. And there's going to be so much more setup to where they're going to realize that, oh my gosh, our playbook is probably a quarter of the size of what Northwood's bringing here.
Yeah, they have a lot on the board. We'll have to see, though. We're heading on over to map 2. We're going to take a quick little break before we do so. Stay tuned for more. This is the NECC. We'll see you guys in a few short minutes.
Hand on the wheel, got my pistons pumping, all 800 horses running. Oh baby, 125 in the middle of the night, got my engine thundering. Dream machine, racing queen, I'll take you wherever you wanna go. Let's slow us down, break the speed of sound. Tonight we all know racing. Dream machine, racing queen, you make my heart beat. You make my heart beat. Dream machine, racing queen, you make my heart beat. You make my heart beat. Driving on the highway, lights flashing behind me. Dream machine, racing queen, you make my heart beat. You make my heart beat. Born to ride, Mustang 65, got that V8 engine with a fuel injection. Drop the clutch, pedal to the floor, turn that giddy button to a lion's roar. Dream machine, racing queen, I'll take you wherever you wanna go. Let's slow us down, break the speed of sound. Tonight we all know racing. Dream machine, racing queen,
Well, we've seen Northwood climb above the competition, so maybe I should say ascending beyond what Hawaii could bring to the table on the map, since they took that one handily, did not even bleed around in round two, half two, whatever you want to say it.
Half.
Disgusting was the term. Half, yeah. Disgusting was the term I think we could say for it. Hawaii just felt like they weren't there at that point. They bled the last 2 rounds of the first half, and from that, it was just an attendance record that was not there, right? It looks like Northwood were showing up in person and Hawaii were still, unfortunately, looking for their laptop through a Zoom call. They just were not there in attendance. And now we're going to have to see if they can pull it off here for our second map. Icebox is one where Hawaii are really good on. They are a very solid team for this map. Their aggressiveness they love on the attack is very well rewarded when it comes down to it. And their passiveness when it comes to the defense and quick aggression when necessary is also well rewarded when it comes to this map. So we'll have to see if they can hold on to it. My name's Infernosis. Welcome back, everybody. Joined here by my co-caster, Mick. Any comments on map 1 here?
Map 1, it was something. It was a map. That's all I really want to say. I mean, if you're for the side of UHN, you're probably saying the same thing right now. Was it happened, but thing is, you have to put it behind you. Honestly, you're not at the end of the season. You can't sit there and, all right, we got to make adjustments for this. We got to do something different. You need to do a lot different, but you're going to a different map, so you can't really be stuck on that too much. This is your opponent's pick now. Northwood now has the upper hand. They have the 1-0 in the entire series, and they're looking to go to their map pick, and they're looking to do it with a statement. And it all comes down to the agent selections, which are already in, and we're going to be somewhat of a difference compared to that last time. I don't know if we're going to see the mirror matchup, which we're most definitely not, especially if Furbs goes for that Reyna, considering also that UHM does not have a Sage on the field, but honestly, I'm liking the diversity. This is what we want to see in Valorant. Mirror matchups come down to purely util, and we saw that Northwood had the upper hand of that every single corner of the game. During their defending side, they were losing gunfights, quite plain and simple. They just were not winning those. Now, right on the attacking side, that's what they said our setups are so much better. On Icebox, there's no mirror matchup anymore. This is not how it works. It comes down to whether or not you can really find these setups, find something crazy to work with, start to switch things up, and keep your opponent on their toes. And with Comey being on that Viper, obviously that's going to be a necessity. Ollie on the same thing, but I want to see the Sentinel difference. Whether or not having that double dual, or not double duelist, but like the double Sentinel compared to the other one, that's going to be the, the double controller, excuse me, out of Cold and Comey. A little bit of a brain fart there, but I mean, looking at the two differences, controllers, they're a very, very good lineup. If you were looking for plays, if you think you were the smarter team, you go double controller. Even in the international stage, we see obviously the Japanese and all the APAC region, all of them utilizing double controllers because they have the brain power to back it up. Here in NA, we just run 5 duelists and we run it down and find kills. That's not going to be the thing here today. Northwood is looking to bring their bronze. They're trying to match it with some brain. They're trying to find themselves a second map, especially with this being their pick. They know what they're doing.
Now, you commented it as well. The agent selection being brought by Hawaii should really reward them. They also lost first blood. They'll find a second one after by Cold with the classic. It finds Comey and Prefix with that Sheriff, able to take the head off Dick. Ollie claps back Ghost in hand to Cold. And now it's a 3v2 with Northwood on the attacking side, Spike being planted, and the advantage gained for them. Prefix has a major hill they need to climb, the Everest of the situation. They'll have to reach that precipice at some point or another, but they need their teammate of Mikey to assist them. They go for the shot, cannot find the right target, and they get none, leaving out Mikey all by their lonesome. They get one with the headhunter, finding a second. Now Classic in hand, it's a 1v1, they're close, and they find it! A 3K to Mikey! And Hawaii clutch it up, and I wanted to highlight Mikey. Now they make it even easier for me as a caster. After a round like that, they brought out the KJ on map 1. We joked around saying they were not Chamber and could not rendezvous away after that failed judge kill. This time around, they can. Dallas. And that's where you're going to see them play better on the defense.
That's the one thing about Chamber. You decide you don't like a fight, well, you just get out of there and you say, I don't have to worry about it. That's also why I hate them. But, I mean, regardless, you got to look at these players and what they're going to be providing here. It's the first round. You're relying on utility. You're praying you just hit your shots. And with Chamber and a Headhunter, that's obviously going to have the superior shots, have the superior accuracy, the superior damage to every other gun you can buy inside of the round like that. But you're buying it by the bullet instead of by the gun. All things considered, though, now you can buy the guns. You can buy the actual utility to back things up, especially UHM. Grabbing that first round, get themselves a start and Furbs with a beautiful headshot to get us started here. That's for Northwood, though. A Marshall still being brought out from the squad and making sure to have somewhat of a damage done behind it.
First part is Furbs, it was a one-shot body shot. No armor with that Marshall. And just a really slow reaction by Prefix. That was unexpected to see them be that
Spike
slow in the
down,
process.
attacker spawn.
Mikey claps back. They'll take out Ollie. They're playing from mid quite exceptionally from beneath that tube side. It is a 3v3 now with Cole's kill, the Spectre to Benji, but Furza still with that Marshall, finds one more, but Tessin claps back. Tessin with a flick to Tyler, and now you're down to the 2v1. Dip has control over a base site though, and can get that plant down, but they're gonna go ahead and ice wall off that mid first so they can get that a little bit safer and get the intel that not just one but two players are lying in wait in that direction. Paranoia sent, Dip now short-sighted, and they'll even lose their life with Cold as they extend it too far past that central tube. Then Hawaii take round 2.
What a wombo combo there for the side of UHM to get themselves in the middle of the intel with the paranoia, and you can see the fear sinking in there for the side of Dip. Not really too much to work with, no vision, you're getting snuffed out, there's just nothing you can do. You swing it to long, and next thing you know, you run right into a player's grasp, but still, you're not too beat up by it. You get the plant on both rounds, so you're looking good for money. You know you can buy up the rifles here, and you know you can get yourself a game on your hands. But it also comes down to whether or not we can see the setup, because Ollie, not too much money to work with. Can't get all the utility in the world but without sacrificing something at the same time, and that's going to be the armor, oddly enough. And you have to have a near flawless round here. I mean, looking at Northwood, knowing what they can do, they have to have the setups, and the last thing they need to be doing is setting up, buying these guns over and over and over again. Their util needs to be at their full disposal, and they have to make the most of it. And if they're too busy buying armor, buying guns, or sacrificing something else for it, they're not going to get the impact they want.
Shots ring out, and Prefix actually takes damage from Dip from beyond the tube wall. Nobody's dead yet, though. A good job by Hawaii to separate from that site, disconnect from the engaging Northwood, and set themselves up accordingly for the next engagement. Prefix with a crossfire setup there with Mikey. They work in tandem quite well, but Mikey will not survive the next fight from Dip. Dip was the single best player, at least in my mind, on that first map of Ascent. They clutched up every single time they needed to. Can't imagine anyone else was capable of that at the moment, but they're going to have their hands full here for Hawaii on the map of Icebox. Spike does go down, puts Northwood even better in a position to fight back from, but Cold is managing to send one to the afterlife, looking for more. Still a man disadvantage for Hawaii, and make that 2 as Tyler just cuts down Cold, an unexpected angle on top of Central. They'll even find Prefix as well. Call out not made. The teammates there, Hawaii.
Able to go ahead and get now around on the board with 3 players still standing for Northwood. It's going to be a pretty good stance for them, knowing it's the majority, but I mean, how far is it going to carry them? We have to see what it does in this round. Knowing that this is now the full round, we're not playing any more games, we're not doing the one team has a definitive advantage, we're not playing the thing where somebody doesn't have all the utility. It is full, no bars held back. Northwood had their chance, had their shot to hold things back and stay alive as best they could, and they were definitely making that statement because Furbza has the blade storm. That's the most important thing. You still have a full gun to work with. You have the aggression backing up. You have the utility in your hand. You can make these plays. Problem is, can you be prepared for the players for all the setup that's already back towards the spawn and towards this B site right now? We are trying to make this aggressive shove towards.
Furbza's ready to dash on out. Unfortunately, they run out. No, they're going to engage the last minute, and the Blade Storm comes up with nothing, only dropping Cold to 50 HP. They're very scared for their life, though. Drop the dark cover and even step away to make sure they'll stay alive for another day and get over maybe having a possibility of fighting back with the step. Does not seem that. Mikey finds one, make it 2 now. Tyler will cut down Mikey. They're equalizing just a little bit, but Northwood's still a man down, a 3v2. This is a pretty dangerous affair for Northwood, as they're already still a round down. They know that Hawaii have rebought in this round, and Northwood still had a lot of the rifles from that last round as well. Rough spot to be in. They should still be able to buy the next round when it comes down to it, but Hawaii ready to defend this. Owl Drone out by Tested. Tyler's up close and personal, though, but he gives away his position by firing there. Honestly, an unexpected result, and Benji's going to have to swing towards yellow. Time running out. I would not be shocked to see Northwood rotate here down.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, I won't be surprised either, but Tyler barely has any HP. I think he's a little bit too concerned for his life right now, just trying to find any other kill, make it a 1v2, or just get whatever guns he can get out in the meantime. I'm kind of with you there. Maybe go for the plant, try to just rotate, do what you can here, but honestly, with 12 seconds left on the clock, that's not even an option anymore. Probably just going to save here, try to make sure you can hold on to one rifle, try to play it slow, throw the recon dart out towards the middle of the map and say, let's play this safe and secure. But I mean, talk about this round, talk about what UHM did. Now that we're getting into the rifle area, that everybody had a gun with. To know that Furbza came into a site, tried to push on the V and didn't right-click that, tried to save the blades. You can't play conservative there. You know everybody has a gun. Just get the kill, guarantee it, pick it up, and keep on going. But, I mean, even then, even exchange, very good kills. And that first kill that wasn't traded right off the get-go is really made the setup. Because we saw Dip dive just to get that kill on Nicole, but Mikey was there in the back. I mean, every single time UHM had an answer, and by the time you really had to execute on the site and you didn't decide to rotate, you're already choked up. You already have no other options left, and something like that Northwood has to change.
You mentioned Furbs at the beginning there with the dash on over to try and fight Cole in the back there of yellow. If you have a rifle, it makes sense to do the tailwind that we saw Furbs to do, but they have a Blade Storm. Updraft, then tailwind even higher, so you have the extra range and can Blade Storm them down. Why are you standing in front of them on the ground floor when the blades are in your hands? It's an unnecessary risk. It just seemed like the wrong play, and so Furbs have paid the price, and Colt gets that kill, hang with their life. Still, opportunities available here in this round. Furbs even finds the opening kill, something they struggled with just last round, like we previously just mentioned. That will put Hawaii on the back burner, trying to take a couple steps back. Operator in hand for prefix. They don't know one has already swung underneath, and that is Valorant timing at its finest. Looks onwards to the sky, right as Furbs swings, and now Hawaii, no kills to their name. Nobody has found impact in this round. The only impact being made, their body is crumbling to the floor.
It's almost kind of like what you mentioned sometimes. There's playbooks, there's things that work, but it also comes down to one thing starting, one thing going right off the start. But Mikey has a little bit of a break through the plans, already getting one kill, but only finding that in the meantime. But Northwood, we even then, you and I, oddly enough, this is going to be a little bit of a weird side subject, that you and I were on an R6 team during earlier within our school years, I know. And you remember how every single time that we made a game plan, or at least not us, but somebody else, would come up with a game plan considering that everything would go perfectly up until then. We have all 5 players still standing. The plan is there, all the utilities at our disposal, and we can execute it to the fullest extent. Well, Northwood, getting that first frag, they were able to set that up. Their ideal situation. Everything they wanted was laid out for them. They had their full util to work with in the meantime, and they had no complications whatsoever until the very end of the round because Mikey just felt like swinging for a kill because he had money to back it up. Those kind of situations.
I love you mentioning that because you talk about R6 and the 3 phase. You have the first phase, which is droning and finding the intel, peeking, or using a recon bolt or an owl drone to find information. 2 is dismantling the defense's utility on site. That's getting rid of their nanoswarms. That's getting rid of the alarm bots, things like that. And then 3rd is the execution. And where does everyone die 95% of the time? It's the execution. And that's been a problem for both teams throughout this one. Northwood have done a much better job, though, throughout that first half and the second half, and also here as well, in all honesty. And it's been such a problem for Hawaii that they're not surviving the execution. And it honestly feels like they're struggling to deny phase 2 as well. And it feels like they're being Thanos now before they can even fight back. And Ollie is down to 2 HP, and Cole just misses every shot. Another representation of execution falling short, and instead you being executed because of it. Hawaii now tying up Northwood. I say Northwood tying up Hawaii. It's 3-3 for the scoreline.
We even mentioned, I mean, looking at the map, one thing that you can see that a lot of people pay attention to are these vision cones. A lot of people hate them on the minimap. A lot of people can't stand them because they're like, it's way too much to look at. It's so flashy. Well, no, there's an extremely important reason it's there. You get to see people's setups. You get to see their post plans. You get to see how much ground they cover because the sight line is what they cover. Their presence, them standing in a spot, has absolutely nothing to do. You can't cover maybe, 3 square inches of space. You're covering everything you're looking at in the meantime. And when you see that entire half of a map, the entire site covered red when Northwood's on the site, you're saying, oh my god, this is flawless. It's one of the best things I could ever see. UHM has to match that same thing, and every single time you see green go down, it shows that they are dwindling in numbers. But that's not the case this time as Mikey grabs the first kill. Hunter's Fury comes out, stalls the plant here, and makes a great little hole so UHM can make the rotation.
Love the defensive structure for UHM. Also really like the toxic screen employed by Northwood. It cuts the back of sight down exceptionally well. It's much more different than what it used to be for the meta for attacking this site. But with the changes, obviously, to Tube, things had to change as well. But I'll tell you what's been changing is all the momentum for Hawaii. They cut down everyone in an exceptional fashion off the back of denying that first pick, getting first blood, forcing them back, forcing them to go for a very dangerous plant, and then capitalizing afterward.
This is now one of those situations where you buy an operator on the attacking side, you get a round or 2 out of it, and you're saying, all right, that's good odds, that's good odds. Well, at what cost? Because now you've given over an operator to Prefix, who hasn't really come to life in this game just yet. Sitting at 3 and 5 as a Jet, you're expecting a little bit more out of your duelist, and honestly expecting to pick up an operator eventually. Well, it definitely helps when you don't have to pay for it, when it's just kind of given to you out of the charity of the other team, and now you have a $4,700 gun. I would say the only gun that gives Jet real relevance of holding defense without playing aggressive and throwing your life on the line. So this is going to be a huge turntable for the side of UHM now. Now, not only that, but they have the lead as well, sitting at only a 1-round lead, I'll give them. but it's still more than enough to where they can start run away with this game and then shut down Northwood once more and put them on a budget. But speaking of Prefix and the operator, missing that first shot definitely is not a good introduction.
Opportunity for Prefix again. Not firing is a little bit sad to see, but I mean, if you're Northwood, maybe it's the right time, right idea. Ice Wall goes down. Keep in mind, Hawaii will not have that for their attack. I actually like that strategy a lot. Oh my goodness! Mikey does not need to go for the planter. They'll cut down the backline. They'll cut down the sage. No opportunity for a resurrection. That will cripple Northwood effectively, as now their lives are much more valuable to them. No one can be brought back into the fray. Tessa needs to reload their gun. They're not aware an owl drone should give away the information necessary to find a player behind him, but Mikey does it instead. They lose their life to Furbs. Opportunity for Tess. Hit they'll send a recon bolt up and over the top to gather information, but Tyler's quick use of the Hunter's Fury does not find enough, and they'll have to start sending shock darts over the top, but Comey's still unfazed. 2v2. Tested gets aggressive, cuts down Tyler, and now Ollie, the last man standing, has a lot on their plate, and Comey has the full half defuse, now full defuses altogether. They'll find themselves a round win, with Tested finding 3 kills in the round alone. Hawaii may have got their mojo Jojo back here. Dallas.
Definitely looking like they're starting to heat up and bring the fire to a map that's made of ice and looking to really get themselves back in this game, and they're doing a pretty darn good job at it. But surprisingly enough, I think that's also based on the amount of kills, the amount of fire that's being seen from an individual level on the side of Northwood thus far, knowing that, I mean, they're expected to kind of look better on this map. To look better than what they did previously, which was 8 flawless rounds on a half, albeit. I mean, you got to consider that, where's that going? I mean, once again, the map of the team. So it all comes down to whether or not they can really start to stand out, whether or not they can really start to have those impact prize, because Tyler's sitting on top with these kills. You're expecting your Jet to do that. Herbs has definitely had some pretty good calls here and there, but not good enough, not consistently enough. But Cole definitely having the darn going right now, especially when you get that first kill, and the second one it falling off, the guy's mowing him down.
Opportunity is available. Hawaii have absolutely crippled Northwood. And not only is their momentum of these rounds falling short, but it effectively feels like they're not able to get through phase 1 or 2, let alone get to the point of execution. And now you're left with 1 player. The resurrection's there, but you're not going to waste it in a round like this. Unless you turn it around and Dip gets the frags they were getting on a map of Ascent, which was 4Ks. We saw 3 4Ks in a row on that map. Maybe that's the opportunity. You get 2, you go for the resurrection, equalize in a 2v2, and try to go for that fight. But I think Hawaii have wisened up a little bit here, Dallas. They've started to play smart. Look at them not swinging. Look at them not peeking as much as they could be. And instead, playing smart and holding their own angles where they can. Dip does find 1, though. Maybe a consolation kill, but it does drop a rifle out of Hawaii's hands. Still playing over on the back of Belt. Make their way over through this elbow side, but Prefix has a complete lockdown sight on that spike. There really is no time now to grab it and rotate over towards the B site, though you do know that Mikey is holding that position in case that were to come to the table. That's not going to matter. Prefix, shot to the sky, and Dip falls down quickly and does not get back up.
And one thing, talking about that last map in comparison to this one, look at these 2 teams, look at the compositions. The one thing we're not seeing is alleviation of attention. We are looking at teams transferred across the map, looking for alternate avenues, looking for something crazy to work with. There's no way to alleviate tension here besides a Sova Dart that gets thrown out every 35 seconds. That's all you have. You have a Viper Wall to kind of inhibit these sight lines to make sure you don't have as much to look at, but you're never actually going to have something to work with and to actually switch things up. And I think, honestly, Northwood missed out on that opportunity. Having a Jet now, we saw the Reyna being hovered for the longest time. Nobody has any flashes in this game. There is no reason to turn your head. When you're holding an angle, you're holding it. And UHM right now have no reason not to buy an operator because they're never going to have to look anywhere else.
Storm not finding the necessary impact it wanted to, Dallas, and that's going to be rough for Northwood to try to come back from, but Dip's still here. They're thriving in their own little world. They find Prefix. The gunner there for the Hawaii side. Opportunity arises cold, but unfortunately is short-lived as well, and Tyler will even take out Comey. Tessa needs a lot on their table to do. They'll get Mikey to assist in the process, but now you're looking at a 2v3. 2 people ready to swing in the back of side, and Burbza does it first. They'll take the kill, and Ollie swings with the Phantom. Mikey to finish the job. Finally, Northwood find themselves a returning round. 3 losses in a row does spell disaster, but still plenty of time. 2 more rounds of the half to tie us out 6-6 at half, which is a pretty common Icebox score. It's either 9-3 or 6-6, so you'll have to see how it goes.
And even then, I mean, we've already passed that 3-round threshold, so I think I'm kind of with you there. We're going to be looking at 6-6 coming here soon, especially considering the kind of money that's on the side of UHM right now. Unless Tessin wants to step up, be a friendly player, and buy for a teammate, which is exactly what's going to happen. But Comey's still kind of taking the short end of the stick. And I don't blame him. I mean, when you're looking at this end stage of the game, you have 2 rounds left. You have to make somewhat of a statement. You have to start making these calls and say, look, somebody's got to take a fall for everybody else. Viper, you're the biggest thing. No flash in the game right now. You're going to be the cover. We have to have the simple controller. We have to make sure to inhibit these sight lines and make sure that we can keep control of this map. But Northwood are taking control of A as we speak.
Use of execution, and Northwood have ultimates as well they can utilize, but Tacit, cheeky angle, back of screens. They're more stressed about Comey's position, and they pay the price because of that. Hold on top of screens, looks for another angle, but Mikey gets a wallbang headshot kill, and that shot there after. Hawaii did not like what you said there, Dallas. Looking like a 6-6. I know I mentioned it too, but I didn't say it outright. They did not appreciate what we were putting out, and they'll find themselves now at 7. Not just guaranteeing the even half, but actually going above and beyond for at least now. And that small eco problem that Hawaii were facing now looks like it's going to be in the books of Northwood. 2 players cannot full buy, and you have 3 players that do not have full armor as well. Rough time to be a Northwood fan, or a Northwood player, more so to say the least.
There's also one thing that kind of scares me, quite honestly. Considering that last map and what we saw in the halftime score, it's going to kind of resemble this if we see Northwood grabbing one more round. But I'm not going to say too much more because I don't want to curse anything. Just let the game go out for itself and let these players speak and shoot for themselves. But already Cole going for this cheeky play again. Honestly, Northwood has to have a read on it, right? He ran into it the first time, and what do you know? Say thanks for the free gun and the free kill. It's now a 5v3 almost immediately, and we have not only that, a Viper Spit and a Sage rest to go with it.
There's so much potential on the board for Northwood. They are very well equipped for the rest of this one. Hunter's Fury goes out. It attacks 2 people. I think maybe just 1. You can heal up, obviously, with that Sage, but it's not been a problem for him so far. 2v5 now in the books for Hawaii. No ultimates. They'll tag up Dip, not able to find any securing kill. Tested from screen side, very wary about this Viper's pit. They'll send a shock dart over. It doesn't find any impact either. And you're looking at a situation where Hawaii are like, well, what do we do? How do we go from here? It's not the place you want to be. And the second you step in the Viper's pit, you've got a decay on you to make matters even worse. But Northwood stray away from kind of the mold of this half so far. They get a flawless and actually managed to bring it up. Not a tied 6-6 half. They broke that mold, but it is 7-5. Northwood very close, but not far behind at all.
And look at the setups, look at the way these teams can play this game. I mean, that is a great half for Northwood, considering they're the teams that had the 2 Sentinels. Now get on the defense. This is I think, where they were kind of trying to choose for it. They were trying to play for it. They were literally going in for their agent composition and trying to make sure they can have the layout for this, knowing that they can have a chamber that can rotate across the map. They can have a Sage that holds down literally everything, because otherwise, Mikey, these trademarks, now only having 1 for chamber is such a huge change, because you can't hold down an entire map anymore. You can't lock down the middle and lock down a site that you're trying to go to or trying to hold down. You can't lock down both sites and make sure to have somewhat of a presence there without your actual body and rendezvous totems being within the vicinity. And as you already see Ollie trying to push up, not only get a kill, but get a lot of damage on the test. And in the meantime, you took down their duelist. This is a great start with Benji being there for the backup.
I want to point something out here, Dallas. One of the things that we noticed on map 1 was kind of complacency when it came to defense for both sides. It's really bad for Hawaii, but that's the opposite of what we need right now from Northwood. If you're bringing a Sage on this map in a meta where Sage has been falling back a little bit more, you need to make sure you're very mobile. You're unpredictable. You're all over the place. You do not want to be static. That's something that's going to determine how this half is going to go. Can Dip be all over the place, or will they unfortunately be caught out in the open time in and time out? Firmsy gets the last kill, the second to last kill as well. Northwood take that pistol round. Good round for them. Now they'll have that bonus. But we've seen Hawaii deny the bonus before. Can they do it again?
They're kind of going to have to, quite honestly. I mean, looking at Northwood, how they found themselves a great start, getting 4 players still alive towards the rear end there. Almost everybody kind of having their fair share of kills in that fight. They get plenty of money to work with. Dip also getting a little bit eager here. Trying to go for the Guardian with the half shield. Still having all the utility in the world to work with in the meantime. Not having to use too much in that last one. Not utilizing the wall. Not going for the slow orb. Nothing really being brought out yet. So you're not stressed about that. And already, Ollie, once again, a lot of aggression. Finding a kill. This guy's playing like a duelist, but he's a controller. He's saying, no matter what happens, I have a Sentinel as a backup.
Opportunity strikes to the side of Northwood. They're looking for another opportunity to bite out and lash out at Hawaii, who are attempting to step into the foray, their territory, the den of Northwood. And it's a bite to beat. Benji, opportunity there, but they're looking the wrong way. Thankfully, Ollie saves them. That's teamwork and coordination at its finest, Dallas. You did not expect to see that. I was expecting Benji to die straight out, but Ollie's there, and they are absolutely carrying this Northwood defense on this B site. Now, Hawaii left with 2. Cold as a Marshall. Is that enough? Prefix also there. Sure, whether they just have in their hand as well. It's a Marshall as well. You can see the scope in their hand right there, but 12 HP in a dream. A single shot will do it. And they'll get the shot instead. Back in return to Ollie, denying the potential of a flawless round. But it might as well have been. Let's be brutally honest here. That is the rest of Hawaii falling quickly afterward.
Even a little bit of play there. I mean, Benji said, okay, I'm going ahead and snap my fingers, I'm getting out. What's going to happen to Ollie? He says, I'm good, baby. Leave me by myself. Let me flourish in this moment because I'm holding in this B main. That they are going to be extremely threatened to not push this anymore. Every single time. We see a bubble, we see a snake bite, we see pressure, we see Ollie being in the fray, trying to make these fights, trying to get these kills, trying to make an early impact. And I wouldn't doubt to see that same exact kind of impact in a round like this, knowing that you don't have the best weaponry. You're now kind of scratching things out once more. You're trying to bring together a round. You're trying to really just form it from nothing, which they have something to work with. It's just not nearly as good. So any kind of an impact play like that, already forcing UHM to go from a different perspective, trying to come through the middle of the map instead of right towards main. They know Ollie's going to be somewhere, but he's already backed up. He's already here to fight once more.
Opportunity. There's a knocking once again for Northwood. They've managed to deny Houston's initial push, but Houston does still get the plant down. And they actually equalize things out with Mikey getting the next kill. Tested opportunity for them. They'll remove Ollie quickly. Quick opportunity again. This is just such a consistent problem as you're not able to stay alive past that first frag. Now there's some assistance for Tyler. They have 2 of their teammates ready to step through this toxic screen. Kobe knows where they are. They're lying in wait. They find 2. Can they find the third? 1 HP! And there it is. Finding the last 3. 3K for Comey. And you've got yourself a round win for Hawaii to come back in and lead up now 8-7.
Even in a situation like that, if you're Northwood, you have to start really weighing out any losses in that situation. Make sure you got to push on that spike. Sure, you want to win the round, but no matter what, you're still going to be down or you're going to be up, whatever it may be, only by a 1-round margin. If you can find the guns, get out, make sure that reset comes around, the round switches up, we're going to see UHM really be starved for guns in this round, and you can guarantee yourself somewhat of a response. So, I mean, honestly, they try to play aggressive. They're trying to play around the spike, but you have to realize when to really fold, when to make sure that the kills are that much more important, getting those guns, getting out, staying alive, and really having somewhat of a backup, considering that Northwood and Ollie, with how many kills he's gotten early in this game, he has a Viper spit to work with. Your site can be unlocked if you get the guns to back it up.
Cole's got an interesting angle trying to lock down the middle position, and I think Tyler may actually walk into that line of sight.
No shot.
Owl drone goes out. That does tell Cole that it's there, and they'll swing for it. Able to clear it, though, and Tyler can't get the tag either, so really no gain for either side, and Tyler was visioning in on one player. Same thing can be said for Cold. Cold's going to re-swing on the lower side, too. I think this is the first fight that's going to go down. It will be taking place in middle. An opportunity maybe for Benji as well to get a kill, but you're going to have to risk your life to swing that one. They're going to have to go ahead and relocate, using the rendezvous to step back as the quick use there of the snake bite on the ground will force them back. No one's died just yet. An interesting round as already a minute has passed. Every single player still ready to fight at a moment's notice. Mikey, shot rings out, does not ring true. The Viper's pit down on B makes things hard to push, so they go to A instead.
Patience there. Still, only 2 players lingering on the rest of the map, trying to make the play there, trying to make sure they can make sure to hold down that site. It was outstanding, but nonetheless, you don't get the kill there. That's the problem. Another Viper's Pit now goes down, but this time for the side of UHM, as they had the plane to work with, they had the A site control, and Northwood is really trying to scratch together something here. And honestly, the Viper's Pit, the longer you wait, the more difficult your job's going to become. You can't let these kinds of things fly, because you already see things are getting dissected, players are having too much to work with, Benji can barely scrap together that kill, but there's almost no time left. 3 players still in the post plant, making this job almost look seamless.
Last player standing.
Oh, we got a snake bite kill at some point in that round, but Hawaii in a really good position. Now you've got Tyler who has to stick it. They're in a good spot to actually do this. They're not spraying through. Shock dart 6, 24 HP now to 19. Honestly, you might have could have stuck that at that point, but
Definitely could have.
yeah, opportunity there. We've looked at this one. Hawaii now go up again. 9-7 our score line. The Eco Dallas is not really there right now for Northwood. We're going to say that this defensive round is going to be one where they hold close angles with the Sheriff, try to go for the close cut there on B main, maybe try to be aggressive when it comes to the angles on A, but do not expect them to go for any long-range shots. Maybe Furbza could be the player to do so, and they have picked up a Marshall, so that does seem to be the case.
And one thing I'm kind of a little bit concerned about here for Northwood is that they're relying, we talked about utility, they're doing a great job of using it, but I mean, at what times? That's the biggest thing that it comes down to. Time, execution. UHM are now making their adjustments. They're baiting out sites. They're making them get scared. They're making sure to say, okay, you have all these plans set up for a site. Let's like you over-allocate to one site, switch things up, and all your utility's gone. What do you have to work with? Absolutely nothing. And they're really doing a good job at that, but they have to make sure that they can really just carry on that consistency, do it on so many different occasions. But we got Mikey pushing a site like this, finding all these easy kills right off the get-go. There's not much you can do.
Yeah, that's 2 kills. Follows it with another teammate to be there, and they're gonna let 2 players left standing for Northwood, and Benji sends one away. You look at Tatsu, who gets a little aggressive. They just hop out, quick jump and a skip. But Ali also flanking from the attacker spot, coming through that A main side. They'll find one of their own. Plant is down. The map has flipped on its head, and now the defense becomes the attack, and Ali is the only player left standing to pull something out here for Northwood. Rope is heard. Great bait by Hawaii. Ali has fallen for that wholeheartedly. They're just too scared to push out. Knows time is running out themselves. Is able to find one. The stinger bites. And unfortunately, that will be the last time he gets to sting anyone. While he gets cut down and removed by Comey.
Getting a free little piece of an ult point right there for Comey to go ahead and get that last one. I mean, only 1 out of 7 as it stands this far, but knowing that you're the first one to reach double digits, that speaks much more volumes over the course of this game. Knowing that you're getting that much closer, knowing that even if you get around to these last couple rounds and you're choking up, you're making it really difficult for you to get that last round, because we've seen it on so many different occasions. Teams are so darn good through the entirety of a map, but once it gets around to that 11th round, that 12th round, double digits, there's almost a pressure that comes down to it. With double the numbers comes double the pressure to say, we have to close this out. We have to find these last 3, and almost that 3, 2, 1 countdown is the most stressful out of it all. So, are you looking for some kind of a play? UHM trying to find some space in the map, but Northwood holding things down, making sure to get that rendezvous to come out. 44 is not having an impact just yet, and they're still holding strong. A 2-1-2 setup. Make sure to cover every single corner of this map, saying that UHM, they're splitting up, they're switching sites, they're rotating a lot. Let's just keep players everywhere, and let's make sure to keep it as even as possible.
Keep in mind as well, why you have been a very solid team throughout this map. The scoreline of map 1 was 13-7. Northwood failed to find themselves any round wins. We'll see a repeat, but on the opposing side. But not too shocking to see, considering Hawaii is very strong in the map of Icebox and is quite weak on the map of Ascent. Quick recon Bolton over the top. Hawaii trying to gather intel, and Dick falls victim to it.
No.
Great shot. Sees the intel and instantaneously acts off of it. Unfortunately, Mikey does not seem to realize you can't just hold W and pray. He'll get cut down. From the shadows employed by Cole, that opens up B site. Back of site is Ollie holding out towards Snowman. They'll send a snakebite to deny the plant opportunity, but other teams aren't planting that close. Instead, like to go underneath the tube side and go for the plant there, and they're gonna plant inside Cubby instead. Comey's gonna get denied of it though. Benji swings around the corner and finds the kill, and now Hawaii have lost Spike and now have to fight back against the defense of Northwood, which is 4 strong here.
Confirms it with a 1-tap in the even exchange there. I mean, sure, it's a 3v2, but you gotta do this almost immediately. 8 seconds left on the clock. Prefix can't do much here. It was that one swing there. That one swing wide, Benji. I love players. I absolutely love players that make those shots. Say, I'm going to put my life on the line to get this one kill. I hear that spike sound. I know for sure where they are if I get this immediate kill, because they are fragile as it stands. We know the clock is ticking down. I know they're having to stick this. I find an easy kill. They are completely choked for the rest of the round. Everybody else, run away. I don't care if you get the kills or not, but do not make my sacrifice for absolutely nothing. And Benji knew the time to step up, made that play, and definitely made it worth it for the rest of the squad. As they're now sitting in a 2-round deficit. There's a lot to look at here. Plenty of money in their hands as well. An easy little shutdown round here for UHM if they can really bring that to life. A tour force for Benji to back it up. Well rewarded for his attempts.
Northwood finding first frag here as well, Dallas. You've already broken the mold of map 1. We will not be seeing a 13-7 no matter what with Northwood's collection of their 8. So plenty of time for Hawaii to send us out of here quickly, but they need to find a returning frag, and Comey will be capable of just that as Dip overextends. Hawaii is sending your stage so far forward with the Ice Wall, one of the more important pieces of utility that fits your defensive composition and strat booking. It doesn't make as much sense as it should. Prefix with the classic, not sure why, managed to find another kill. 2 players left for Northwood. How do you return fire? How do you come back from this situation? Well, you pray that Firmza can find 1 in the early, 2 on the swing out, and that Ollie will have the time to rotate in from the attacker spawn once again. But Comey denies that pretty quickly.
Most first you can bring it to play of a lifetime.
Not happening.
Okay. Well, I mean, now getting to 11th round, we're going to put that one behind us as UHM. They just completely said, no. Once again, kind of just shutting us down as casters, saying, okay, things are looking good. Sure, you can look at the stats all day, buddy, but we can always do something different in the game. And that's what all it really dwindles down to. I mean, a 3-round deficit once more. This game is going to get very, very nitty-gritty. It's going to be a very close one, I feel. But, I mean, it all comes down to whether or not we can see Northwood step up, whether or not we can see UHM start to choke out these rounds. But, I mean, after such an exclamation point like that last one, such a statement round, just making it so swift, so fast, just so enunciated. It's just, it can't be ignored. If they have to do that again, that's really what it's going to come down to. But with the resistance off the get-go, I don't know if we're going to see that same attempt.
I want to point something out. We'll look at the scoreboard once again. I'll talk about it when it comes up, because it's a fairly interesting point from what I've been saying. I'm talking about the stats, caster guy, you know, but Shock Dart sent out by Northwood. It does actually get a little bit of attack damage there on a prefix, and they'll even get the Owl Joe attack prefix as well. So they're spotted. Prefix will wait it out and then start to catch up to the team. Looks like the team is going to go ahead and rotate on over towards the B side. Only 1 player is lying in wait. And it's the weak link for this map of Dip, who was the single best player, like I've mentioned before, at least in my opinion, on the map One of Ascents, as their clutch master. Not the case here. Struggling to stay alive, struggling to even use their utility. How long have they had this resurrection? Did they even get to use it in the first half? It's been a problem. Equal trades, 1 for 1 for each side. Dip will use the slow orb to get themselves some space. Prefix goes for the plant, a second lane, and Dip gets the kill instead, and Firmza claps back in return. Now the 2v4, the same problem we saw rear its ugly head just 2 rounds ago. Likely Tessin actually creates some space for themselves and knocks the head off Ollie. Now down to only 3 players to face off against. Cold's in a good spot to do so. Dip finally wins the fight. The Phantom comes up big. Cold has to swing. We're in red time, though. 13 seconds on the clock. Cold knows they need to get there, but a flanking player from B main will cause some pretty complications, and they cannot flick in just enough time. Here's the stats I want to point out here. Every round that Northwood has won has been a round off of elims, off of their kills.
Yep.
And notice that we're seeing that not just on the middle stage where you see the round kind of play out. Look at their actual kill feed, 21, 19, 13. It is such a huge disparity to Hawaii's, which is 18, 14, 14, 11, 10. Somewhat even for the bottom 4, maybe 1 person ahead by 4 kills. But it's a very even team. Every player is doing their best. And I think that's why Hawaii's ahead, because they're playing objective, which is strange for them, to be honest, and they're staying equal. Everyone's performing.
I want to say another stat line to look at right now for the side of Hawaii is that every single round they've won on this attacking side, they've done one of 2 things. They've gotten the first blood within the first 10 seconds of the round, or they've had a rotation. Every time we've seen them stick to a site, hesitate, play it slow, and still dedicate to it, they're giving Northwood way too much leeway to start setting things up. Once again, as we mentioned, it was a problem earlier for them. They're literally just playing into that now. I mean, they're kind of trying to make the game harder for themselves. As first they can find an easy first blood there, a cheeky little angle, and 2 ultimates still on the field, and no heals as Cold is now sitting at 8 HP. It's once again another one of those rounds where UHM, I mentioned it earlier, some maps are very, very hard for teams to close out. And as you saw in that desperation to get that spike down, to get to that post plant in the last round, when they had 35 seconds left remaining on the clock, enough for a full rotate, they still want to go for the spike, and they lost their jet for it.
It's rough to play from this point. Man down for Hawaii. Make that 3 down as Benji and Dip find 2 more. Mikey is the only player to find a kill now for Hawaii as they cut down Furbza, but Tyler claps back in return. The avenging kill is there. It's a 1v4. Quick dash down from up in hallway. Benji finds that final blood. That is a huge round for Northwood. Not only do they get out of that one with 4 players surviving, but they cut down all 5 of Hawaii, and the eco is very rough for them because it's been back and forth, win-loss, win-loss. I don't think Hawaii's going to have truly enough to full buy in this round. Maybe they pull an energy. That may be a reference some of y'all don't get, because just today they've been rocking nothing but half armor. I don't know why. Maybe because they get more buy rounds at the end of the half, but Maybe that's what they go for and they full buy here, but they're running out of time. I think it's going to get equalized to 11-11.
They're also cracked. Let's be
Yeah,
real.
that is energy.
That is an
like-
outstanding squad. If we're talking about VCT, we could have a whole podcast about how I enjoyed the lineup some of those teams got. But I mean, discussing this matchup more specifically, the one that is on our hands, I think we're getting to the same point. Exactly what I mentioned earlier. UHM, I mean, I'm not going to make any calls, say I'm a psychic by any means necessary, and say I'm in their hands and I know that they're choking up right now. But every single round that they go on now, ever since they hit that 10th round, they found one, but ever since then, the discrepancies getting larger and larger and larger. There's been the rounds that were clutched up. It was like a 1v2, a 1v1 maybe. Then the next round goes to like a 3v1 because of how everything's been mowed down. Now, that last round, it was 4 players sitting at the rear end for Northwood when they were looking like they could barely even hold a sight 1 round or 3 rounds earlier when they had the gun advantage and the armor advantage in their hands. This is going to be a game where Northwood, UHM, this little timeout right here that's going on, whatever they need, they desperately need because they have to figure out what they're doing wrong. They can't get in their own heads, and I pray they have a coach that's telling them, everybody shut up. Chill out. We need to figure things out. Don't get in your own head. Forget about what happened because the scent is going to repeat itself. We have control of the map. We have control of the entire lineup. We can take this series point. We can get ourselves ahead or at least get ourselves tied up now, but we're literally throwing it away with our own thoughts.
In my mind, looking at this one, you look at the first half, which was fairly back and forth. The fact that it ended 7-5 was an exceptional affair, considering the fact that Northwood was behind for a good portion of that, and they had to string win-loss to kind of keep it close when it came to the latter half of that half. The same thing can be said here, but now it's on the reversal for Hawaii. They're back and forth, and that's the complete opposite situation they want to be in. How many times did I say the word momentum on map 1? Too many times. I would get fired anywhere else, but that's really how Hawaii plays. They're a team that likes to get the ball rolling. They're a team that likes to go downhill, and unfortunately for them, the problem is that Northwood are doing a really darn good job of disallowing that momentum, of disallowing gravity to do its job, and instead forcing them to stop, crippling them in every turn, and just playing into their own game and forcing Hawaii to have to clap back instead. Great job by them, and I think that's doomed to continue because, like you said, Northwood, they've got an advantage here. They get another opening pick, and I think Hawaii are doomed to drop that spike once again on an attempted plant.
And every single time, it comes down to the hesitation. No, not finding an early first pick or not having the rotation. I think one thing right here is set up for something. You utilize Comey's Viper Wall to at least set something up, get some players to rotate. You find a free plant. But what we've seen out of UHM every single time they go for the rotation is it's already set up in the map. They already have a couple players set up towards the A side. They already have players pushing up, trying to get the intel. But that's not going to happen. Furbza finds the kill, knows that everybody else is still on site, and just follows up and says, it's my time to shine. Let's close this thing out and get into a tie game once more.
My goodness. Comey, you are supposed to be dead about 3 seconds sooner.
Yeah.
Thankfully, Ollie gets the memo and puts them to rest pretty quickly, but that is a now tied game. We're at 11-11. OT is a possibility. I think Hawaii look at this round. If you can't full buy everyone, maybe you question whether you do so. Coming to the next round, maybe with an operator in the hands there a Prefix, but I also would question that. Maybe it is the right decision to buy here because Prefix has had a rough game. 11-15. Dallas, that is not the scoreline you want to be in. And to make matters worse, Prefix was slow in the draw. They missed almost every sniper shot opportunity they had in that first half. We saw 2 great ones where you saw Furbza win the next engagement and then Furbza swing out and Prefix is staring up at the sky instead and Furbza gets that kill there. It's been a problem and Prefix's failure to, I guess, show out on the scoreboard may be one of the undoings of Hawaii that has allowed Northwood to catch up.
If this round is a 1, honestly, UHM can just call this, honestly. They are desperate. And with Furbza already feeling the fire from that last round, have the Blaze Storm in hand, this guy's got a double kill now, both 1-taps on a head. He's getting heated up, and with 2 Vipers pick going down, this is just straight blood and green right.
Spike planted.
This bit is up, but Dallas is a 3-on-3. They've eventually managed to clap back, and Spike is down. With the Viper Spit, they're well equipped. Hawaii have a really good chance here. Dip has to come up big. That was the opportunity, but squandered instead. Spray through, Dip. You're both at 15. The heal can wait. Get the kill first. Thankfully, Benji is there on the flank. Now a 2v1. They get a 3v1. Dip finally uses the resurrection. It's a miracle, Dallas, at this point. But they still got to deal with it. Viper's Pit disvolves. Comey swings to 1-2. Can't find the 3. And Benji's flank saves the day for Northwood. They'll get themselves a 3K. They'll get themselves a defuse. And Northwood reach 12. Map point here for the map of Icebox that we so expected to be Hawaii's go-to proving grounds. Now Northwood's instead.
Dip, don't let anybody tell you different. But you have been one of the most outstanding players in this game thus far. Taking so many sacrifices for everybody. Literally playing the role that Sage has in the entire Valorant lore. You are fitting in those shoes perfectly as it stands. The patience, the level of just, I would say, intellect off this guy to say, I don't need to move. I need to hold steady. I'm a sentinel. I hold a sight. That's what I do. And when I come around for the retakes, sure, I'm not getting all the kills in the world, but I'm providing heals. Now, don't use Direction Resurrection. I'm tripping on my words right off the get-go, but wait till you know it's going to excel. Give yourself something to work with, and that's when it's in the Viper's Pit and you can have a triple swing on your hands. But Northwood, looking to go for a little bit of an arsenal in the back. Ollie with the Operator and the Phantom, investing a lot of money in this round, not really having the manpower to back it up. They're already down a man, and they have to pray they find the necessary kills as they move their way onto A.
3v4 Dallas and Northwood want to send us out. They do not want to see it overtime because Hawaii is a team that they get stronger the longer it goes on. If they do get momentum, they're almost doomed to find the second or maybe third if they lose the first in a row they need to win it out. Ollie's now been tagged. They're in a really bad spot. Their life is cut short, and now there's only 2 players left standing. Do you see the tour de force spot? There it is indeed. Northwood feeling a necessity. Dip on the flank. The decisiveness you mentioned before, paying off. And now you're on a 2v3. Comey though. Aggressive along rope. Dip. Dead. Lackluster. Now it's just Benji. They got the 3K last time around. Opportunity could be here for another. They'll stick to it. And Tested denies it. Headshot kill through the box. And the ready net creates not enough of a safety net. Hawaii managing to reach 12. It's OT Dallas on Icebox.
I don't want to make any calls there, but I feel like Benji was just kind of told to throw that round. I mean, we just saw no real influence to try to play around Maze there, try and find another kill set up for anything. It was just go for the defuse. If they don't go for it, it doesn't matter. Let's go into overtime because UHM, we've seen them. They look pretty inconsistent. They can find momentum, as you mentioned on the site. Problem is, in every single round, you're switching sides. You're going 1-1-1. You're bouncing back no matter what. And you have to find a win on both sides. UHM, I'm not going against them by any means necessary. I needed this for them to prove me wrong. That's all it comes down to. UHM has looked really, really good the entire season. I've seen them play a couple times. You praise this entire roster on so many different occasions, and I've seen it. I believe it. I believe you. But, I mean, right now in this series thus far, I'm seeing some little breakdown, and I have to see them start to wake up.
Yeah, this is not the Hawaii team we're used to seeing. I mean, you casted for I've seen them a couple times. We've casted them so many times for different leagues and events. It's ridiculous to see. Even a couple of the players have gone in and done different amateur scene stuff and have played exceptionally well in those groups. They're a well sought out roster individually and as a whole, and we're just not seeing that right now. Maybe the break between the main season and this and the fact that not a lot of collegiate leagues were running was too long of a break for them, and they're still trying to make their return, and the longer this goes on, the more equipped Hawaii will be, because on paper, they were the stronger team. But they'll find an equal trade. Comey does get first blood, but Ferbs basically equalizes out instantaneously. Does not matter. It's a 4-on-4 now for the rest of the fight. I would argue that Northwood are better equipped for this. They may have lost the recon bolt-wielding Sova, but now there's no chance a toxic screen to disallow their entry.
Yeah, and once again, it comes down to the controller specifically. I mean, whether or not you can keep those alive. You have no flashes, you have no real initiator, no way to alleviate attention. But if you can find kills like that, just swing right into them. Win those shots, straight shots, and find those kills. That's going to be huge. And already we can see Benji trying to move into the back line, trying to find this different angle to come from. I love every single bit of it. You're setting things up. You're finding trades. And Mikey may be in the back, but he has no idea what's there for him. That's a round for Northwood. They just got to get one more to close things out.
I like it ahead of the defense.
Switching sides.
The side that they did pretty darn good on, right? They got close. The affair was there. They did start to struggle. But I think Hawaii have been on such a downward trend in this second half that this is Northwood's chance here. The longer this OT goes on, I'll say it again, Hawaii, I think, will be favored. They can start to get that ball rolling. They're equalizing things out. We're getting round wins. That's where we do best. Northwood, on the other hand, it's kind of a different story. They already have that momentum. If they get cut down, we haven't seen them under that pressure of losing momentum. Because what did we see on first map, dude? they just took the entire second half flawlessly. They didn't lose a single round. We never saw their momentum get cut short. It's kind of the same thing we've seen here, back and forth. There was no need to cut the momentum because now their team was able to build it. Now Northwood have been on that upward trend. They've lost a couple in between here and there, but defensively, they should be well equipped for this. Recouple over the top, that's a lot of information, and Ollie uses it to their advantage. Prefix dead and dusted. Mikey will be next. Ollie finds a second. Opportunity for FarmSun. Cole finds themselves in the afterlife. Only Comey finding the kill. And Ollie is still alive. They'll bite the snake bite, though. They'll lose their life because of it, but I think this one is, in fact, going to go to Northwood unless Comey has something to say about it. A 3K. They require the ace, Dallas. That's what's going to have to come out right now for Hawaii. They've gotten the kills, and there goes the Viper's pit. Benji on the flank. It's critical for them to get this one. It's the gun up and ready. It's not. Comey finds 4. It's up to Dip. They have to clutch this one up, and they do. Northwood find themselves at 14. The OT goes in their favor, and now the scoreline 2-0 for the map differential. This may be done in 3, Dallas.
I'm on that same page as you, man. I mean, we talk about momentum. We talk about players starting to heat up, teams starting to look good. But, I mean, momentum not only carries on in rounds, but in maps as well. When you win your opponent's pick, you win your pick, you're saying, map 3, we can close this thing out right now. Northwood is on cloud 9. Let's just pray they don't pull one off if you're a fan of them. That's all they have to do, quite simply. They have to make sure they can execute these rounds, and going back to a map pick that is theirs, or excuse me, on the other side. But I mean, with the way things have looked, it looks like the maps that aren't theirs are really the ones that they want. More importantly, it's just outstanding to see how they're playing their game. And UHM, I've said it on so many different occasions. I said, if there is a time to start bringing it back, it has to be now. That can't be underestimated anymore. That has to be your entire inscription to your team. You got to get it tatted on your forehead no matter what you do. When you see the reflection of the screen off your monitor, you're reminded every single time. Because they have to step things up. They have to bring a curveball in here. They're running very static lineups, but they're not doing it nearly as good as Northwood is doing it. Because we saw a lot more diversity. We saw the double sentinel, and I told you that was going to really speak dividends when carrying on the defense. Northwood proved us correct. Benji was pushing into spawn as a sentinel, going on flanks on the attacking side. Like every single time, you're like, where are these kids doing? They're lost. No, they're winning. You have to start respecting your opponent and saying, look, some of the stuff may look pretty silver-like or iron-like, but honestly, if it's working, and you can't sleep on it.
Yeah, so it will have to be a full reverse sweep for Hawaii to come back here for the BO5. This is BO3. It'd already be done. This would be over. The storybook would have been written. No, we still get a couple more. At least one more. That's what we can say, because Northwood could definitely close this out here for the 3rd. Stay tuned. We got more NECC action after a quick little break. We'll see you guys soon.
You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like.
When you dream, do you see beautiful rays of light shimmering, guiding you through the night? I know it feels like the night's getting longer and light is harder to find. I promise I'll always be there. I'll remind you when you close your eyes. If they send for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out. Even now, laying down hundreds of miles away, I can see you and me like it was yesterday. I know it's not the same, but I'm still behind you every step of the way. Look in yourself and I'll be there, I can guide you. All the love is the same. If they send for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights.
So, Dallas, I want to do some apologizing, actually. I looked over at a map ban screen, and I told you wrong, so you don't need to apologize. But, in fact, actually, Northwood's first map pick was Ascent. Hawaii did not pick Ascent. They did not go to it. So, in fact, and thank you very much for pulling this one up here, producer, Ascent on our actual ban screen, this is why I thought it was here, because I saw Hawaii pick up Ascent on our ban screen for our map ban link. It's actually listed as Northwood picking their defensive side and going to that favorite side. So it's interesting. I'm liking to see how it goes. Starting off on the defense means you have confidence. But I also think that leads me to believe that Northwood know what they're doing. Northwood understand the assignment. They know that Hawaii is weak in Ascent, which also leads me to why would you overarching pick the map? It just doesn't make sense to me. But then we have to go to Haven. And Haven is a map I know for a fact Hawaii are good at. I don't think it's their best map. I thought Icebox was their best map, brutally honest. And seeing Northwood take it, well, Dallas, I think that that might just tell everybody what I'm thinking.
Yeah, you may want to stop making those calls, honestly, looking at the way the series is going so far.
True, we do not have a good record.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and let you know that because you're
We get
0
a
for 2 as
coin.
it stands, just as Hawaii is as it stands right now. Knowing that Haven, though, I think they have a good shot here. If we're being quite realistic, I think Haven is going to be one of those places where UHM can really start to, I want to say, step into the game, start waking up a little bit more, because this is the map where I mentioned it prior in Icebox. I want to say UHM, they are a very, very good school when it comes around to getting themselves onto a site, making these rotations, setting up for different avenues, finding different areas of the map. But problem is, in these maps where there's only 2 sites, they haven't really done it too much. They say, okay, well, the map doesn't really allow us to do that. Okay, let me stop you there. That's completely incorrect, because you can do it whenever you want to. But Haven definitely makes it easier than other maps because you have 3 sites. Even though you never really mess around with B or get the plant down there, there's a lot of influence towards B. Sometimes teams like to push right through that BA connect to find themselves somewhat of a flank and to really throw off their opposition. Or, obviously, as we know, the tried and true garage control. You fight for it every single round. You fight for courtyard. You like the ego peek towards me. You like that little 1v1, don't you? And when you lose it every time, that testosterone in your system can't stop you from going back and dying again. No matter what the circumstances may be, Haven is going to be a map where UHM is going to definitely show, I want to say, a trick up their sleeve. But it depends on how much, because also this map, I want to say, recently has been where we've seen a lot of fade picks. And now that she's in the game, we haven't seen her in this series just yet. We've seen a lot of very, very static agent selections that we're very used to. I want to see a curveball be thrown in there. A Neon, a Fade, one of those two we have to see in this series. I think that'd be enough of a curveball for UHN to put this back in.
Neon's really good on this map as well.
Yes.
Neon on Breeze and Neon on Haven are like my two maps. I'm like, Neon is go-to. This is where you should play her. And I think, I don't know, maybe we see Northwood pick up Neon. That would be the team I would expect to pick up the Neon if it does come through. But I also want to point something out. You were talking about influencing and him being an influencer. I would say Hawaii, maybe they're sponsored by a certain group called Objectives, because they were the team of Objectives on map 2. And if you use code Plant the Bomb, you get a free round win, and that seemingly was the case for them. However, Northwood had their own specialty influencer code. It was called Shoot First, Ask Questions Later. And that's what they were doing to win that map. And ultimately, apparently gunning up, shooting first was the right call as they win it out in OT and take the W on that map. So with Haven on the chopping block and Hawaii also on the chopping block, looking down the wrong end of a barrel for sure, having to pull the reverse sweep, this is looking like it could be rough. And I'm seeing what you're seeing. I don't like what I'm seeing. I see a Jet, a Neon, and a Fade on hovered over for Northwood. That's a scary thought for me.
This may be the call of a lifetime. I gotta get props where it's due. Please lock this in. Please let me. I'm so big brain.
I do need a smoke, actually.
Because Tyler was going for the Asher for a second. And I would have loved every bit of that. That would have been something that could have been a curveball that even I didn't see coming. And I would have loved to see that. But instead, we're seeing switch ups once again. Ollie is a smoke player, so I'm assuming that probably Brimstone will be the pick there. But said Omen. Wow, okay. But nonetheless, all the craziness we were expecting is not going to come to life here in this map, sadly enough. The one real curveball we have being thrown at us isn't even really much of a curveball. It's kind of to be expected, but it's only for one side of the map. It's going to be the initiating picks for the side of UHM. That tested pick with the breach, cold on the sky, something that I wasn't really looking forward to or knowing was going to be brought out because there is no solo, there is no intel for the squad whatsoever, and it kind of scares me a little bit.
Now, let me talk a little bit on Hawaii, right? I feel at this point, if I'm hyping them up, maybe it gets them something. Cold is one of the single best Sky players I've ever seen in the collegiate scene. And I think that was one of the things that I've always looked at and say, this is it. Zbass is subbed in as well. Let's keep that in mind. They've come in and taken over the position of Mikey. So now they're playing the KJ here in the map of Haven, where the KJ was played on map 1 of Ascent. So if you're not hearing us say Mikey, well, it's because we're going to be calling out Zbass. And I think that's because Mikey is a really good gunner. And in a map like Ascent where you can gun and play the KJ, especially when it comes to the attack, you can. It's not necessarily the play here on a 3-objective map. You don't need to be the execution team for the gunning. You need to play smart. And that's why they're going to bring out Zbass, who's a little bit more clinical when it comes to playing that KJ utility-wise. So we'll have to see if that does come to its full fighting force. But Hawaii are well equipped for this. They understand this map. But the difference we're seeing right now, they're bringing out the breach. That rolling thunder to clear out sites will let their attack be very strong, and even more so defensively. They play from link to defend the A site on the most retakeable objective in the entire game of Valorant. I think Hawaii may be the best equipped we've seen for them for the defense throughout this entire matchup so far.
Yeah, and that is, I mean, you mentioned the rolling thunder. That is a test that can find the necessary kills to start filling up that ultimate tick.
True.
Honestly, Tested, I want to say it's one of the main players I've kind of had a problem with in this series thus far. Not really finding too much impact in gunfights, especially in something as influential as Breach. You have to find that relevancy, and I just haven't seen it yet. But still, talking about relevancy is definitely going to be relevant because that's the first something he put onto, and Benji's already here. He's ready to hold it down.
2 kills with a headhunter, doing what its name foretold. Make that 3. This one not the head, just hunting out the competition. And though Cole now the only player left standing, they deny the possibility of the flawless round. Apparently Ollie wanted the knife kill, chasing down Cole. Maybe didn't expect him to be there, but Tyler gets the kill thereafter. And Northwood find round 1 in their books. I think they found round 1 in every single map today so far, Dallas. At least we know that they've consistently been picking up the second half's round 1. Actually, if I remember correctly, Icebox was won by Mikey, the Hawaii side, who's no longer in this one. He got that 3K to save the day from up top. So I will take that back. Round 1 was won by Hawaii on map 2 of Icebox.
And the crazy thing I'm looking at right now is going to be, it was the first half, because the second half we did see Northwood win that first round on the, it was pretty influential looking at the stage of the series right now. But Another big thing right now is going to be the two Guardians being brought out. They're getting very overzealous with this money. I gotta say, I kind of appreciate it, knowing that Verza can be there. Find two and Dip's there for the backup. There's nothing stopping these guys. It's a flawless one. Put on the board immediately.
All right, so we can't hype it up too much, right? It's their bonus round.
It is an ego, yeah.
The way that they did it is exceptional, right? There was no chance for Hawaii to scrape one weapon away, two weapons away. You cannot discredit a flawless round 2 win because you have just demoralized Hawaii. They go into that round. We lost round 1, guys. Take round 2. We're not necessarily trying to win it. They've been buying marshals every single time, trying to fight back. You look at that round 2 and you say, I'm going to drop two weapons on Northwood's hands. I need to bleed that economy to make round 3 much easier for us. They fail that. They don't even get that at all.
They don't get
to make
one.
matters worse, they fed Dip and they fed Ferbza, the two best players in the map of Ascent, who almost single-handedly just buried Hawaii by themselves. I mean, Dip had 3 4Ks to save the day in a row, and Ferbza was popping off in every single round. If Dip is back in the fray, we got map 1 Dip. I'm afraid this is going to be done in 3-0 because Hawaii had no answer for Dip's playstyle when he was playing like he did on Ascent.
And if Dip also gets his hands on a Hunter's Fury, think about this guy. He's going to switch over to Seaside, have a complete shot right down the lane, find free damage, free kills, or even do that towards A main, A long, and find free necessary kills. But we're talking about kills. Sure, Northwood, they don't have the weapon advantage this time. They have Guardians and they're going up against rifles. They're still finding their positive trades as they've already knocked 2 players out of UHM's hands.
Opportunity not there for Hawaii to come back from just yet. They need to swing to a site. They've been holding out in the attacker spawn for a while. This map is probably the closest map we've seen to Ascent when it comes out of the map pool we've seen so far. Icebox not really similar at all. This one, 3 objectives. You do need to take control over mid, but it's usually just a way to rotate through. They push through to the site. Got themselves an opportunity for 1-2 as Hawaii go ahead now. A man advantage, 3-on-2. The shock darts come out from Dip, and that will buy them a little bit of extra time here, down.
A very, very questionable swing there, I have to say. Not really doing too much, and honestly, a little bit of an early lesson learned for Northwood right now. I mean, what can they do in a situation like this? Ferbza can find one, but I mean, you know that obviously Dip only has a Spectre in hand, and they were very late to that rotation. Not too much they can do there, but they ripped the majority of the guns out in the meantime. There's not going to be enough money to buy the gun and the full armor to back it up in this round, and well, they're not really concerned about that unless a Cold and Zavas wants to make sure there's some kind of an exchange and say, you know what, I'll take one for the team, buy it for you. As Cold does go for that, being that team player. But the one thing I was keeping my eye on in this past couple rounds was looking at money on the side of Northwood when they were looking to invest, what they were trying to do, because Benji never really bought, and now it's starting to show why, because the man was saving up for an operator, pulling someone of a jet, I'd say, but being a chamber, you're much, much, much more deadly, especially if you get 2 more kills, you can have another one to back that up that's a little bit quicker on your hands. So a little bit of a hold needs to come here towards the garage, towards the Seaside for the side of Northwood, if they can make sure to hold things down with the Hunter's Fury are to work with. The first ultimate on the board in Dip's hands. It's going to be a very, very easy plant denial so long as he has the lineup and just stays right there and aching it.
Keep in mind as well, Benji not buying. He gets an operator in this round. He can hand it off over towards their jet player of Ferbza in the next round, because he'll more than likely have that tour de force come round 4. It'll be very interesting to see. Round 5. This is round 4. So we have to see how that pans out just yet. But Ferbza looking like they'll have the first knock at the competition as this first duel goes forward. Great escape, though, by Ferbza. Gets flashed, steps back, and that's why Hawaii bring out that Sky, the guiding light. Very pivotal to their success. I'll even go ahead and use that landslide to go ahead and give themselves an opportunity to snuff out with the players pushing forward. Ferbza from bottom of hell, since 2 there, too. Dip may lose their life, but Ferbza's still alive, and he's got great covering fire as of the current moment. Tyler assisting them in a jump out. Cole does cut down Tyler, but Ferbza now finds their third. Cole finding their second, and you're now down to the 1v1. Cole has the Seekers. Not great in the 1v1, but he can't buy you just enough time, and the looks of things, Cole is go ahead and send it out just to give themselves some space while they go for this plant. They do know that they have already been found. 1-on-1, time constraint forced right as you enter red time. And Hawaii, theoretically, have the advantage. With the one-shot kill potential of that operator, what can you really say? And Benji get the shot. No. Cole finds their third. And you'll find Hawaii now equalizing 2-2.
And even then, the operator not picked up. I'm sure they definitely, Cole gave a little bit of a question over to Prefix saying, hey, yo, you want this? So no. I want to stay aggressive. I want to keep on playing that duelist role. I don't feel like I really woke up enough to really warrant to pick up that operator yet, start warming up for defense, being it's still such an early stage in the game. And I really respect those kinds of decisions. A lot of Jets like to be those op crushes. They like to say, I really like the op. I really want to go with it and play with it. And I completely give much more credit to the players that decide not to go for it. Sure, it's easy kills, but that's the thing, it's easy kills. You have to work for these wins. You have to make sure to show that you really want it. And in a round like this, I mean, this could be where it really happens, but Prefix with that Vandal and Cold following up. It's a massive start for him. But Ferbso finally with an answer.
Bladestorm has been kind of Ferb's main go-to for Ray Fighter when it comes to being duelist. That's normal. You're a Jet, right? That's standard, but Ferbs has been going above and beyond with it. But in this round, there was really no fighting chance. Northwood had no money to do it.
Standing.
Hawaii were way better equipped. Dip had an opportunity right there. I mean, you're looking at a share shots to Comey, but none of them hits. Comey just dodging and weaving, pulling a Neo from the Matrix in the air. And now it's left with just one person left standing for Northwood, and this will be a Hawaii round that will go to 3. They'll even find Tyler and Spawn and finish the job. Great round there for Hawaii. Cannot be understated, but it was an eco round for Northwood. They should have the money to buy out here, and they also have the 2 ultimates necessary. They can bring that tour de force, bring the hurt down on Hawaii, and disallow them entry to these sites with that long-range potential.
Now looking at the setup, looking at UHM, they're seeming to be a lot more confident. I think their fights are taking a little bit more aggressively. They're not being all that lackluster. Running the double initiator, they're kind of incentivized to play that aggression. They can't really switch things up too much. They can't play too passive because, well, obviously the utility will not allow it. But looking at the way we go into these rounds, it's still very early into the game. We're only on round 6, and there's still a lot more Valorant to go, at least when it comes around to Haven. And as you said, the ultimates now being on the field, the tour de force being one of those. Northwood, one more time, Benji. You have a shot with that operator, but you can't choke things up this time. You have to make sure you have to play aggressive when it comes into really mattering.
Tour de force is popped. Interesting decision. Much of the time we've seen Northwood popping Tour de force. We still have the same problem in Ascent here, Dallas, as well. It felt like the Tour de force for Northwood is popped preemptively instead of interactively. And Hawaii do much better, objectively speaking, for the Tour de force to play the objective. And that's kind of been one of the major factors that give Hawaii the better objective playstyle. But Northwood are just gunning. They have Ollie. Find a quick swing with a teammate there for the first kill. They even find a second. They're on to sight. Benji loses their life. The Tour de force not enough. It finds a quick 2. They throw down the baby cage, though, right before they fall, and that will buy themselves some time. As you're now looking at a 1v3. They've gotten the spike down. Prefix can just bide their time to maybe play for a late angle, but they're going to have to step through link. They're going through mid-window instead, and Northwood are just sprinting onto site. That's not walking. That's running. They know what they want to do. Fight the good fight. Play the next angle, and be ready with the crossfire. 2 players easily cut down the last player Prefix, and Northwood will take themselves up to the equalizing 3rd round.
Blow for blow here. I'm loving every second of this, man. I'll tell you what, I love games when they get nitty-gritty, when they come to a tie, and they almost stay there. You see teams just saying, we're not even fighting for a win. We're just fighting for a tie game. I mean, it's almost one of those things where it's a completely different mindset, and it creates so much better, so much cutthroat gameplay, knowing that these teams are just fighting to make sure they can show each other that mutual respect, make sure we have something in our hands, make sure to keep the game close, and make sure the series can bring out as long as possible. Because quite simply, this could be our last map we see. We could see a champion being crowned off this map alone, and UHM has to bring a stop to that. You see them getting nitty-gritty for it, and you see that Northwood, they're almost kind of breezing through it. They know they have an advantage. They know they're not really stressed for time. They know they're not stressed for maps until it gets later on the line. And right there, Ferbs with an easy exchange, sitting in a 4v4 now. Northwood just really suppressing and waiting it out.
Both sides down to 4. As soon as you mention it, Northwood say, we'll give you 1 more. Now that's Ferbs dead, dusted by the side there of Hawaii. Comey wants to make things kind of more interesting, I guess, for Northwood. They'll take things back in his turn. Ollie, I'm not sure what you did. There's a store called Ollie Express. Are you trying to get the expressway to the afterlife? Maybe that's what that was. A mess up there for the step away from the shrouded step. I'm not sure. But now it's a 2v3. Hawaii have the advantage, and they're actually looking to implore towards the A site. Benji will be the first person to get this next duel. They've got themselves a nice shot opportunity. It connects, and you're equalized now for the 2-on-2. The mask goes for the plant. Cold's going to swing to the Tun side. Tyler's there for it, but neither side comes in on top until Cold is Cold with it. Finding one. Now it's Benji again in the clutch. Gotten one. Can't find the other. Could have been the 3K, but Cold collects for their 3rd instead. Benji has been there, Dallas, consistently getting 2 kills. Getting a kill at least in a round. But the rest of the team isn't showing up as much as they should be. And Cold Got some ice on his wrist to match the name. The dude is rocking an 11-3. At this point in time, that was round 7 done. You've got 11 kills when the next best teammate has 4.
Yeah, definitely some fire here for both squads, and sure, being led and honestly cold on that Sky. We're definitely being proven by that. I mean, you said earlier, he's one of the best guys we've ever seen, and I mean, he's definitely proven it. Every single 1v1, I don't think this guy's lost to a single 1v1 yet, and that's huge. Being in these clutch rounds every single time going up against Benji, but Perpsa now showing that prefix. You're gonna have to hit the training range when it comes down to those knives, buddy, because you can just right click. Do Jets know you can right click? I know they love clips and they want to get that refresh, but is it so hard to understand that you can get a free gun if you just right click that, throw them all, and you're just like everybody else?
One player disadvantage for Northwood. That's been a consistent problem for them, but Tyler does manage to get one. Tested does get a refrag back pretty quickly, but Benji does make things further equal. 2 players left for both sides. 2 ultimates left for Hawaii as well, which could be a big factor for them. There goes that rolling thunder, and wow, Benji gets out of it. They don't get tagged. They have an opportunity. It's absolutely disallowed, though. Comey steps up. They still have the From the Shadows. They still have themselves the lead. It's 5-3, and Hawaii, they're getting that momentum we talked about so much, and it's going to become a problem for Northwood because this map is pretty easy to defend. Hawaii have the better defensive agent selection lineup. That means if Northwood can't get this close or even go ahead at halftime, I gotta give the nod to Hawaii. They have a really good chance of continuing that spree.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you there. I mean, Hawaii, they're definitely looking a lot more aggressive. The defense is a little bit questionable. I don't want to say they have the better 1-4 defense, but definitely when it comes down to retakes, and I think with how slow the retakes have been, it kind of favors them. They're just going to wait for that. They're going to make sure to say we're not going to hold down too much for site. We're going to just try to get back on the site once things really happen. Northwood trying to play from a little bit more of a setup, and Benji not feeling nearly the impact I saw when it came around to Icebox. He can't go for those flank kills anymore, can't go for these crazy plays. We see some pretty cheeky angles every here and there, but it's not really having the impact that you want. So Northwood now trying to find a little bit of a retake situation, just kind of backing up, but all is caught in the crossfire. Going ahead getting cut out as well. But in a 4v5, you got to get not only either, completely mitigate this plant, which isn't even an option anymore. You got to find the kills and you got to find the blood now.
He's staring at his teammate. 21 kill at least. And he killed the teammate, unfortunately. And why look like they're going to get a flawless round? Only one player surviving right now for Northwood. It's Dip, and I think they're going to dip one out of here as well. They know they don't got a great shot for this one. They're taking damage from the flank as well, but the breach there of Hawaii. Not able to get much out going either. Dip, come on, you got this. Hip fire and a kill. 180, quick flick, 360, can't get either. This is not Call of Duty, unfortunately for you. Z-Bass gets the classic kill instead. A flawless round win for there.
Great round there. I mean, a real needed one, honestly, for this IUHM. Really just kind of nailing our point into the cop and saying, okay, look, we're going ahead. We're getting this momentum every single round. As I mentioned, Northwood in that last map, where every single round, as soon as they have more and more and more players alive towards the rear end of it, as they're winning those out, UHM is showing that same exact resilience, that same exact snowball starting to go into the effect for their side. It's definitely able to be shut down. It's easy to shut down, quite honestly. Just get around, and you find a follow-up after that. You make sure that the econ is diminished. You have almost another free one after that. It's 3 rounds in a row, just purely driven by mental. But now look at Northwood, how much money they're investing in Odin and an operator on the field right now. A lot to work with. I gotta say, I'm a little confused about it.
Perfect's holding out in mid-window. Comey is pushing up through courtyard. You mentioned at the beginning, Dow. You don't typically go for the B site. You're using it as a way to translocate through to C or through to A. But sometimes the opportunity comes to knock and you ring that doorbell and it's open. Nobody's home and you just take that B site. And Northwood have been leaving up B for a good majority of this map. It's interesting to see. The problem is, even when they have a player there like Tyler, who relocated from A to B, it doesn't survive. You lose their life, and now you're in a position you're down 2 in a rifle buy round. You're not having to rely on Dip to find anything. They won't. Firm's on the flank all the way from A main, does find one, but they still have a 2-player disadvantage going through the rest of this round, and Benji is nowhere close. Has to pull out the headhunter. They do not want to lose that operator. That would be the worst part about this. I think that audio cue was in fact heard by Comey as they'll redeploy the dark cover, go for the kill, but Comey is faster on the draw.
And then Verbs as being the last one alive, trying to find a kill and can at least manage one in the meantime. Needed 3 more to really clutch up this round. Even then, still has the clock ticking against his favor. Father Time being the one opponent that he can't really put a bullet in. It makes it very, very difficult to come back from something like this, knowing the double setup that you can see towards a connected. There's one on the cold, and it's fourth now coming out from Prefix, but can't really close things out on the tested there as he does find the exchange. But as you mentioned earlier, I mean, honestly, the operator, we're talking about a lot in the Benji's hands, and he's managed 8 kills, but how many of those really feel like impact frags is my biggest question. That's always something I like to ask, and it's always a really weird criteria to set because you can't really warrant what a impact frag is until the end of the round when you have more of a rear view and the benefit of looking at what could have been done better. But the operator just isn't working for me, man. I gotta say, quite honestly, you need to run a Phantom. You gotta play close quarters. You have to find those free kills off shots, and you have just as much retake potential as you do first frag potential. And they're missing a lot by purely relying on it and not putting it towards C.
Now, you mentioned it's hard to, like, categorize an impactful frag, and for Benji, a lot of his kills have not really netted him wins, even when he is popping off, and I think that's how we're trying to determine whether it's truly an impactful frag or not. Same cannot be said for Cold, though. Almost single-handedly bringing Hawaii into the foray. Once we see Northwood start to cripple down Cold just a little bit, maybe slow down the momentum of the one-man army that Hawaii would bring to the table, maybe that's when we see something happen. But Benji, not liking us putting his name in his mouth, will cut down to the frag player there for Hawaii of Cold. Tessed's waiting to send out that landslide. They're each going to swing for Tested and Comey, each now find one, and that puts the Rolling Thunder as well up on the board. He sticks from the shadows, and Comey even gets the kill. Benji, not a chance. You're surviving that one. Cheeky for Hawaii.
You know, Benji's relying on that operator, and that was almost, I want to say, the biggest statement that Comey could have made. To say, I'm not scared of your operator. You have a 284s of singer shots the entire game. Let me go ahead and literally shove your barrel into my stomach, and you can pull that trigger and see what happens. Oh, you still missed? Yeah, now's the time. I mean, let's not be doing this anymore. And I think, honestly, at this stage in the game, sure, you're trying to look at Prefix, you're trying to shut the guy down, you're a little bit concerned about what he can do as a duelist and whether or not he wants to come alive because he hasn't really done that yet, but it doesn't matter. We've said it on so many occasions. Cold is alive and well. If you don't kill that man, the round is still completely doable based on how many clutches he's managed thus far. And speaking of clutches, this could be one right now if this Hunter Spear, if it finds a little bit more damage, but just can't come to life. Instead, the rotation goes around to C. And once again, Cold being alive has Seekers and Heals completely resupplying the team.
I mean, how do you, it's just such a easy, fresh, a breath of fresh air, as the saying goes. I always get that incorrect there. Problem is, you've already lost another player for Hawaii. Great job by Benji to cut down the Omen as they stepped up to higher ground, but Cold is cheeky with it as well. Quick swing and a kill. Dip finds the refrag back to Seabass, but guess who's the last player left standing? It's Cold. And to make matters worse, though, they do have the regrowth. You can't use it on yourself here. So it's not going to happen. That recon bolt and the shock dart extremely close. Actually finding Cold position in kill. Quick swing by one. Cold turns away. Why are you turning away? And Ollie dives on it because of it. I'll give you a little bit of a hint here. If a player that you're seeing is looking the other direction, that means their teammate is there and they're trusting their teammate to watch that side. You should have noticed that when the first swing comes out by Northwood, you had the opportunity to get the kill. Why you look away? He's not watching his back. He's not looking to the opposing corner. You know his teammate's behind him as well.
That's a lot to think about. Like, in the course of a millisecond or 4 seconds, I barely registered that.
These are real gamers, Dallas, actually. So I'm pretty sure they're maybe higher than Copper 4. So
we know you're not one because that's definitely not a rank.
Yeah.
But
I think I said it.
I mean, regardless, so looking at the side switching up now, there's still a lot more game to go. 8-4 half isn't too shabby, and Cole now being on the defense, it is going to be the kind of impact I really want to see. You've talked about this guy, I've talked about this guy, we've all talked about this guy, but the Furza now being on the attack, he's already opened things up, found a first blood, and we got to see whether or not this defense that you mentioned is really going to come to life here, because quite simply, Northwood, they don't want it to. They have to shut it down almost instantaneously.
Shots ring out. Hawaii on the back burner. Great job by Northwood, and the frenzies and classics come through. Benji, impactful kills, Dallas. Impactful kills. Not only do they come out with 3 frags, but they win the round. And that was the thing that I'm looking at saying, okay, do the kills matter? You just loot. Yes, they sometimes do. But Benji's felt like they haven't. They felt like they fell flat, much like him after he loses the clutch 1v1 that we saw happen 3 or 4 times in that first half. This game would already be tied. It would have been a 6-6 affair had Benji clutched up those rounds. Now, that is a lot to ask of one person, but the same thing could be said for Cold, who had clutched up every round in that first half and gave Hawaii that momentum. You needed that standout player, Northwood. You needed that potential behind you. And Hawaii were crippling you and punishing you because you didn't have it. Now is your chance. The second half of the attack, that's your own pace. Be quick with it.
Huge setup there and tested with an easy stun, able to go ahead and get some slowdown on the field. Enough for the teammates to come on the rotation, grab some guns in the meantime, and also get some kills to really set up this round, as it's already sitting at a 4v2 as Northwood, with such a strong start they had. All the armor at their disposal as well in this round. They are snuffed out almost immediately with nothing but a Guardian and a Spectre to work with, and a couple of prayers as they get themselves onto the seaside.
Problem is, why are you not checking your corner? I get it, you're walking into an obfuscated view, you're walking into a dark cover. There's no reason why you should tempt fate. Guess what? Why are you bringing scissors? That threat of fate you're trying to keep alive, you're putting a lot of tension on it. When you're stepping through a dark cover without any idea, without clearing corners, without any intel, and it's like round 1, round 2, you don't have the eco to buy the owl drone and send it through and send out the knives constantly, but you can turn your mouse, and we just can't see it happen. Paranoia sent out. Ali, unfortunately, can't get anything after it. Zbass finds that closing finisher. You're now at a 9-5 scoreline for Hawaii as they are climbing more and more to bring this one back even further for them. They should be the team to reach double digits first.
I completely believe so as well. And one thing I do want to mention is Riot needs to make more of those finishers. Purely, I know I'm speaking on the spectators' behalf as well. Everybody loves those, and we only have like 2 in the game. Please and thank you. But besides that, moving on, discussing the game once more, we have to talk about what Northwood can do to get in this game. UHM obviously being in the upper hand here, they showed that this is their map pick. They actually had a map that they selected that they're winning by a good margin, that they look comfortable on, which, I mean, to say the least, is kind of surprising to come out of our mouths as ironically as we're saying it. But knowing that now, the setup, knowing that this has to be the buy round, we have to see something outstanding, but when Prefix pops off like that, there's just not much you can do.
I mean, you're looking at a Northwood that feels the burn right now. The individuals of Hawaii. Thankfully, though, Ollie now has 4. The Guardian being the main decider. Oh, Ollie, you're dead. Yeah, that's not going to happen. That is unfortunate. The omen and omen violence rings true, though, for Hawaii. And they'll reach double digits like we mentioned previously, but that did drop a lot of the weapons out of Hawaii's hands, which is pretty good for them, and Northwood have plenty of money for this round. To go even further and beyond that, they can buy all rifles and armor. They don't need a sniper for the attacking half. If anything, they use it to contest Prefix, who could be holding C, could be holding A. The question is, can you get him to ring a shot out without hitting you and then rotate fast enough to get to the other side so you don't have to face the operator?
Yeah, I mean, looking at what we are dealing with thus far, I got to say, I like the setup here on the attacking side. And more importantly, as I mentioned earlier, I don't want to see Vinci on an operator. Here on the attacking side, you're really forced to where you can't use it. In Cold, I'm not going to say throwing the round here, but being the first player to fall, being so aggressive, when you're the most impactful player on your squad is on your team, without a doubt, I got to say a little questionable.
Let's go through. Hawaii taking advantage of it, too. They'll find 2 kills. Now make it 3. Tyler, the only player to find a frag right now for Northwood. When it comes to this last duel, it's still continuing on. There's plenty of time for Northwood to find something, but Prefix watching the angle and cuts down one more. Pops the blade barrage. Not seem to do much for them, unfortunately. Much more like a single dagger being sent out and then their life being sent out as well. That was just Dip left standing. We know that to be the Clutch Master from map 1. We knew them to be the great utility player on map 2. Balance. Now we're looking here for map 3. Can Dip pull it off as they sprint their way on over to the C site. Hawaii are going to have to run from A, the full 11-second trek, and that will buy them plenty of time.
30
I think it's quite feasible, and even then I'd be more excited to see what Dip can pull off here. Whether or not he just goes to the default, sets up for the post plant right there towards C long, which it looks like he's going for, making my point not nearly as exciting anymore because it's already being read. I mean, a little bit of the checkpoint would have been nice. Setting up a roadblock somewhere throughout the map, cutting off one of those players, making it a 1v1, catching them off surprise, and you can even tell that they're setting up for the double. If you stack right there towards Crate, have that lineup, see how long it is. It can be such a nice breath of fresh air.
Enemy remaining.
Already, there's one off the board, setting up, doing a great job. And the Hunter's Fury here as well, a little bit early, but you're just trying to buy time, trying to slow it out. You get one hit, you know the player's there, you just swing, get the kill, and there's a clutch, baby, and another round for Northwood.
We said it. Dip was the clutch master map 1. We saw them come back alive here for map 2. And then we just saw a really large gap of not enough Dip. This is not Dip City anymore, dude. We were looking at a open barren field, which was unfortunately the kill feed with Dip's name in it, as it was on the wrong side of it. Always on the right, never on the left. Now we get to see it on the right side if you're a Northwood fan. The problem is the damage has been done. They're 4 rounds behind now. Was 5, so you're climbing. You're getting there, but a single round in return, you gave Hawaii momentum. That is the complete opposite of what you want to do, and they were walking away with it because of that. They didn't even look like they were struggling in some of those rounds.
Already a little bit of the split towards 2, which I'm liking to see every single bit of, but I mean, considering, looking at the stance, looking at what these teams have to do, I mean, we see the Seekers coming out. That's a lot more of an important detail, knowing that you're going to see where they are on site, but knowing that they're all clustered up anyways, it's not going to have the biggest impact, because as you see, as a couple bullets, they're all mowed down, and Cole goes right along with them.
Shots ring out in Northwood on the left side of the kill feed. Comey finally puts Hawaii on the right, but I'm trying to get another opportunity for him. Prefix takes the head off Benji. 2 players left for Hawaii, and one of them bites a little bit of a shock dart. They're going to go ahead and put down the Cloudburst, swing to the right of it, trying to tag Ollie a little bit further, but neither one of them is really wanting to step onto it and stick it just yet. Tyler was playing cheeky inside Garage. Prefix dooms them to eternity. And now Prefix can watch the close angle as Comey goes for that defuse. They'll get the tag. That just lines things up for them. Genius. You don't need a shock dart in Dallas if you have the time. Then a recon bolt in. If you nail that shot into the dark cover, you're going to see them. And you can gun them down from anywhere all across the board. And Prefix was not prepped to deny that shot opportunity of Northwood. Great round for them. One of the best ones we've seen. So take a look. They're not great on the eco. Despite having 2 round wins in a row, they were bleeding so much after that round 2 and round 3 loss in the second half. They cannot give Ferbza a weapon. So instead, they're going to have a Tour de Force and the Blade Storm ready, and they're going to save a little bit of that eco on the top.
The crazy thing to me looking at this game is that, I mean, we saw the aggression from Cold earlier up that A-long, trying to find that flank around, trying to get that aggression, and honestly, it would have worked when you're in that post-plant situation, where you're trying to go for a flank because they set up on C-long, and Northwood, I won't blame them to go for it again. That's exactly what they're doing. They found a recipe that works for them. They say, if we make a pretty darn good cake, let's just make cake our specialty. Their cake, I mean, C starts, you know, it's the starting letter of cake, and it's honestly their bread and butter as well. They are looking so darn good on the site. Their post-plants are outstanding. They're setting up in C-long. They know how to play it, and honestly, it's more important that UHM doesn't know how to play around it. We see no flames coming out yet, but finally Tessa wants to make some kind of an impact frag. Comey's pushing up, but how much will it really matter? It's going to matter all the time in the world, because the defuse goes down, not enough sprays go through, and that's another round 1, and a lot of players still living in the rear end before Prefix says something to say about it. But, I mean, finally, a flank, aggression, something that seems maybe stupid in some eyes, works at the end of the day. These are the kind of curveballs that UHM has to be ready for. Northwood will make adaptations. They will make adaptations. That will be plain and simple. That will be engraved for the rest of history. If you're playing Valorant, you have to adjust around the map. And that's what they're doing. Problem is, what is Northwood going to do to retaliate this? A Tour de Force, not really the best option to me, but you still go for it because it's all Benji can do. The rest of the team, though, a B push. This would be outstanding, especially considering the stance that nobody's even gone for B side. And even then, they're going to get planted on it. That would be crazy for them to really try and aim for it more specifically.
I like the kind of pivoting we've seen Hawaii do, right? They took a head off the momentum. They found themselves around when they got the ball rolling, but when they started to get kind of gate-kept there by Northwood, they've changed their strategy as well. They're playing hesitant, and I like that idea against Northwood because they're a team that doesn't punish hesitancy very well. They like to win in that final third phase, that execution phase, which was the problem Hawaii were facing on map 1 and map 2, and Northwood were not. Hawaii's finally found something that counters it. But the problem is Northwood is a team that adapts faster. Northwood adapted in 2 rounds on map 1 to get that return, and they did it all in the second half as well. If they do not cut down Northwood fast, it's going to be done and dusted for them. And the case of the matter is, for this round at least, Northwood cuts down Hawaii first. Step up, find all the frags necessary to win. Easy job for them. It didn't look like they struggled too much, though it was a bit of a hectic mess with those abilities being tossed in through mid-window. So Northwood now only 3 rounds away. But Hawaii only 1 round away from match point here to survive on third map.
Yeah, I think honestly what Northwood, all it comes down to is, this can be a weird analogy, is that the fact that UHM, Northwood's trying to build a puzzle right now because of how big of a map and how complicated a map Haven can be. You're just trying to put all the pieces together. Slide yourself in where you're trying to look at, with one of those being the side, and trying to see if you can really match yourself there. And honestly, Northwood's done a pretty good darn job at that thus far. Every single time they've hit a site, they've been successful in putting the spike down. Haven't had too many complications in the meantime. But UHM, what they have to do is make sure that the plant goes a little bit south, because their post plant, their retakes, as aggressive as they are and how their entire composition plays into it, they're not there for it. Sure, it's an eco round. We can't really read too much off of this, specifically knowing they're dealing with frenzies and a couple of classics and all kinds of weird stuff, and a blade storm more importantly, which Prefix is just now getting a kill with. But there's a lot more round to go. The plant's going down, and if we see Northwood just set up for the post once more, get all the way towards the back, I think this could be easily another round on them before they hit 9-11.
Very true. Prefix does get 1 kill. They take out Ollie, but Ollie had already found Tested just moments before. Sets themselves up still nicely, but Hawaii, despite the ego, they're actually only 1 kill away from being able to break even on this, and Dip is quite literally a pixel worth of HP. Thankfully, though, Dip has a good shot and manages to take out Zbass through the Radiant crate as they jumped up on top of tubes there. That's a round win for Northwood. Now, we're at that 9-11 like you talked about, and Northwood are looking to continue that pacing. They found 2 in a row. Problem is here, Dallas. Look at that scoreboard. 2-1. 2-1? Question mark for Hawaii? Will it repeat and they reach 12? If that's the case, and we see that mold continue to unfold, Northwood will get to 11, and Hawaii will reach 13. That's something Northwood cannot allow.
And that's usually one of the most often lineups of score that we see in a lot of teams, especially when they're very, very evenly matched. You know it's about to go to overtime, and it comes down to one tiny little thing that you always start to question the rear view of the round, or at least in the game, to figure out what you could have done more of. But even then, one thing that we can say they can do more is pop some ultimates, because the End of Shadows is available, but it doesn't matter. You're already on site, you found a kill, Probes is there to set up for it, and the plant is now going down. We see Northwood going to C, to B, to C, to A, to C. They are bouncing back and forth, and they are constantly keeping UHM on their toes. They're doing such a good job at it.
Late now, Tyler. Now, Dip. Northwood capsize the Hawaii boats. They try to make it back to the mainland, and unfortunately, not happening for them right now. Northwood look like a storm, and unfortunately, Hawaii look like a tugboat. Not seem like they're having a very good job handling what Northwood are bringing to the table. But, if you've ever been to Hawaii, it's not just all sunshine and rainbows all the time. There is some turbulent weather, and they handled themselves well. If we see Hawaii come out on this map, I think they've weathered that storm, the hardest part of this, and I think they'll have a really good shot to take us all the way to the 5, which will be necessary for that full reverse sweep. They just have to survive to that point. And looking at the eco, Dallas, it's stingers, it's shorties, it's shotguns. It's not looking like they'll survive and weather this round. We've seen worse comebacks from Hawaii. There's definitely the shot. There goes that shorty. Prefix with 1.
Oh.
Cold with a second. The Bucky comes out with a headshot kill. And now Northwood are a man down and have dropped weapons on the ground. Can easily be collected by Hawaii, which is why they're not stepping away from this side. They feel it's still necessary to push. They need to deny them the possibility of going for it. And there goes the fragment. Tyler with 3. Single-handedly putting Northwood back into this one. But there goes the blind. Cold is nasty. Now the 1v2. He's got the Phantom. He needs to retreat. Dip now. 39 HP v 38, and Zbass has also relocated himself to assist with this fight. Hawaii get to 12 on an eco. What a disgusting affair the storm has been weathered.
Cole was the one player to make the call as well. We saw it. We saw the ping come out. He said, gun right here. Pick up some weapons. And Northwood had to make that read so much earlier to say, honestly, they could have thrown one player out, because every single time, Northwood's almost getting readable with their plays. What's the one letter I said most when I was talking about the sites they were hitting? C, 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 C. They love that site. They know that if they don't have to hit it on a round where things can go south, where things are going to get complicated, all the utility in the world at the disposal of UHM to where they can counteract things. So instead they do it on a budget round and they get a guaranteed round, it was looking like that. But instead, they get it robbed away from them. Cold stepping up, going huge there, and Northwood just not sticking their guns. Instead, trying to play aggressor once more, knowing that, honestly, UH was the one who had to make a move there.
You're looking at a Northwood who's now looking down the wrong end of the barrel, much like Hawaii had been the whole time, but this is not a foreign concept to Northwood. We saw it on map 2. They came in, they led us into overtime. They got to that point. Hawaii had to win that last round to do so, but they're no foreigners when it comes to handling themselves under pressure. Pressure turns coal into diamond. And right now, Northwood are trying to be diamonds. Unfortunately for them, Hawaii are looking like a force to be reckoned with. The pressure is on. And eventually, the pressure has to culminate to that boiling point. That's when Northwood will start to execute onto sight. Z-Bash, KJ's locked away, but the shot connects, and Tyler is the first to fall. But Ollie quick, that quick refrag back in return. See it from the shadows up to heaven. Ollie will be there. He needs some assistance. Cold is close. You got to get that kill. Not gonna happen. And now Cold might just have saved this round. The UHM side trying to spray through. That's not a great position for that quick toss. There goes the rest of Northwood. They gun them down 4 in the matter of 5 seconds. And you see Northwood collect their 11th round win. And that eco for the side of Hawaii, it ain't there. The only people who got the money, who got the guns, will be Z-Bass and Cold, and they only have one ultimate to work with, but it's a dang good ultimate to use here.
It most definitely is. I mean, look at the scenes of the game, looking at, how Zabas has a baby cage ready as well on the defense. There is a lot of budget that's coming out. And Colt, being on the operator, prefix, having that Vandal, that's about all you got to work with. Northwood, this is the one thing that kind of got swept out from under. It's that thrifty round that we saw in that last round. They can't let something like that happen again. They have to play very, very precariously. They have to be ready, and I guarantee you nobody's ready for a Sky with an operator. But honestly, they may not be ready for it. They could be going right towards A short, not worried about a single thing. And if Colt misses that shot, the rifle player switching up the gun may not be the trade-off you want.
If you got a player popping off, Dallas, give him the operator. Give it to him. They're not missing. Give him the one-shot kill bangerang, right? That's not what we just saw. Cold. The pressure adds up, and he got iced. The name matching too much. And now you're looking at Northwood, who survived the first altercation. But the question now remains, where's Cold? Where's the operator? Where's that sniper you're so scared of? Well, it's still over on A, not peeking towards long. Look at what we're seeing from Northwood. They're going to B, but they sent the util a little too soon. The Nanoswarm buys a little bit of time there. The UHM side, once that breaks, they've sent themselves onward. They're on to site. They're dropping down the lockdown, and Northwood could step away. Where is the baby cage placed? They just have to figure that out, but they can't get it. They now have to swing away. They've gotten the spike down. Northwood have escaped the baby cage and now can fight for the rest of this. None of them getting detained, and now you're left with just 3. You've gotten the Rolling Thunder. It's charged itself back up. Cold needs some assistance. Prefix gives away his position. This could be dangerous, as now Ollie can look to fight this one out. Head is seen, but they're just buying time. They'll relocate. They'll manage to step away, but cannot survive. But Tyler off screen gains one more. And Farmtha finds the next 2. A 3K to the man to mark it down at OT on map 3 once again.
Overtime.
I'm not going to lie, putting that baby cage down, great decision. Problem is, on the B site, that's the worst place you could put it.
Yeah.
Northwood had to read for that.
That is a genius call out.
Every single team I've seen, you may not even, and a lot of people don't even think about this, but B site, when you push out on it, you have probably one of the most powerful positions in the game. You have the middle of the map. You can stretch things out. And I always like to kind of compare it to one of those old, I forget what the name of the toy is, but it's like the ball that stretches out, and then you can collapse it back into like the little spiky one. That is the best way to be in offense around a spike. Is once you get it down, don't camp on it. Don't put yourself in a corner. Create some breathing room. Take control of the map. Scout out a little bit. Then recollect, reconvene, recollapse back in on the occasion to make sure that nobody's on top of it and come at it from every single angle and pound on it over and over and over again. And that's what we saw right there. The opportunity given to Northwood to get to this OT. But now they're in OT. They're back on defense. We got to figure out what they can do here.
Find the weak point and hit it. That's what we saw for Northwood. It's a consistent thing for them. Now Hawaii are looking to do that. They swing to B, they get that kill, and now they're going to A. They're finding this one well. Firms are going to go ahead and put down the Cloudburst, trying to escape in a really bad spot. You get one kill, you're positive, but it's not going to happen. Tested, guts them down instead. Guts them, sends them out. Now Northwood left with just 3. Tyler from up in heaven. They have an opportunity here on Comey. They're not giving themselves the look just yet. They'll swing over. There goes the dark cover, and they fall in, and they cannot get up. They'll die to the fall damage, shockingly enough. And now Northwood down to 2. They did manage to find 1 before the process. Benji shuts down the turret. Not that that would really do too much. Cole gets their 3rd, no longer with that cold feet from the last 2 rounds. You look at Hawaii take that first round of OT.
Switching sides.
Hold on this attacking
Match
side.
point.
That's gonna be the one thing stopping Northwood from winning this game. Swear by it. It's just too easy of a tell. He is always stepping up, always being the first one in there, and every single time you can tell the Northwood is not ready for those flashes. It's not a slow floating one that just kind of hangs in the air like a feather, like KO's nade. It's just straight up. It's a bird you can control no matter what, and you're getting the intel off that. And I mentioned it earlier that they had a lack of intel, which Sky can definitely kind of compensate. It's not nearly as efficient at intel as Solo, but it provides so much more, and you can tell that Cole is feeling to be that Swiss Army knife. To say, I want to be I want to be a jack of all, a master of none. But honestly, if you're a master at your shots and you got all that to back it up, nobody's going to stop you.
Spike retrieved.
All drones sit through, and Northwood are looking to find the weak link of Hawaii. Unfortunately for them, doesn't seem to be very many, but you guess what? You've got both Prefix and Cold on the A site. Northwood have realized that, and they're pushing to C because of it. They'll find the first kill. Homie gets a frag back, though. That equalizes on even footing the 4-on-4, but there's still plenty of time for Northwood to play cheeky. Benji in the dark cover. Tessa at 1 HP. Does not seem to matter. Tessa can still get the kill. Dipping all each one more good for it, but Comey is playing on platform. That's 3 to the man. Now you've got a 1v2. Dip's clutched up before, make it the 1v1, but you've got to face Prefix. You've got to fight the Jet with the Operator, and if you lose this, you're going to map 4. The pressure for Dip must be palpable. The spike's been left on C long. Where do you go from here? Well, go through B, step through defender spawn, maybe
30
pray
seconds
if you
left.
catch him looking the other direction here, Dallas. The timing has to be perfect. Note where we're seeing Prefix lie. Right outside garage door. Double Radiant crates stacked up, trying to hide themselves. First checking defensive spawn. Also wary of garage. The timing could be there. It is! And Dip finds the kill! Northwood survive an OT as Dip, the clutch master, pulls it off once again.
Switching sides.
We keep it going. We reach ourselves into a double overtime, all just by Dip's hand and Cold's hand more specifically for that first round. But it can't be a battle of these two, because I can tell you what, Cold's a lot more consistent about these kills than Dip is, and you can tell at the scoreboard alone that that's just a plain old fact. But I mean, going forward now, we have to see what more each of these squads can do. Northwood is just relaxing. They are lounging onto that C site. Every opportunity they get, they say, all right, well, what's their best odds of winning this game? Well, on the attacking side, we see, and we've had the best success right there, right? Sometimes percentages are going to work in your favor. That 0.3% of you losing might be the win. And you never know what you're going to have to whip out here. And Northwood has to find an exchange. But UHM, your attack, so long as Cold's alive, that one consistent common denominator, if he's the one that's in the game, it's a 100-0. And there's no room for leeway there.
Benji's got a great spot. That guiding light did not phase them. The issue is there goes another blind, and Benji will have to use the rendezvous to escape. Interesting that the first one did nothing. They tried to bait out the rendezvous in the first place. They know where Benji's lying. Benji's been doing that the whole time we've seen Northwood on the defense. Thankfully, though, for Northwood, Benji survived. They get away. Now they can fight for another engagement, and the looks of the thing will be C. As 3 players stacked inside garage. One looking to push through C long, and another one hanging out by hay. Cold now pushing to C long as well. The angles will be there, and there's so much blind and flash potential on the side of Hawaii. They're well equipped to absolutely brute force their way onto the C site. But can they survive the execution? Homie sends out the dark cover, covers the garage window, covers defensive spawn. They'll save the blinds. They'll keep them for the last bit. Northwood did not do a good enough job of engaging early, and now must pay the price as Hawaii set themselves up quite well to defend this one on the long range. Look how far back they've retreated. 3 players will hold out in C long. 2 will watch the hay bale flank, and only Benji will apply pressure from that rear, and they cannot get the kill because Colt is there instead. Garage rush out now employed. They have to go for the spike. They'll drop it initially. They'll use the landslide. Seabass has to swing out. Prefix gets a kill. Tyler for one of their own. Push out from Cold. Still not dealt with. They'll finally handle it by Dip. Tessa gets tagged, but Prefix still there. It's just Formsa left standing, and it's not gonna last. Northwood fall, and Hawaii find another round win.
And as you
Switching
mentioned, just not
sides.
enough retaliation there
Match
right
point.
off the get-go to really force some of this utility out of UHM's hands from Northwood. They were just kind of letting them have that sight. They said, okay, do what you got to do. But honestly, they have the reaction speed. They know whether or not they have to use that utility or whether or not they can really save it for later. And the trade-off was just not there. Knowing that you have an Omen, knowing that you have a Sky, your most critical piece of utility, just regenning at your hands once you've already used them to get around the map. That's exactly what UHM was waiting for. That's why they stationed themselves in Garage. They said, no matter what, we wait for all these smokes to be up. Wait for all these flashes to be ready. No matter what, we have to be prepared for this. And at the end of the day, they didn't even need it. The smokes were just enough. You didn't even need Cole there to really follow things up and have those kills there that were necessary to get that dub. But I mean, regardless, you're now in a new round. You have to switch things up. In Northwood, they know they can't rely on C because the last time it was a 1v1 situation, they clutched out a little bit too scary. The no prefix going to have that operator, so they have to really gamble on where it could be and what kind of new setup they could really lean into to find themselves another round to take us into a triple.
Patience, the waiting game, slow and steady. However you want to describe it, that's on the mind for Northwood. They know that UHM have a really solid objective game. They have been the team of objectives throughout this entire matchup. They've already lost one. The dark cover spam we saw Hawaii employ just last round, it's not available now for Northwood, as they've lost Tyler early. How do you recover from this? Where do you go from here? How do you play? Well, get a kill. Find that first frag, engage off of it. Now they know Cold is in that smoke. He's hiding within the dark cover. They just need to stuff him out from this corner, and they'll do just that. Benji gets the kill successfully alongside their teammate, but Kobe's not been dealt with on long. They'll find Hawaii looking to send Northwood out of this. It's just Benji left standing. We've dogged on them for being impactless in their kills. Now's their chance to prove us wrong. Finding one, finding two. They'll need the ace, but it's denied by the flash. Pessid finds themselves the win, and Hawaii survive map 3 and send us to map 4.
Getting themselves in the series, but still in a deficit nonetheless. But waking up is exactly what they needed. A very, very, very close map going into double overtime. Not the dominant win they needed to get themselves back in the fray, but as we mentioned, momentum at least now being a consideration for them, and that's what they need overall. Code on that Sky. Oh my God. I mean, plain and simple. The entire attacking half, if it was not him winning, it felt like 10 1v1s that he won and clutched out. Yeah. It was only even realistically 3 or 4, but still, the amount of impact those have. We talked about impact frags. Well, if you're killing everybody, every single frag becomes an impact frag at that point because you're doing it all. Yeah, like this guy is Dora, and he's just carrying everybody in his backpack. I mean, it's just what it is. He's going on an adventure. He's got 2 more maps to run through. That is, if we can see UHM really pull this next map out. But once again, we're flipping things around. Northwood now has their map pick once again coming up before we get to the side of split. But Bind is going to be a very, very interesting place to really continue this series.
You want to talk about how good Cold was on that map? 29 and 20. And 20 doesn't seem like a ridiculous number, but keep in mind afterwards, the least deaths on the entire game was 19, meaning Cold was dropping basically the least amount of deaths with the most frags and had 15 assists. Yeah. Cold was everywhere, yet nowhere at once. They were the raid boss. They were the player that Northwood looks at and goes, we know they're here. Go the other way. Prefix was that on map 1, and they played it spectacularly to counter that, but when you've got Cold popping off and going 29 and 20, and Prefix as well going 25 and 24, oh, and don't forget Comey, who went 26 on top of that. It's just statistically an anomaly, and Northwood had no way to counteract that. The fact it even got to OT is a marvel for them as a team. They played that amazing, but a victor had to be held for it, and Hawaii held on. They rode that wave. The storm moved beyond them. We'll have to see. Will it come back, loop back around here after map 4 as we head on over to Bind? We'll have to see. But we'll take a quick little break first. See you guys in a few short minutes.
Now we vibe. It's been a while and such a ride, our stars align. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She my do or die, my bona fide. My up when I'm down, she's always beside me. She makes me feel alive, I won't deny. Her love for me is real and kinda suicide. She's not the same, she's such a rare type. She's far from plain, at least in my eyes. She said if I cross her, I'll be in the grave or under attack, but yeah, that's still my bae. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. Getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role.
I'm cutting dice. Look at these eyes. They're not here to please you. There was a time you could be mine before all that you put me through. I knew that you were trouble, but I let that you were bad. I'm living in this bubble and it makes you so mad. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the NECC. We are now moving on to map 4 here, the entire series against the likes of UHM and Northwood. Two absolute titans, the Champions Division, the top of the top when it comes around to the NECC. And they're definitely not disappointing us yet. We are now moving on to the 4th map, and after two almost, I would say, dominant maps outside of Northwood, where they've really shown that they can have a huge element of resilience to themselves, they slip up a little bit in overtime. Double overtime at Dunhaven, the pick of UHM as they now move into Bind, which can be their 4th. Joining myself, it's going to be myself, Nick, and for all you new viewers, and ever my co-caster, or mainly, I would say the main guy, Infernosis. You know him. I don't even need to introduce the guy.
I feel like I was gonna crack a joke that you stole my line. I give you one intro and you take my Titan line, but maybe you need it. If you're out here calling me the main guy, have some confidence, Dallas. Come on, get into this one. Couldn't do it
I'm
without.
the stats guy. Nobody cares about
I can't do it
numbers.
without somebody filling in when I'm being dumb, right? I gotta have somebody take that up, take up that mantle. No, I'm really excited for this one. We're heading over now to the map of Bind. This is one that Hawaii are pretty good at, but it's one of their just kind of basics maps. They don't go out and pick this map. They don't go and say, we got to play Bind. It's on there because it's one of the maps that is consistent. They go, we're good on it, but we're not great on it. So there are some worries there for Hawaii. Northwood, on the other hand, I distinctly remember them in the finals area in that playoff stage of the NECC. They played Bind and shredded the team that they were going against. And I do not remember if it was because the other team was bad, which I do not think was the case. They make it to playoffs. Like, they are not a bad team. I just think Northwood are ridiculously good on this map. And that's something that's going to be weighing down in the minds of Hawaii. We saw Northwood absolutely counter-strat Hawaii earlier on the map of Ascent. We saw them do that, which leads me to believe Hawaii tried to counter-strat on Icebox. It failed, but they did do a good job of counter-strapping on the map of 3 and also getting carried by Cold. But both teams come into this with a lot of knowledge about their teammates, about the opposing team. This is going to be a difficult battle of mind games and ultimately that last phase 3 of execution.
Yeah, and the problem is that, I mean, as it stands right now, obviously we're favoring Northwood for knowing that because this is their map pick. They should have a much broader range of things they can do here. And it's a little concerning for Hawaii, considering that we look at the history of the series, and sure, it's 2-1. Problem is, Northwood has been giving Hawaii absolute hell this entire series. I mean, whether or not it comes around to just winning outright, completely having a dominant half where you don't give them a single even glimpse of success in a half, the second one to close things out, in the second map, where you win yourself by making the other opponent choke because they can't finish on their own or on your map pick. Then you go around to the third. You lose it, just barely, in double overtime. I mean, at that stage, Northwood, even when they lose, they win. It's just, you can't sleep on these guys. And now that you're back on their map, I said that UHN had to wake up. They're kind of rubbing their eyes a little bit. They're yawning. They're trying to get out of bed, but goodness gracious, they haven't brushed their teeth. They haven't eaten breakfast. They haven't gotten anything ready for the rest of the day. We got to see them do that immediately. And I'm praying, Hawaii, wake up, bring us to a map 5 because I just want to be here for the content.
Listen, the longer I'm here, the more fun I have. It's definitely not related whatsoever to anything else. I definitely am not trying to vie for my time here with Dallas as long as possible because I just love being with him so much, you know?
Of course.
Even though I think we're probably just going to play games together after this anyways, but...
Yeah, we will.
You know, it's fine. All things considered, I'm having a great time. I pointed out at the beginning of map 3 that Cold is absolutely disgusting on that Sky. It is their single most played agent, I believe, in this game, and they were the person I was looking out for, and they slaughtered on that map. Running around here, they're back on it again, so expect the same level of performance. You can already see First Blood game. The Brimmy on Brimmy goes in favor there of UHM. Turn that thing back around. You now equalized again. 2 kills for both sides. It's a 3-on-3. Northwood trying to attack. Comey denies that, which was another interesting decision for Comey to pick up the raise on this map instead of prefix. Now you only got one player left standing. Tyler, 1v3. You do know that one player is quite low. That's actually prefix on that chamber. You did not notice that early, which was an interesting decision, considering they were missing a lot of drop shots previously on map 2 of Icebox. Potential there for Tyler. They get swung by 1, swung by 2, and they can't find the shots there onto the second. And you'll find UHM with a round 1 victory. And another point note, we don't have a KJ, and Zbass is forced to play that Brimstone on this one. It'll be interesting to see how that holds out.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you there. I mean, even then, once again, we didn't really talk about the agents too much, and it's because there's not really too much to talk about. It's what we expect. It's a mirror composition. We're expecting this. I mean, honestly, these teams have ironed out these agent selections, and I'm just ticked, man, we haven't seen any somewhat of a curveball. I've been wanting to see Neon, and honestly, I think if anybody brought Neon, it could have been a much more definitive win on the side of Haven, but nobody really has invested the time to get used to her. And even one more thing, that Fade wasn't employed there either. I saw Fade yesterday during our group stage, and it looked just so darn good. Like, especially on Haven, knowing all the rooftops, she excels. And the more rooftops, the more cluttered a map is, the better she can perform because, I mean, it's just everything's a lineup for you. You can literally just toss it up. Next thing you know, you're scanning the entire map. It's just so crazy to look at. But knowing that now everything's going back to a static feel, obviously round 2 looking like it's going to go to the favor of UHM because that's what we're expecting here with Northwood not buying anything out. It comes down to, can they get a plant? Can they get any kind of extra money on top of this? And I think it's going to be very, very difficult for Tiff to venture out and get that, especially when Prefix is holding this angle, looking for another kill on the
One enemy remaining.
It stands. There it is. There it goes. One more trying to look for it, and that's a flawless on the hands of UHM. as I mentioned, another round, another thing to go through, and once again, another buy stage coming out for Northwood, and whether or not we can see them have that dominant effect that we're really looking for.
Now, you mentioned not seeing the Fade, not seeing the Neon. Honestly, these two teams are so set in stone for what they like to bring on these maps. I'm not really shocked by it. A lot of amateur teams, a lot of collegiate teams haven't seen enough of Fade in pro play to really get the full understanding and depth of that agent yet. And that's one of the problems that comes with a quarantine period in any league, let alone VCT Masters, you know, high T1, T2, you know, leagues and tourneys and whatnot, whatever it is. That quarantine period causes a lot of problems. And I mentioned that because Rainbow Six Siege just announced that they're removing the quarantine period forever. It will not exist. The new operator comes out and will be available day one to play anywhere, which is interesting to say the least. Yeah, it's insane to see.
Fun.
And so amateur players can see that new operator played at the highest level immediately. And that will allow them to play it a little bit quicker. And I think that's something Valorant could definitely need. I think that's why these two teams are playing a little bit slower. But fight on site and the Eco SMG buy of UHM have actually been paying off quite well. They are cutting down Northwood at every turn. It's once again just Tyler left standing. Pixel sent over the top, and well, they don't really get much tag damage off. Seabass collects a rifle and guns down Tyler with it quite quickly.
Great thing about it, though, is you mentioned energy even then. I just looked at the VLR and looked at the lineup from that game because I couldn't quite remember it. There was a Fade on both sides.
Yeah.
And as I mentioned, you don't even need to have a lineup for her. You just seriously throw it up and it's in one. But and nonetheless, I'm not going to talk about new agents anymore. We're dealing with the ones we got right now. And it's definitely doing its job. It's doing enough. And more importantly, UHM is doing more than enough. They're finding rounds that on the full buy around for the side of Northwood on their own map selection. Got snuffed out. Could not find the necessary kills. Could not find the setup they need. And could not find another round to put onto the board as we see UHM resetting them, probably looking at a 4-0 start if they really get themselves settled down. And even then, if they do it in a flawless fashion, that'd be a little bit of salt to it.
Benji had the opportunity to step through there, Dallas, but hearing that the older got finished on that pickup, they stopped, hesitated. Right decision. A little bit quicker would have been great. But notice what we're seeing right now for UHM. They are just spraying down Northwood easily. Now it leaves just Benji left standing. RIP could be what we see. 21 HP left to their name. They got 3 people to go through, and Comey will just gun them down through the wall. That's an easy round. Easier said than done, at the very least, for Hawaii. They're now 4-0. Momentum rolling, ball on their side of the court easily. And Northwood are none the wiser about how to come back from this right now.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a sticky situation considering that, I mean, honestly, Northwood, look at the composition. It's not really favored to one side or the other. I mean, these are very, very balanced comps. Sure, you have the double initiator, but that's purely because Sova can play both sides of the field. You're getting a read for where the pressure could be coming from on the defense. You're going ahead, getting a layout of where these players could be on the attacking side. No matter what, there's some kind of place for Sova. And honestly, Sky is going to be that big differentiating factor. Cole, being that Sky from last map, this isn't just a momentum thing round to round basis. As I mentioned, it applies to series as well. And if Cole keeps that same kind of pressure, keeps on stepping up like he does, at least just giving intel, giving flashes, no matter what it is, that amount of assists he had in that last game is going to be more than enough to suffice in this map as well.
Suffice may not be enough, though. They need to thrive at this point, Dallas. Taking a 4-0 deficit at the very beginning is risky and tricky territory. They're going to need a lot more than just a single player surviving round after round. Gotta start stepping up. Quick opportunity made. And while we do see firms that get one, they lose their life quickly after by Comey, who's now found 2. 3-on-4. UHM, the man advantage, and they're sending that util over towards you all, and it is not thriving as tested with the shock dart, reminiscent of map 1. The Benji still holding out towards down, washes down cold. A prefix's operator is cold just the same. Ollie, though, what was that? Now a 1v1, you were just looking at it, but Comey, you missed the opportunity for the kill. Now you get to see whether or not that one will ultimately cost them to pay the price. Quick TP to B. Smart decision making by Ali. And I promise I'm not writhing on purpose, but the plant doomed to go down. This is a really good chance for Northwood. Possibly their only chance. The orbital strike is in the pocket. They'll hold down A long. Comey has no utility. It's guns and only guns. And the same thing can be said for Ollie, bar just the ultimate. Is their first round win worth the usage of the ult? I'm not quite sure just yet. We'll have to see what Ollie thinks as well. Comey will tap, holds it, sticks it in half. On the shot connects for Ollie. No need for the ults.
Love that.
They find the shot. That is clinical at its finest. Risky business to stick it. Pros don't fake, but you just got turned into an amateur there.
And even then, I mean, honestly, that all came down to Ollie having the read, knowing that you were waiting for that orbital strike to come down. He even considered it. Said, you know what? Honestly, I'm going to see what can drag out, because that's what you're doing as a player. You know they're setting up. You know you're in this high-tier league where you can expect a lot more plays and have a whole bunch of unpredictable stuff be thrown at you, that it almost favors you to throw something off over here and there. And just swinging, no contention at all, no shots trying to be taken off Rays there, nothing to work with. It's something you don't really expect too much because you're waiting for the bait, you're waiting for the ultimate to come down because you have plenty of time to react to it.
Until being dumped down, and while we do see Hawaii get the first blood again, quickly fragged back by Dip. Good job for them to gain some success. Hawaii was not dead soon. I'm actually genuinely shocked about that one, but Ollie does manage to find Seabass, who's holding close corner. Northwood now with a man advantage, but they quickly get removed as Comey finds Ferbsa. An ultimate is actually available. Only one, but it's the tour de force. There's no point in popping it at this point. Northwood just have to play this, and they're holding close. A little too close. The barrel may be spotted from outside showers. The wall bang could be there, and they do go for it, and Comey finds the second one of this game, but Benji got the swing. He misses the next one, but he has not missed the last. A 1v1. Cole, the best player of map 3, now has to try to gun down Benji all by their lonesome. Cole needs to play for the bait on the defuse. Cole is hopping off. He does not get the kill. He needs to stick, and there's the shot. Benji with a 3K. That's an impactful frag, Dallas, if you ask anyone here for Northwood.
If I was Benji, I'd be screaming right now. Out of just pure excitement. Finally, after so many 1v1s in that last map of Haven, and him losing every single one of them against Cold and finally coming out on top, it just feels like the conclusion of a story. But guess what, Chief? It's not over yet. You still have plenty more Valorant to go, at least in this map. And even then, if you don't close things out right here, you got another one to go to. So, I mean, all things considered, you got guns to work with. Benji has the tour de force to play with as well. So, I mean, all things lined up for both sides here. The only thing I'm confused about is going to be that old, the judge in the hands of Rays. But honestly, if anybody can excel with that gun, it's going to be that agent alone.
For real. I mean, Raze is one of the most disgusting agents when it comes to the map of Bind. These close, tight-knit corners, the ability to toss out those paint shells and completely cordon off an entire area. It's nasty, to say the least. Herbs up. Raze we're talking about in a lot of ways. Managing to get one kill. Comey did not just do that. Sprays wildly and gets the kill. Seabass retreats back. That is Spike, though, on site with B as they're hanging out towards Elbow. Looks like Northwood will, in fact, have the opportunity to plant, but they're playing this one slow. Prefix caught down their sight line, obfuscated now by the sky smoke. But that is Hookah under lock and key for Hawaii. And I would dare say Northwood may just need to rotate here. This is not an angle I would feel comfortable pushing out of, especially if you have just dropped Spike like you just did with Seabass's kill onto Ollie.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this either. I mean, you're relying on Benji to make this push to grab these kills, and with the tour de force still used, already popped, he was the one who should have been sitting in an angle like that. Should have been playing a little bit more aggressive, trying to find these kills. And when he's on an angle like that, he finds a shot, surprisingly enough, clearing enough breathing room for his teammate to get this plant down, but they are not expecting the wraparound through spawn. But as you do get the plant down, you can hold the angles and everything's set up. It just comes down to whether that prefix can hit these shots, get these strafes out in a perfect timely manner. But that shot alone, coming out late and missing as well, is not the situation you want.
Let's see, if I was prefix, I would have just saved the operator here. Smarter man than I. Oh my goodness, prefix!
My God.
The clutch of the round, maybe even the game, as they find an easy shot with the tour de force down towards Hookah, and then buries the last player there with the headhunter. What an amazing performance from Prefix, a player that struggled so much on map 2 and has gotten their highlight moment again on map 3 and map 4. That is UHM, now 5-2 of Northwood. Does not seem like the ball is going to stop rolling for them, and that's a defensive UHM on the map of Bind. That's an impressive ordeal.
Most definitely is. I mean, all things considered, though, we talk about balls rolling, we talk about the momentum really going to one side or the other. I think there's a big thing to really look at on this map thus far. I mean, just the entirety of this game as a whole feels unorthodox. It feels very odd. Cold and the other Sky sitting at the bottom. I mean, everybody kind of feeling a little bit asleep at the wheel, I want to say, in terms of playing as an initiator on this map. And then as a follower, we're not seeing Northwood play the same aggressor that they usually are, trying to find these first bloods, trying to really start to excel, trying to get in the face of the opposition. And even then, after 2 rounds, now we see a bounce back out of UHM. Is that going to be a big enough of a stall to stop the momentum, or is it going to be a little bit of a slowdown? It all comes down to this round and what Northwood can pull out for.
Well, we do have the Sky as well, meaning they can bring back some of the players that have been getting tagged up to full fighting shape, but not really given the opportunity to do so just yet. Ollie's in a rough spot. Gets hit with the Tasmanian Tiger, the bite seemingly hurting too much, but there goes Cold, Vandal, and Shorty in hand, and they'll find a second. 3K to the round. And now they have only one more person that's needed to fall on the Northwood side. Guiding Light sit outside of U-Haul. Seabass in metal, but it does not matter. Hesed guns down Kyler. You'll have the 6th half of this score, guaranteeing at least an even half, already netted for UHM. And we're only 8 rounds in now.
Most definitely are. There's a lot more game to go. And considering the way this one has started thus far, we may have a lot more to go afterwards.
Map 5 on our hands.
That's
It keeps
what
going
I'm
like
saying,
this.
baby. But, I mean, regardless, showing that UHM is finally waking up, this is where the table starts to flip a little bit. The script is no longer being factored in anymore. Northwood aren't really giving us the game that we were expecting, the aggression, the kind of great, fruitful look that we saw earlier. Just kind of disappointed, to say the least. Seeing what they were doing earlier showed that they were dismantling, I want to say, the best team that we have in the NECC by far. It feels off. It just genuinely felt weird. It felt exciting. It felt fun. Now with UHM getting right back to it, they're just showing us nothing but business. They've clocked into work now. They said, look, no matter what, we may be the old boys of the league, and we may have ran this for a while now, but we have to go out with a bang. And they finally kind of realized that on the 3rd map, saying that everything could be robbed away from us right now. And they're definitely making a retaliation. But speaking of retaliation, Northwood having one of their own in this round.
I mean, you're talking about UHM that went 8-0 in the season for the NECC, and then won in the playoffs. They're a team that's gone through trials and tribulations and now has to face off against Northwood, who's the same thing of trials and tribulations. It's a difficult way to play. It's hard to find where you need to be. UHM's first next blood here for the duel will be coming. Cold managing to find 2. Cold has to find the last. There's no chance now. They'll TP away, and they go for the quick flick. The right click with the classic does not matter. That's a round win for Northwood, though they bled a lot in the process to do so. Hopefully that loser's bonus was maybe enough. It was definitely not. Look at their eco right now, Dallas. It is looking quite thin.
Most definitely is, and this is kind of what Northwood needs, right? They got to get back into the game. Problem is, we can't really sleep on UHM for his budget round. Think about it earlier on Haven. This is a round where they turned the entire game around. They gave themselves an advantage. I mean, it was a guaranteed C-long lineup. They grabbed the Buckies, got the kills, set up for the post, picked up a gun, and Cold went absolutely off. They need another round like that, specifically out of Cold, because the guy's been asleep this entire game, but thankfully, all the other teams, I mean, he's sharing his fire. His is getting snuffed out, so everybody else is going to heat up, and it's a very even exchange. We're talking about 1 already. 2 on the board, a little bit more aggression. Northwood already have full control of the site. Flawless thus far with only 2 players standing.
Prefix has popped the tour de force as well. That's a big inkling that they dedicated to this objective. They dedicated to this defense, and it has fallen apart at the seams. You're left with 2. Prefix holding down elbow. Back hauls is definitely, it's theirs, but it doesn't need to be. That doesn't matter to Northwood. They don't need to peek out. They've got full control over site. They play their own game, smart and decisive. A wallbang could go through. Maybe Prefix gets a kill off of that, but they push out of sight first, and Furza catches Prefix. They're gunned down, not aimed in, and now it's just Comey. Sheriff in the hand. Where do you go from here? Do you play for an exit frag, Dallas? I think so. But the hard part about the map of Bind is exit frags don't matter when you just TP away. It's hard to get that when they can teleport across the map and escape all of those possibilities. But guess what we're seeing now? Northwood, they find another round. 6-4, our score. And we saw UHM, one point or another, being 6-2. And now there's only 2 rounds separating them. And there's 2 more rounds to play. That seems like coincidental odds, right, Dallas? It's definitely not how the game works.
Yeah, and oddly enough, I mean, one thing I got to look at while we mentioned the bottom of the leaderboard with the Skies, one thing I also have to pay attention to is the top of the leaderboard. Comey and Prefix kind of going off in this defense, knowing that obviously you're expecting your chamber to be holding things down with the operator, but Comey having such an impactful half on a half that Ravens don't really usually feel at home in. Get this guy warmed up. He's going to be an absolute menace on the other side. You have to watch out for this. And if you're a prefix, you got to watch out for Tyler, because there's a free shot, a free kill. They're going to push up onto Lambs with that and try and find another. But Cole with that shorty, a 3K with it early.
Yeah, you cannot put enough respect on Cole, let alone with the shorty. Thankfully, they triple swing at Dallas. They are having none of that today. They're having none of it. So they sit in 3 to go for it, and they deal with it quickly. But because of that, Showstopper does find 1. Now look at the plant. Tessa's getting aggressive, though. They'll find 2. Aljo comes out. They'll tag him. This is an easy cleanup now. Just need to play smart. Quick swing. Quick peek, and it goes with a stinger and just walks it down. No need to aim. It's hard for you to play, too. It's the final kill, and Northwood now reach 5. What an interesting ending to that round. But a great play there to keep things close. And we're now 1 round away. Halftime, 6-6. Would you believe it? We said after 4 rounds, this one would still end 6-6, Dallas?
Honestly, I could have considered it. Knowing that Northwood was still in a deficit, this is their map pick, and seeing the kind of resilience they've had over this entire series, I would expect nothing less out of them. Honestly. I mean, so long as they were sitting at 5, I'd still, if UAGM didn't get their last round, I think we could have seen a 7-5, no matter what. I mean, you can't count either one of these squads out because of the way they're just keeping this game constantly intact, constantly nearly gritty, and it's just so much fun to watch. And already, setting UHM back again in the econ, this, as you mentioned, is could most definitely be a 6-6, especially when they're hitting that B side and having that same level of aggression that really paid a lot of dues the first time they did it around.
Right within a smoke, doesn't matter. Dips the player to find the next frack, and it's actually for Northwood once again. That's 2 down off UHM. That puts us in good footing to have Northwood actually hit that 6-6, and considering the weapons are quite weak for UHM, this makes matters even worse. Orbs up 1, make it 2. That's a 3K total in the round. It leaves just 1 left standing. Is it another flawless round? They will have strung together 2 flawless rounds out of the 4 last rounds we've seen, which were all victories for Northwood. That is an insane statistic. Half of their round on this very triumphant return. Flawless. Still have to find the final kill. Cold is not one to go out without a fight. Not go into that good night. But that's what's going to happen. Sleeping tight on the floor. Dip swings as the Bucky fails to one-shot kill. That's a 6-6 halftime, Dallas. A score unprecedented, at least in my mind, with the return by Northwood. The ball got rolling for UHM, but it came crashing down, much like the wave of their logo.
You know, I even mentioned it. I mean, those 2 rounds, I said it earlier, is this where they start to slow things down? Are they just creating a little bit of a halt, putting them on the brakes for a second? Or are they actually completely shutting down the engine? And honestly, it looked like one of the other. We saw those 2 rounds, but they looked a little bit closer than expected. They weren't really dominant by any means necessary, so Northwood knew they constantly had that shot to stay in the game, to keep that relevancy, to look good, no matter what odds were thrown at them. Now be on the opposing side, be on this defense. They have to show that same level of aggression. They have to show that same level of emphasis that we saw prior. And with them, all things considered, we got to see what this UHM attacking side can do. It hasn't felt very strong so far. They've had to dedicate to a side if they really want to win things out. They may have to follow suit here.
Decent hands, and it looks like UHM going aggressive, but they're baiting. They're going to go over towards the B site instead. But Northwood actually still left 2 players stacked over there. That's really solid, but the quick use there of the molly cuts down that sight lane for just a bit. Great flash with the frenzy.
What?
Cannot select a target, Dallas. You got to pick one. You can't aim for all of them. Thankfully, Benji gets one. Wallbang kill. Cold with the shorty. That's a consistent problem now for Northwood. But they only have 2 players left. 2v3. One of them's already tagged quite a bit. Frenzy's in the hand for both. Seabass gets that nice right click through the curbs. A swing in that corner. Ollie with the return frag. There's only 2 left. Prefix makes sure that there's none for Northwood.
Getting another round on the board, a first one here, and a little bit of consistency here for UHM, because honestly, they've been heating up in that. We saw earlier, we talked about it, Northwood having the majority of the first rounds of the halves in these games, but now UHM, they're feeling a lot more confident. They're the ones getting those, and that's a really, really important fact, knowing that they've, once again, we talked about it, they haven't been winning by huge margins. They haven't been dominating these games by any means necessary. Every round matters. And when you get the first, most of the time you can really count yourself to get that second, knowing especially that, honestly, Northwood is not buying for this at all. They're not buying any marshals. They're not trying to contest. They're not trying to do anything crazy. They're trying to get very, very close to this classic and pray they can finally skill a right place.
Shots connecting for UHM. They already find 3, but Tyler not done just yet, and the ult orb to make matters worse. That's everyone there for Northwood, still on A though. UHM have sprinted to B. They're gonna plant here. This is not a thing that you can deny. You're gonna have to play this quite exceptionally well for the retake, and this is a hard objective to retake as well, especially if both of you are coming from spawn, defender spawn. Dallas, how are you expected to put 2 people in back halls and survive a quick flush and a rush by Prefix? You're not! They'll gun down both of you. Easy finish, and UHM take the first 2 pistol rounds all over again. Will we see history repeat itself, much like that first half? I will have to tell.
I most definitely will, and whether or not we can see the adjustments, because as I mentioned earlier, I mean, Northwood, their utility usage is just outstanding. They really know how to set up a game plan, but they just haven't had as many opportunities to execute it. With these teleporters now being introduced in Bide, UHM, they can completely dismantle something. I talked about it earlier. I said that UHM, the one thing they do, they find a very quick early kill, or they rotate. We've seen a lot more rotations. Why? Because the map literally incentivizes them to do that. It says here, instead of taking them out and having to run for 15 seconds before you set up somewhere else, letting them know what's going on, how about you immediately hop from one side to the other, and we just give it to you. And you say, okay, well, rotations, we'll take them all day. We'll horse race this sugar. We'll go around in laps and laps and laps.
How close Benji's holding this defensive hold, though. I mean, you're sitting in Octagon, the fighting ring, the boxing ring, so to say. And you're trying to go off the top rope. Interesting to say. Thankfully, it's a chamber. We're in a chamber meta right now, Dallas. We all know it. It's unfortunate to say at the very least. Astra had to fall so that chamber could rise. And however unfortunate that is to say, it's the realization of our current scenario. They'll get away from it, though, with the rendezvous. They attempted for the plant, but UHM did not like what they saw. They felt that discomfort too early. And they're going to go ahead and use that TP to get over towards A long. They'll send 4 to showers, 1 to watch towards A short, just on disallowing that pointed entry. And now they're going to have to play the defensive game for Northwood. The Ollie has already rotated over, and Tyler's been on site the whole time. That's 3 kills netted. 1 player short, 1 in showers, only 2 remaining. Make it 1 with Tyler's second frag now. Takome. Cole's got 12 HP in a dream. This one may be like a nightmare. That will be the case. I think we've only seen flawless rounds from Northwood, bar that second round that we saw from UHM Black at the beginning of this match.
Oh my god. Like, yeah, I mean, you're right to some extent. Not every single one of them has been flawless. I want to say probably 3 of them have been flawless, but I mean, knowing overall that, I mean, as the game goes on.
Yeah. Half their rounds have been flawless for Northwood in this map.
Oh, but a round like that, knowing that that is a statement. That's a statement to start a half. That's what you need. Yeah. We talk about it every single time. And we've even mentioned it earlier that sure, it's great on pistol rounds. It looks great on secondary rounds because it's an eco. You should be expected. A round like that, you're now saying, okay, we got to make our jobs easier. You made nothing easier. They spend 1K. They're right back there on the same level of economy, same level of armor, same level of utility to use, everything at their disposal. And just with that alone, how much they still had to work with is enough to carry over and have themselves an advantage once again on a round that UHM has to have.
Too far. We're entering the dire straight time of this map as well. When you're getting towards the end. When UHM realized that Northwood, if they win this map, it's over. They're done. There is no map 5. They've been in this position now for 2 maps. They bled the first 2 instantly. They're going to get desperate. And right now, they're trying to play smart still, but eventually, I mean, your heart starts to beat. You start to make those little mistakes, and I think we've been seeing that from UHM. Hope will go for the plant. That means there's 1 less gun up in the air, and Benji's trigger discipline, nasty man! He now hunts for a second, can't find it, but Fergza is there instead. It's just Prefix with 25 HP, and there's the quick swing and a kill. That is a Northwood round win, 8-8 our score line. We're 4 rounds away from a match point, series point of Northwood, but the same thing can be said for UHM. Game's still close. Nothing is done until it's over.
3 players still alive, a Torty Force and Orbital Strike to work with on the side of UHM, and that's about it this time. They're probably going to find themselves Sheriffs, get a little bit of armor out of Prefix so you can make sure you have a full round on your hands, but besides that, as we mentioned, the Sheriff coming out of Comey, there's just not enough here for UHM, but they have enough. They don't have enough to secure a round, but they definitely have enough to make sure a round is going to look good for them, and that's all they're trying to look for right now. But going forward, look at Northwood, looking at how they can just reinforce these things, and Benji, once again, that operator, please do not make me hop on your case.
Let's
but
play.
Besides that, looking at what they have to do, seeing the split from UHM, it's a little questionable. Knowing how scatterbrained they are in their buys, they're only following up by scattering the players across the map, trying to find something a little bit sketchy a little bit of a weird play to throw Northwood off, but is that going to be enough? And I don't know if it will be, considering all the stuff at their disposal. As you see, a little bit of a tag, you have a heal in the back line, go right back to where you are.
I'm very confused about why you were seeing the tour de force pop by UHM. They know this isn't the round. This is an eco for you. Take this one on the chin. You may need that tour de force for another round. You're using probably the best ultimate in your pocket for sure. As an entry and prefix, I get it, you're a jet main, but you're asking a lot. Don't run anywhere away though after picking up Benji. That's a big boon. I won't dog on it too much. You get that first pick, work with it, but now you're gonna have to face Showstopper, and it catches Z-Bass, but does not catch Tessit. Tessit gets the kill quickly thereafter. That's also a weapon dropped out of their hands. Tyler's holding close within the sky smoke. No one's seemingly aware of that, though. This could be an opportunity to swing around that corner, pivot, and find the next kill. Go ahead and go for flash as well. Up, they go for it, get the kill, make it 2, and they will! Fragged immediately afterwards, that equalizes things out on the 2v2. Prefix is tour de force, finds one. Ollie cuts down Cold. Prefix has to hit these shots. He's gonna orbital strike down. Ollie creating space. And now disallowing Prefix from pivoting. Headhunter in hand, you gotta turn faster, Ollie! And UHM survive and thrive with one player left standing, and Prefix being the clutch that you needed to be. Take back everything I said about that ultimate Prefix. You do you, buddy.
Yeah, that's what I say. Yeah.
You do you, buddy. I'll admit I'm wrong.
They got a hated you.
They got it?
Honestly.
Yeah. Oh, come on. I cast UHM enough times to dog him occasionally, you know.
And I mean, looking at what's going on right now, UHM, they're pretty set up. Knowing that around like that they needed a thrifty. Knowing that they have 4 ultimates to work with now. They are on the attacking side. They just have to get into a post plant. They have all the utility in the world. They have the Orbital Strike, which is the post plant ultimate. They have the Hunter's Fury, which is post plant ultimate. You have the Sky, which is post plant ultimate. And then, I mean, which can be really flexible anywhere else. And then if you're saying, oh, we're struggling to push onto a site, Raze, go kill yourself right quick. You got a rocket launcher. Why not? It guarantees space, no matter what, where you can get that spike down. That's all it comes down to. But Orbital Strike already being caught towards Lance. You can get yourself a kill with that onto Tyler, but the rest of it may actually go to waste if you don't find yourself necessary kills, because Furbza in the back is doing work! As Ollie's here with the follow-up.
That's a 4K to Furbza, Dallas. That's a 4K to Furbza. Repeat it with me. 4K to Furbza.
4K to Furbza.
Thank you. We have said that 6-7 times tonight already.
Oh, yeah.
Furbza is disgusting, and I mean that in the best way possible. You were talking about Cold, or we all were talking about Cold. We couldn't put Cold's name out of our mouth on the last map. Slapped everyone across the face. Very reminiscent. And this time around, Cold's not that player. We thought we'd see it again at the beginning with that shorty play, but since then, almost silence. And Furbza back into the fray. Now 22-13 and looking spectacular. Northwood equalizing at 9-9. UHM, they used the Showstopper on that. That was a terrible boost pack there with the Showstopper, and that cut down all the momentum. They got stuck into that funnel, the fatal funnel that Northwood was creating, and that's where Furbza pounced and gutted everyone on that push.
I mean, looking at these games now, with just staying in a tie game. So many ultimates invested in that last round. 3 ultimates in that last round. The Seekers, Showstopper, Orbital Strike. None of it having an impact at all because of one guy alone. It's insane to even fathom, to know the kind of impact that one player can have, especially when you see him going off like that. And a round like that is only a rally. It gives your teammates nothing but excitement for what's to come. To say, that's our way to get back into a tie game? I'll take it. Please. Sure, we didn't really show up. We didn't get all the kills in the world. It was Furbza, but good God, we're here to play. We're still on the board, and we're doing better than what they're doing. Keep it going. Find the kills. Get a couple, and a 2-for-1 is a very good exchange for Northwood here to start us off.
Absolutely. All things considered, they knew where Tyler was. Cold knew where Tyler was. He saw the leg and still loses that next fight. The 2-for-1. Big boon now for Northwood. Quentin does go down. Just put them in a bad spot. And you got 3 players trying to push out of defensive spawn, but you have a player flanking in hookah. Opportunity comes a knocking. Will they ring? No! Ollie falls to Prefix. The Benji swings out of back halls and gets 1. They survive the headshot from Z-Bass, and Furbza gets the kill. Make that the second as well. Prefix falls, the first to reach double digits, which has been the team that wins every single map so far. It's Northwood. They'll reach the penultimate 10. 2 rounds from match point, series points. 3 rounds from leading us to an interview with one of these players.
You see Furbza's swing right there on the Prefix? The top frag at the side of UHM? No regret at all.
No, none.
Did not even care about his own life. Knew he was going to win that fight. That's the confidence that scares me. That scares anybody, honestly, especially if you're UHM. You had a lead for a large majority of that first half. Get snuffed out right there in the rear end. You get a little bit of a bounce back there in the first 2 rounds, but it almost kind of gives me a little bit of PTSD going back to Ascent, to where we saw Northwood have an exclamation point at the end of that first half, and they say, oh my god, this is so easy now. We clear out something like that so we can string that many together. We just keep UHM every single time. Don't give them a couple in a row. Don't give them more than 3 in a row. 2 is the golden number for UHM before they start going off, or whether or not we can snuff them out. And every single time, Northwood knows how to guarantee that second.
Northwood really trying hard still. They're going to play this one smarter. UHM have been playing patient. Why don't you play patient as well? You get that first frag, you set yourself up nicely. Comey swings and dip, punishes them. Not sure what was going on in Comey's head, but I know what's in there right now. It's a couple bullets. As you see, Northwood now have that man advantage. Cold will be the next to swing. The recon bolt as well. The guiding light does nothing. Rip Benji finds the kill. Dip may have fallen, but that's a 2-for-1 trade again. And you see Northwood with a major man advantage. Blind does nothing. It blinds both of UHM instead. That has got to be one of the worst possible things to come out of that situation. I think that loss 2 rounds ago with the 3 ultimates, you talked about the 3 ults on the board that did nothing, shut down by 1 man. I think Furbs' momentum beyond that, and the mental of UHM has not recovered.
I think, honestly, I mentioned it. 2 is the magic number for them to go ahead and get that momentum building up. And the 3rd, if they win that or lose that, it sets or settles the rest of the game for them. They don't have that luxury anymore. They don't. That 3rd round will get them to match point. And either it secures the game or it doesn't. This is a do or die round for UHM, and they are on a budget. They have not timed this well enough for themselves. They are not prepared for this. They have nothing but a Hunter's Fury. They have to clutch this game, this roundup right here, right now, where I said they go home.
He's going in aggressive. Northwood, Ollie shuts that down. Despite it being a cheeky position to work from, it does not work out for them. Hunter's Fury tested, does net 1 prefix with another. Benji up close. Mania Tiger sends, and Benji capitalizes. That's teamwork, that's cohesion, that's coordination. Now you've got 2 players outside of you all trying to play smart. Tyler with a jump shot kill. Tested claps it back in return. You're now down to 1 because Benji is still there. Still playing smart and still cutting down UHM at every turn. It's Prefect, 56 HP, and now he's spotted. That is a quick run, hop and a skip, and that's spike control, might I add as well, in U-Haul for the side of Northwood. Dallas, this is an unrecoverable position. It will take every bit of skill Prefix has been bringing to the table in these maps. Pulling it out right now. We saw the clutch up earlier with the Headhunter. Wasn't enough. Didn't seemingly won. As
30
UHM are
seconds left.
down 2 rounds. Dip with the first initial swing. Prefix goes for the shot. Dips out early, but does not dip out with their life. They dip away with the kill. And you'll find Northwood now match point, series point here on map 4 as they reach 12.
I feel bad. I genuinely feel bad for Hawaii. After such a strong showing, after all the resilience, them fighting back in that last map, showing that they can really draw out a series as long as possible, that they're not going down by any means necessary on an easy basis. They're not going out on a sweet note. They're not accepting the boot out the door. They are fighting every last second until they are kicked off the property, better get the door.
Let's play.
But as it stands right now, they have to fight their way all the way back to the boss. They have to fight themselves all the way back into the main office. It is just, there's so much they have to do, and the only thing they have to work with is a tour de force. If you have any kind of upper echelon that you believe in, you need to make sure that they can secure a couple kills off this tour de force. And the first one needs to be Dip to get a free gun to work with, but Tyler instead secures that instead. And Cole with a quick exchange there, but it's all towards A, and your lurker's now done.
That's a really rough spot to be in. That's a man disadvantage for UHM. They equalize. Not the worst thing in the world for a 4v4, but Dip swing. Wrong timing. Valoranting at its finest. You pointed out, you win 2 rounds in a row, and that was when Northwood would take 4. You let them get the 2. They take a mile. Give them an inch. Take a mile, and that's what we're seeing here as well. The first time we could see Northwood take 5 in a row. That might just be the case. Prefix swings, showers, and Ollie is absolutely hidden, obfuscated, cutting you down. Herbs up finding 1 more. Herbs up finding 2 more. That's Northwood. Sending Hawaii back packing. And that is the NECC Nationals taking your victor of Northwood all the way through. It took them 4 maps, almost 5, but Hawaii eventually was fell.
After we see a dynasty, almost a team that was going to be running down for the entirety of the year, we see a new one possibly in the rise here today out of Northwood. A very, very young, fruitful squad, showing that maybe that youth may be the one thing that could take them to a dub here, because they did it. A nothing but a team of freshmen and one sophomore to trump the entirety of a team that we have kept our eyes on the entire NECC season. As soon as the conception of this team came out, no matter what, on a consistent basis, because, I mean, this team has not changed very much. Even last year, they were looking so darn good. They were always on everybody's radar, and they were just an outstanding squad overall, constantly keeping the fight to draw out. But problem is today, they just drew it out. They didn't find it to come to a conclusion, and Northwood, I'm going to give you props, because not only are just them as a squad in Valorant showing a lot of success, but them as a school, they are looking like one of the huge tyrants that are going to be overloading everybody else in the collegiate scene for the next couple of years.
I know for a fact why you were aware of who Northwood was going into this as well. Because I remember going main season, I'm getting ready for my broadcast. I'm coming on. I was going to outclass the previous casters, you know. So I'm scoping them out, and I know who I'm facing off against. We have our own competitions here. But I see Northwood playing, and I'm watching like, this is a really good team. And I specifically remember buying. And who do I see in the chat? I see Mikey Val in chat, talking it up. I see Tessa as well. They're waiting for their game that's up next that I was actually casting, but they're watching this game. They're looking at the players, and they're talking. They're chatting in the chat. They're not just sitting there and having a good time. They're also looking at what could very well be competition, climbing up the scene. The great thing about collegiate Valorant is you're not just in one league. You're everywhere. You are everywhere. There is too much, honestly, to do. You look at any other esport. I mean, collegiate R6 has 3 tourneys you go through. And if you're the top of the top teams, you do 1 tourney, and that is it for the entire season. It's not the case with Valorant. You'll do 3 in a day just for the sake of doing it. It's just how much they want to play the game. And, well, the team played better today. The young blood roster of Northwood dethroned Hawaii, unfortunately, for them. And so they'll have to say goodbye in second place to themselves. But I think we have an interview that's actually coming up soon. We'll get that ready and underway. I don't know who it is just yet, but I mean, we'll figure it out at some point. But Dallas, I want to point out one more thing. A question for you. Who is your standout player? It can be on either team, because while you did have Cole that was standing out quite a bit, but who is your standout player through the whole thing?
I want to say, okay, I got a couple actually here. I got the stats pulled up. I got a couple here. I want to say, obviously, Dip being one of those. Being a huge clutch player, and even then, when we saw Dip on Icebox on that huge recovery play they made to bring the win back, that Sage, a lot of people slept on it. It's just a Sage. Everybody's in Radiant. I want to see Clips. I want to see Jets. I want to see Duelists. I want to see Chamber meta. Yeah. I want to see Sages. I want to see players that have not only patience, resilience. I want to see players who are making an impact for the rest of the team. They're the ones who are behind the scenes putting the entire show on. It's like us as casters. We're the faces you see, but it's the producers and the observer who really create this environment for us. I mean, it is a slept-on giant that you can't really let go. Otherwise, nothing will be able to happen without them. And besides that, another player, obviously, I want to say Prefix. Cold obviously went off for a map, but Prefix was a consistent factor through the entire series, able to find the kills and frags. But would not have been possible were it not for Comey being that little 2 peas in a pod, able to make sure that whenever one fell, one was able to set that up, set those plays up, and also if things fell through, you had a very reliable second hand.
I could go on for hours about Hawaii. I've casted them so many times. I've casted them alone facing off against Houston's main roster 4 times. Literally. Casted them that game alone 4 times. Whether it was the MSI Student Radiant Cup, whether it was here or the CVC, they are a very consistent team, and they're one of the best teams that I always point out to, and I say, this player, check out Cole on the Sky. It's who I legitimately think in collegiate is one of the best guys, if not the best guy in collegiate. I say Nasi is one of the best, if not the best, Sova in collegiate. He plays for, I'm pretty sure Houston. I may be incorrect about that. I'm really bad about team names. I remember the players themselves, but Hawaii's always in the books. Hawaii is always in the books when I'm talking about players, right? And seeing them be dethroned by Northwood, and I only casted 1 time before this, is actually really nice to see. It means that the collegiate scene for Valorant is fresh. We've got blood. We've got beef. We've got consistency, and yet we have the chance for new people to come into the scene and rip it apart at the seams. And that's what we're seeing right now from Northwood. And I'll be very interested to see how they face up against everybody else. We do have information. We do not have an interview. The Northwood players are already out celebrating. They're already having a good time. I wish them all the best of fun. I do not blame them whatsoever. Hard fought 4 maps. They come out the victory. My name's Infernosis, joined here in the booth by my great friend Dallas. We had Jiro up in the booth producing and Bolby out at observing. Thank you guys, everybody, for tuning in, and we'll see you guys for the NECC next season.